In this series, I'm starting over as a broke level 1 player with the goal of becoming a GTA Online veteran. But in order to do so, I'll have to complete every objective on this list while having a limit of 2 hours a day to play. So with that being said, welcome to episode 1 of Rags to Riches 2-hour edition. So here we are in Los Santos, and as you can see, I am a level 1 player with only $99 in the bank. And as I said in the intro, my goal for this series is to complete everything on that list so I could call myself a GTA Online veteran. Now, I think the list is fairly complete, but if you think anything should be added, make sure to leave that in the comment section down below. So with that being said, I'm going to start up the timer and we will get into our first episode of the series. And with that, we have 2 hours on the clock, and the first thing to do when you first get into GTA Online is to go over to a stash house. Now, I already have a pistol with, what's that, 48 bullets in it, so we don't have much to work with, but that should be enough to do what we need to do here. Now, while I'm making this series because I think it would be a fun challenge, I'm also doing it to hopefully help out new people who are playing GTA Online for the first time, because a lot of the stuff I'm going to do is going to be stuff that will help out new players. So I'm going to explain a lot of stuff as we're going through it, and with that being said, the first thing to do is to do this stash house. Now, don't drive into a tree, but instead we're going to head over to the stash house, which is indicated by this little purple icon here, and it is indicated by that little house on the map. What a stash house is we're going to go inside. We might as well just go right into it, and there's going to be enemies in there. If we take them all out, find a code located somewhere in the stash house and use it on the safe, we could take some contents that are worth thousands of dollars, and it's a great way to make some easy money when you first start out. So we got one guy here, we got quite a few. I don't think I'm gonna yeah. Now, one thing that will help this process is having assisted aim on, which is something I already default had. Boom, because it will allow you to auto lock onto targets so that you don't have to do the manual aiming as much yourself. So now that we've taken everybody out, we're gonna see this yellow sticky note here, and there's a code on it, 5291. And now we got to use that over here on the safe. There you go. That should open it up. We're now going to get the contents out of here, and we're going to have to escape or get out of the area successfully in order to get our money. And we should be far enough away. There you go. So we just got $31,000, and that could be done every single real life day. So easy way to make money when we first start out. But now that we've done that, we're now going to head over to G's Cash, which is indicated by this purple icon on the map. And we're going to go pick up G's Cash, which will give us full snacks, full ammo, and likely 15 to 20,000 more dollars. But before we do that, I want to talk about the best thing to work towards when you first start out in the game, and that is getting the Kosatka Submarine. Now, it is locked here on the website, but regardless, we need $2.2 million in order to buy that, and clearly we are nowhere near that. Now, this is the best or second best business in the entire game, which is why we're going after it first, but it will allow us to buy almost every other business in the game. It will really set us up well for the future. When you get to G's Cash, there will be this white circle on your map, and in it, you're going to be looking for a box. The box will look just like this, and if we walk up to it, we could pick it up, and we got $15,000 this time, and we got full snacks and ammo. And now that we have that, I'm now going to start up the first dose mission storyline. This is probably the best thing you could do when you first start out the game. It's going to get you hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it will get you good experience in completing missions, in whatever it may be, driving, flying, everything. It is a great intro to the game, so it's going to be over here at this yellow R on the map. But first, we have to prepare for it. So the first thing to do is to head over to the Dynasty 8 website. We're going to pick up a garage, and we're going to pick up the cheapest garage possible, which I think should be free. For me, for some people, it may be $10,000, $20,000. But yeah, we're going to pick up the Unit 124 at Poplar Street, and that's because we want it to hold a very important vehicle for us, and that vehicle is right here. It is the Duke of Death. It is a really good armored vehicle. It will make completing missions very easy, and now the only other thing we have to do before we head over to complete the first dose missions is to get a weapon that will allow us to do that. And that weapon is the Special Carbine. It is by far one of the best weapons you could get in the game. I will get an extended clip for it as well, which is why I went and made that money. But now we have a great assault rifle, $20,000 in cash, and now an armored vehicle, which I will call up from my mechanic. And now we could take that to head over to Ron, or this yellow R on the map, to start up the first dose missions. And we have arrived. We could now start up the mission, and it's going to be first dose number 1. I do suggest getting armor with it, getting all of your ammo if you're doing this as well, and we are going to start this up. Now, the reason why I'm doing all of these first dose missions, and eventually will be the last dose missions as well, is because they pay out crazy first time bonuses. So there are 6 of these first dose missions total, and each of them will pay out to roughly $20,000 for the mission itself. But for the first 5, you're going to get a $50,000 first time bonus for each mission. So right away, if you complete the first 5, that's 250 grand of just first time bonuses. But then for the finale mission, for mission number 6, the first time bonus is 250 grand. So all in, you're making roughly around $650,000, $700,000 from all 6 missions, which is incredible. And not only that, it will allow us to unlock the ability to purchase and use a business in the game called the Acid Lab. And so the mission now begins, and this is why I think auto aim is so important, because if you take cover behind an object and then just click the aim button, it will auto lock you onto a target. So now we could easily take out all of the enemies in the area here, although I'm just shooting at air. But this mission should be very easy, and a lot of the first dose missions should be really easy and straightforward. And because we have snacks, we can now go into our weapons wheel and press up on the D-pad and get all of our health regenerated. And that was pretty much it. Very straightforward, very easy. We're now going to be given a location to another hideout across the Alamo Sea that we'll have to go to. Now, at the other hideout, there's going to be tons of enemies, and it will prompt you that you could go pick up a boat at the Alamo Sea and use that to head over. But instead, the best way to do this is to head over to our mechanic and once again call up our Duke of Death, which is almost completely bulletproof, and it will make this part of the mission so much easier. Okay, so we've arrived here at the other hideout, and we only have a pistol that we could use currently. An AP pistol is always better, but currently we only have the base pistol. So I have to take out some enemies like that. And keep in mind though that the Duke of Death is not completely bulletproof from the front. It is from the back if I'm not mistaken, but we can be shot a little bit in here, so be a little bit careful. There's going to be enemies all around Dax's journey, which is this red sort of camper van, if you want to call it that. And then what I like to do is drive up literally right next to it, hop into it, and if you really want to, you could get out health and ammo, go over to snacks, use the snacks to keep your health up, and now we could just take off and head over to pick up Dax. And here we are to get my boy Dax, but he's a bit of a maniac, but he will allow us to get tons of money, so I guess we'll let him slide. Now, I gotta say, I am really excited for this series because for people who have been playing the game for some time, as I have, sometimes it could feel a little bit boring, because after a while, if you play on the same account, you have all the cars, you have all the money, all the properties, you've played all the missions and all the heists and whatnot, and it can feel a bit stale unless there is new content added. Little shortcut here for getting to the freak shop, just head over here, and then we could go down the hill here. But I gotta say, going back to what I was saying, starting up a new account is always so much fun because there's so many different ways to get started in the game, and the feeling of building up from the bottom once again is just a ton of fun. And I'm excited that I'm getting to start this with you guys, and hopefully I could help you out as well as entertain you. But with that being said, we've now completed the first dose mission. We got 20k right there, and when we load back into the public lobby, you're going to see that we're going to get a $50,000 first time bonus. So the money should come in at any point right now. We're just going to walk around there you go. So we're now at $90,000. So that is great money, and we can now also go and start up the first dose mission storyline. So we can start up mission 2 and keep going through all the way to the 6th mission. But something that was important that we just unlocked when completing the first mission is the ability to do Fleeca jobs. These are simple jobs that pay out $50,000 each time, and they are going to work towards getting an upgrade for the Acid Lab, which is what we're going to unlock at the end of the whole storyline. So if we just call up Dax, request work we will get a Fleeca Job. Some of them are really annoying to do, and I'm going to try to skip them. All you have to do is load into a new session to skip them, but if we get a good one, we will complete it and get that $50,000. So I didn't like the one that I was given. It's the one where it says contaminate the weed farm. That takes forever to do. I wouldn't bother. So I'm going to see if I could get a better one here. I should mention though that there are two different missions that have you contaminating a weed farm. There's one where you go to an actual location and you turn on the sprinklers and it contaminates it. That one is perfectly fine. It's the one where you have to go get a crop duster and fly it over the fields. That one is just such a pain, I wouldn't even bother. But this one is actually one of the easier ones. So the person we are looking for is actually going to be a boss of these. Okay, we're just getting tanked. A boss of this other organization. We're gonna have to take him out, and the boss is gonna have this red arrow above him. There you go. Now all we have to do is take a quick pick, and now that we've got that, we got to pick up these stolen goods and get away safely. We will be chased down, hunted down by some enemies, but that's okay. Okay, so I dropped off the goods, hopped in one of these four-wheelers. There you go, $50,000. Now these missions do have a 48-minute cooldown, which is why I wanted to do one right away. But now we could set our spawn location over as the freak shop, and we can now start up the second first dose mission. Okay, here we are, mission number 2. This one's really easy, especially if you have the Duke of Death. I'll take you through it quickly. So the first part of this mission is very easy. All I'm gonna do is pick up this truck cab. We're gonna attach it to some party supplies, quote unquote. And if it was only that simple, this mission would be amazing, but it is not that simple. We're gonna get ambushed here in a second, and then things are gonna get a little bit more interesting. So here is the ambush. All you have to do, I'm just gonna run right through these boys. Sucks to suck. And now the party supplies are on fire, and that's gonna be expected. I don't think there's a way to avoid this from happening. All you have to do is detach it from the trailer, and now we're going to be directed to head over to the Lost MC hideout. But before I head over there, I'm getting my Duke of Death. This will make things a lot easier. Actually, matter of fact, let's take out this guy right now so that we don't have to deal with him when we get back to the hideout. Hey, wait, stay there, stay there. Man, I suck. Okay, I'm here at the hideout, and I'm going to do the exact same thing that I did with the hideout in the first mission. There you go. Pretty easy. We're now going to head inside. There's going to be guys in the actual clubhouse, so take them out. This guy's gonna come at you with a baseball bat. Wrong fight, buddy. And then there's going to be one or two other people in here, I believe. Yeah, there you go, that's one. So now all we have to do is take pictures of some of their plans, which is in this room right here. Send that over to Dax, easy as you like. And then there's going to be a bag that we could take right here. And with the bag, we're gonna start jacking some of their shit, because they keep messing with us. Now that we've got all of their good stuff, we can now exit, and once again, having the Duke of Death is going to be so important. There's going to be enemies everywhere. We could just hop in and just back right out and not even bother with any of them. That is mission number 2. So far, we have a decent amount of money, but mission number 3 is going to be a tough one, and there's one weapon in the game that makes it so much easier. It does cost a lot of money, but I'm going to pick it up because I don't feel like spending 20-30 minutes on one mission. Even though I may end up doing that because I could suck, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, we are here back at the ammunition, and the weapon we're gonna pick up is the homing launcher. This is essentially an RPG launcher. It's very good, but it's gonna come in handy for this next mission. Now I can do it without the homing launcher, but the homing launcher will also come in handy for future missions anyways, so I might as well just pick it up now. And now we could start up the third first dose mission, Fatal Incursion. This one's gonna be a doozy. All right, now that we've arrived here at Stab City, the best way to do this is actually to drive up the side of this hill here, if my Duke of Death would let me. And now that we'll go up even further. We'll get some more distance away from these boys. And now that we are way up here, I could stand up on my Duke of Death, and the first part of this mission is we have to destroy property of the Lost MC. Now, the property is all over Stab City, this little park here, and so all we have to do, we could go down there and engage with all of them, but there's a chance that we die, and I don't like that chance. So instead, from here, I'm just going to take out all of their property, which we could see in the bottom right-hand corner with that property bar. I'm going to take it all out from here with my homing launcher, because might as well. And I think this should do it. Yes, perfect. So now we've destroyed all of the property. We'll now be given a location to another compound that we have to go to, pick up some packages, and take off. Okay, we've arrived at Miller's Fishery. And here we're going to have to pick up 10 packages of the Walter White, if you know what I'm talking about. Hopefully you do. But once again, I'm just going to stay in my Duke of Death and take out as many enemies from here as I possibly can. Most of them were taken out, which is nice. And now that we don't have a door, it's even easier access to the things we need to pick up. So that is where the first stuff, or the first pack of the Walter White is. The second pack is going to be in here. You can just back up into it, climb over my Duke of Death, and there's going to be, whoa, parkour. 2 more packages in here. That's hello. I'm going to drive around this building here. There's going to be someone on this side. There should be, yep, right there. Perfect. Take them out, and now I'm going to head downstairs into the lab. It's going to be the exact same thing as a stash house, but in there's going to be another 2 packages, I believe. There's 1, there's 2, beautiful. Get package 1, get package 2, so now we have 5 out of 10 packages. The other ones are going to be in the main part of the compound, so let's head over there. So once again, I'm just going to chill here with my Duke of Death, take out people from this point. So I'm going to grab the other 2 packages from here. Health, increase my health, perfect. Get a package from there, perfect. There's 2 more down there at the docks, but we have 1 more to get from over here. We got it in this little dinghy, this little raft, and now all I got to do is drive down here. There's 2 more packages, we'll just boop into it, perfect. Pick up these 2, and now we're going to pick up the dodo. Why is it moving? What is going... It's moving on its own. What? Hey, yo, come back. Rockstar, what's going on here, bro? Hey, yo, let me in. Let me in. How did it drift that far away? Okay, now all we have to do is land the dodo in the storm drain, which is right here. That is mission number 3. That is usually the hardest one to get through, but because of that little tactic that I use of hopping up onto the hill, taking out the people or the property in Stab City, and then using the Duke of Death, it makes the whole thing so much faster. So that was another $20,000, and we will get our 50K here in a second. Now we only have 45 minutes left. There you go, 180. So there's a few different things we could do. I don't know if the cooldown for the Dax Fooligan mission is over. I should have set a timer, but I didn't. So instead, I'm going to do the 4th mission of the First Dose mission storyline because it is so easy. If you haven't done it, it is essentially a long acid trip, but they turn it into the form of like a stunt race. So it's very easy, very straightforward, essentially a free 70K. And that is the mission. What was that, like 10 minutes? Not too bad. There is the $50,000, and what I'm going to do now is instead of doing a Fooligan mission, I'm actually going to start up mission number 5 for the First Dose storyline, because I do think we could get that done in 35 minutes time. Before getting into it though, getting some throwables will really help with the mission, so I personally go for sticky bombs, maybe 10 or so. It's good enough, and now we could get into it. So for the first part of this mission, we're pulling up here to a hippie camp, and we got to destroy some lab equipment. Now there's going to be tons of guys around here, so I'm gonna have to be somewhat careful, but the easiest way I've found to do this is to toss a sticky bomb inside, activate it, whoop, there you go, and that destroys the lab equipment for you. So that was the last batch of lab equipment. Now we gotta find a random one of these vans that will give us a location to the other hippie vans. I'm coming full speed for these guys. Boy, just give you a little parting gift there. Goodbye. So that is the first part of the mission. Now we have to head over to the Altruist camp and take out some more hippie vans. Okay, so we're now at the Altruist camp, and similar to Stab City, I'm actually going to drive up the side of the hill right next to the Altruist camp, and I'm going to shoot down from up here and take out all of the vans. So that's going to be number 1 right there. Number 2 is going to be up here. And then number 3 should be just off to the left. Oh, there you go. And those are the 3 vans we have to take out. I'll take out these guys as well because they're being annoying. And now all I got to do is drive down into the camp. And once I get into the camp, it's going to trigger the Valkyrie, which is an armored helicopter. And once we take that out, the mission is over. So very straightforward once again. There's the Valkyrie. Simmer down, buddy. Don't land on me, though. Don't land on me. Wait. Okay. Now all we have got to do is drive down the side of the mountain, and we should be in the clear. So far we've gotten through 5 of the 6 first dose missions, which is really good for episode 1, because that's going to be a great foundation for us going forward. Like I said, the 6 first dose missions in total will make us $650,000 to $700,000, and we still have so many other ways to make easy money as a level 1 or beginner player. So there is our 50 grand, and now we're going to head back to the freak shop and start up another Fleeca mission from there. There you go, 50k. And now is the interesting thing, we got exactly 10 minutes left. And I think I'm gonna go for something that I wasn't planning on using until tomorrow, but it is, well, I couldn't find what I was looking for, so instead I'm gonna do one of the currently 3 times money simian missions, I guess, and see how this goes. Hopefully it's pretty easy and we could get it done in 7 minutes. All right, well, somehow we made it back alive. Let's see how much money we get. And if it's a good enough amount of money, maybe I will do a few more of these in future episodes for this week, because utilizing money for these double money weeks are really important, or triple money in this case. It's really important or really useful if you are a new player. So $11,000, not really worth it. Well, I mean, it only took a couple minutes, so it wasn't bad, but not something I think will grind out too much going forward. So with only 3 minutes left, I'm going to share with you one little trick you could use if you are starting out in the game as well. We'll head over here. If you head into, and I'll actually point it out on the map, if you head over to Simeon's dealership here on the map, and you go inside into the showroom, there's going to be a snack bowl here. This is where you could get free snacks. This is similar to what we got when we did the G's cash. It replenished all of our snacks that allowed me to go through all those first dose missions without worrying too much about my health. So if we ever need to going forward, we could always just come back here and fully replenish our snacks, which is really useful. With that being said, the final thing to talk about today is, like I mentioned earlier in the video, there is a really easy way to make tons of money when you first start out, and that is to, 1, connect a social club account to your console, which is what I did. So that allows me now to make money with the treasure hunts like the Stone Hatchet event, or the Dual Action Revolver and the Navy Revolver event. Those 3 will get me $750,000, which is really good money. But more importantly, and the thing that I was talking about earlier, is once you connect a social club account to your character, you could then go and do the 2-step verification process, which is what I'm going to do. And if I do it, I'm then going to be rewarded with $500,000 in-game for completely free. So once I do that, it's going to take 2 to 3 real-life days, but hopefully in 2 to 3 episodes from now, we'll get a free $500,000. But with that being said, with the time running down, that was episode 1 of the Rags to Riches series. Welcome back, everyone. Today is a very exciting episode because we should hit the $1 million mark by the end of today. We're currently sitting at 360 grand. Of course, we made all that money from the last episode when we did the first dose missions. Today, we're going to be finishing those off, doing a treasure hunt, and more of the best missions to do when first starting out in the game. So with that being said, it is already getting dark, but we're going to start up the 2-hour timer right here, as we always do. There you go, we got 2 hours on the clock, and the first thing we're going to do today is another Fleeca mission. If you didn't watch episode 1, make sure to go watch that first. It will give context to everything we're doing here, but we did the first dose mission, and because of that, we've unlocked Fleeca jobs. They pay out $50,000 each time, and they're going to work towards getting the equipment upgrade for the acid lab once we unlock it and we buy it. Before we get into it though, I do want to remind everyone that the thing we are working towards currently is the Kosatka submarine. We need $2.2 million for it, so we still have a couple episodes until we get it, but when we get it, it's going to speed up the process of being able to complete a lot of the things on our checklist. Okay, for this mission, we first have to collect some hazardous chemicals and take them over to a weed farm. Okay, now that we've arrived, we're gonna have to go and contaminate the weed with these chemicals, but there's going to be tons of enemies in here, so you could do it stealth, I think, but there's really no point in even trying. Okay, now that we've taken them out, we could now contaminate the water supply. We're going to turn on the irrigation system right here, and then we're going to try to exit, but instead, we're going to get hit with the stuff. Such a poorly thought out process here, but now we're just going to go on an absolute acid trip. And finally, the acid trip is over. It was a couple minutes, but there you go, $50,000. We got a decent amount of RP, and now we're going to get into the final first dose mission. We're getting into the finale, and it's going to get us $250,000 as a first time bonus, plus I think maybe 20-30k for the mission itself, and we will unlock the ability to get the acid lab, although we won't get that until later on. Although something I have to do before that is head over here to Simeon's auto dealership. I talked about it in the last episode. It's right here on the map. It will be like a little garage symbol. And in here, we could head over to the table and get free snacks. If you're doing this at home as well, you're not going to want to complete the first dose mission storyline or the last dose missions without snacks. So got to make sure we replenish. Here we go. First dose number 6 off the rails. Okay, so the first part of this mission has us going to the Humane laboratories. You could go in stealthily. That was actually brutal. Damn. But instead, I just go in guns blazing, might as well. We have to go to the central part of the compound, although I am technically, never mind. I was going to say I'm still stealth, but not anymore. So we're going to go upstairs from here, and we could see the keypad on the mini-map. That's going to be where we got to go. Okay, we got to the keypad here. Now we're going to get inside, and there's going to be a bunch of chemicals that we have to get from the loading bay. But there will be security here that we have to take out. So there you go. There's buddy number 1. And as I said, make sure you use your snacks. Buddy number 2, just lollygagging. Back face to the enemy. Bold. Okay, well, that was easy. We now got to find the loading bay intel. It's not there. It'll either be over there or it's going to be potentially over here. Oh yes, right there. All right, we now have to look through all of these crates. And this here is the final crate. We got all 5 chemicals, and now we're going to have to leave the loading bay here. There's going to be a bunch of security, like Merryweather. So I'm just going to take them out. They are going to chase us down, but it's not a big deal. You could just take one of their jeeps. I'll actually take the one right here. And we now have to go stop a train. Now there is a very easy, I guess, shortcut you could call it, to get to the train in decent time, because we do have a time limit, as you can see in the bottom right. But as for those guys, I just drive out of there. They're not really going to catch up to us. Okay, once we get to this part of the road here, I'm just driving down right to the train tracks. And then from here, we could follow, we could follow the tracks all the way to the train station so that there's never a way that we won't get there before the train. Okay, we got to the switch station right here. Boom, we could pull the lever, and now the trains will be diverted. And now the harder part of this will start here in a second. So the train is going to crash. There's going to be tons of containers everywhere. We got to look through each of them while we have a bunch of mercenaries on us and some buzzards. So it's not going to be fun. We'll take these guys out first, make our life easier. Now let's head over to the train. But we do need to get this cutting saw first. I don't know what you're running at me for. This guy is so unbothered. I just killed you. Now you're upset with me? Dude. Here we are at the crash site. I'm actually going to be a bit proactive here, and I'm going to take out the buzzard before we even get there. Good. It's going to make our life... How? And that missed. Okay. Well, that was pointless. Okay, so here are the containers that we have to look through. This is going to be a bit tricky with the buzzard being right there. Okay, don't hit the tree, actually hit the buzzard. Beautiful. Now we could look through these containers, hopefully in some kind of peace. Could the animation take any longer? Perfect. At least we got our first batch of chemicals. Another buzzard just spawned, so we'll take out this guy as well. Make our life easier once again, and get back to collecting chemicals. And here is the final batch of chemicals. We're all good to go. And now all we have to do is get the Brigade 6x6, drive out of here, bring it back to the freak shop, and we are good to go. And that's going to be an easy almost $300,000. And we have finally delivered the Brigade 6x6. We're making 20 grand here, and then we're going to make 250k for the first time bonus, and we're only 30 minutes in, so we're at $2/3 of $1 million, which isn't bad. Now we're going to get into some other very exciting things. Show me the money. There you go. 670k is where we're at right now, which is amazing. So now what I would do is I would get right into the last dose missions. So we had the first dose mission storyline. It was 6 missions. Now we're going to do the last dose, which is 5 missions. But before that, I'm going to do a treasure hunt for a specific kind of weapon that will allow me to make money while also doing these other missions, and that is the Navy Revolver treasure hunt. But first, I'm here at the Vespucci helipad so that I could get a helicopter. It's going to make the treasure hunt so much easier because the clues are scattered all over the northern part of the map, so we might as well make it faster for us. So the first clue is going to be right here on the map if you're doing this along with me. Let's head over now. Okay, when you get here, there's going to be this big barn, and on the side of the barn, on the wall here, it's going to say, "Can you find me?" That is clue number 1. We've now started up this treasure hunt, and they gave us a free $5,000. The next location to go to is going to be right here. I believe it's about halfway down this road next to the airstrip. Okay, so it's going to be right here. There's going to be a wall of these like 4 or 5 red walls of, it looks like metal. I don't know. It's definitely not bricks. Yeah, metal. And right here at the trash bag is going to be clue number 2. There you go. Investigating clue number 2. Clue number 3 is going to be, now this one's going to be a little harder to find. I believe it's right here on the map. So we're going to head over there and I'll confirm. So I got it exactly right. It is here on the map, right at the barn, at the side of the wall. There's going to be this machete sticked in. Great English. Stuck in $5,000 right there. And then the final clue is going to be over here across the map, up in Paleto Bay. And once again, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be right here at this lodge or this group of buildings right there on the map. Once again, I got it spot on. We're just going to land right here. Bit of a rocky landing. Actually, was better than I thought. And the final clue is going to be here, bloody hand on the outhouse, which is quite gross. Anyways, so those are the first 4 clues. We now have a 5th clue that we have to find, but it's going to be at one of many different locations, so it is randomly generated. I will leave a link in the description down below if you're doing this with me to a guide on all the different locations. I'm actually going to watch it right now, and we're going to go through each one, and hopefully we'll find it in one of the first 1 or 2. And it looks like we hit the jackpot on location number 3. There is the black van right there. Now, like I said, if you're doing this yourself and you haven't found it at any of these locations, make sure to check out the video linked in the description down below. It is done by a different channel, but it's a very good video. So there you go. That is clue number 5. So we just made $25,000 from investigating all 5 clues, but now we're going to get a text from an unknown number, but we know it is the Sandy Shores slasher. So in order to go and get to the Navy Revolver, we now have to head over to the Sandy Shores airfield. I believe it's between 7 p.m. and 5 a.m. or 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. And when we're there, the slasher will show up, we could take him out, we'll get the revolver, and then all we have to do is kill 50 people, and we'll get a $200,000 bonus. So all in, we're going to get 50k for taking out the slasher, 200 for taking out 50 people with the weapon, and then we got 25 for getting all 5 clues. So in total, we're making $275,000. And man, I'm gambling flying through this windmill farm. And luckily, I planned this out well enough that we will be showing up right at 7 p.m. I just double checked, and it is 7 o'clock that we have to be here for. So in 30 minutes in game, which is like a minute to real life, the slasher should show up. We could take him out, and then we could start up the last dose mission storyline, and we should get this 50 kill challenge and the other missions done at the same time. Oh, whoa. That gave me my microphone probably peaked on that one. That actually gave me a heart attack. Whoa. I was drinking my water. Holy shit. Okay. Well, that was a slasher. He took us out. That was before 7 o'clock, I think. Yeah, that must have been. So, we just got $50,000, and now we can head back. And as you can see there, top left, 50 kills with the Navy Revolver, and we'll earn $200,000. And this is, of course, because I have my social club account. connected to my character. So let's head over to the freak shop. Okay, so I've started up the first last dose mission, and I did the treasure hunt before this one purposely because all we're doing for this mission is essentially defending the freak shop. There's going to be enemies everywhere. All we have to do is take them out. There's probably maybe 50, 100 enemies, so hopefully we could get to the entire Navy Revolver challenge done in this one mission alone. And it is a one-shot weapon, so it should be relatively easy. Alright, time to get started. We got the Navy Revolver right here. Okay, there you go. There's our first kill, the first of 50. Even the pilot sniped them. I'm going for the pilot again. Ooh, too easy, too easy. And we just completed the challenge on this one mission alone, so there goes our $200,000. Dax, don't die on me, man. Don't die on me, Dax. Did I just fail that mission after all that? No, that is so brutal. Going first person on this is actually pretty fire. Come here, boy. Reminds me of OG COD. Whoa, holy shit. That threw me for, fuck. No, not again, dude. Dude, this mission takes forever, bro. Put us out of our misery, please. Like, she's just walking into this crate. She's not even doing anything. I feel like I'm in that game mode where you'd go through, and for every kill you'd get, you'd upgrade your weapon. That was, I can't remember, one in the chamber. One in the chamber. What a fire game mode. Whoever came up with that was a genius. Hope they got a raise. Dude, how long does this go for? Did I just reset the timer when I died? No shot. No shot, Rockstar. No shot. No shot. This is, I don't know what to do, bro. Dude, it's aimbot. It's aimbot, bro. You're not even looking at me. You're not even looking at me. Oh my, is that it? I never thought I would see the day. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I think we started that at like, what? An hour? We had an hour left, and now it's 22 minutes? Rockstar should give me an award for that one. Like, that was impressive. Okay, so I don't know how I managed to mess it up that bad. I swear I've never once failed that mission. That is crazy. But we are finally done the first dose mission, and the lovely thing about the last dose mission, and the lovely thing about those is that we get a $100,000 first time bonus instead of, there you go. So we've officially hit $1 million. That is amazing. Now, we only have 22 minutes left, so trying to complete this mission might not work, but I'm gonna go for it anyways. Hopefully we could do it. I don't think it will take 22 minutes, but crossing fingers. We're gonna head into the second last dose mission. Okay, so the first part of this mission, we have to go to multiple hideouts, take out a couple enemies, and then we're going to go and interrogate a hippie boss. Okay, so we've now got to the hippie boss, and we will now be given a location to a warehouse down at Elysian Island. I wonder if you know how they live in Tokyo. Fuck. Screwed that up. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so I've now hacked the keypad. We now have entry into the warehouse, and we'll have to take a picture of a few different things. The first thing is right here on the red toolbox. I guess it's, I don't know, clipboard or something. We'll take a picture of that. Boom, send that one to Dax. We could then head over here, and there's going to be a clipboard or a bulletin board rather. Take a picture of that as well. Send that off to Dax. And there's going to be 3 other clues in here we have to find. The first one is going to be the munitions here on the ground. Next one will be over here. It's going to be a picture of that logo, and then we will get some company. There's going to be 2 security guards that walk in. We can do this pretty stealth. I'm just going to take them out with the crowbar. So they have separated, and they've gone in 2 different directions. I'm now going to take out Buddy here. Make sure you get him once again. And now I'm going to sneak up behind the other guy over here. Doesn't even know what's coming to him. Ooh. Ooh. Dunzo. Okay. So that is them taken care of. Now we're going to take a picture of one other thing here. I'm trying to remember where it is. That's Cap. I have to take a picture of this right here. We will send that over to Dax as well. And then I could also take this keypad here, or key card rather. take the key card, and now we are good to go. All we have to do is get off of or leave Elysian Island, and we will make our $100,000 once again in only 10 minutes time. I thought the mission might take 20 or so, but 10's pretty quick. Whoops, excuse me boys, sorry. And that is it. Last dose mission number 2 completed, another $18,000 and then 100K. So we are working our way towards that $2.2 million goal for the Kosatka submarine. We would be further along if the first last dose mission did not take me like what, 45 minutes, but it is what it is. I think I'm making pretty good progress so far. So let's wait to see that money hit the account. We gotta see it, and maybe we'll do one more Dax mission, one more Fooligan mission to finish off the episode to make another 50K. And there is our first time bonus, $100,000. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to complete this mission in time. We only have just over 7 minutes, and I likely won't get to Stab City until we have about 5 minutes left. So this will be a bit of a time crunch, but if we can do it, that will be an extra 50K in the bank, easy money. So for this mission, the rival boss is always in the same place. All you have to do is I'm going to drive a little further back. I'll take the back route to get to his trailer. It is right here. He's always going to be inside of here. So hopefully I could sneak by without that lady noticing me. Good. I'll get inside. He's going to be right in, and he just, okay. Thanks. Lovely. Well, he's there. All right, let's get him this time. Easy. Easy as you like. Take a picture of him quickly. We got 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. This one's going to be a buzzer beater for sure. So we just called up Dax, or sent it over to Dax. We're now going to be given a location to the stolen goods. I don't think we're making it. I don't think we're making it. Yeah, we're not doing this. We were so close. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to finish this mission today. Let me know in the comment section down below, should I be able to finish missions if I just started them, like if I'm only going a minute or two over, or should we call it a hard stop? I think it should be a hard stop, but let me know in the comment section down below. So unfortunately, I'm just going to load into a new invite-only session, and we'll sign out there. So that is all for today. We're ending off today's episode just under $1.2 million. We started today almost at 400,000, so we made a ton of progress. And in the next episode, we're going to make even more progress because we're going to finish off the last dose missions, which will give us a free car and a few $100,000 more. And we're going to be able to do some more of the treasure hunts and other fun missions to do when first starting out this game. Now, we are still working towards the 2.2 million for the Kosatka submarine. Once we get the sub, we'll be able to make tons of money and everything will start moving a lot faster. So we are back in sunny Los Santos for episode 3 of the Rags to Riches series. We're currently sitting at $1.2 million, and we are working towards getting 2.2 million to buy the best business in the game, the Kosatka submarine. Now, we ended off last episode doing the second last dose mission, so today we're going to complete the rest of those, make a few $100,000 for all of them combined, and then start up a new treasure hunt as well, while also mixing in some Dax missions to get up our money as fast as possible. So with that being said, as always, every episode we only have 2 hours to complete everything for the day. So here we go. We got 2 hours on the clock. The first thing we're going to do is a Fooligan mission. I'll call up Dax and get our 50K. And there is our money. Unfortunately, it's not 50K, it's 25K because I did mess it up, but it is what it is. Let's head over to Simeon's auto dealership, get some snacks, and then start up the last dose missions. Here we go, last dose 3. So we've reached Friedman's HQ, and we now have to take out all of the guards that are in here. We could do this stealthily, but I don't even bother. I just take out everyone. Okay, we should only have one more security guard in that office. Boom, perfect. So we took them out, all out relatively easily. Now we have to find a clipboard, I believe, with a picture of Lab Rat on it. It's going to be in one of these offices here. Usually it's easy to find. We do need these keys actually. So we'll grab the keys to get into the basement, and then the clue of Lab Rat's location will likely be on the other side. Here it is right there, clipboard with a picture of Lab Rat. Now we're good to go. All we have to do is head downstairs. We're gonna have to take out some guards on the way, I believe, but it should be relatively easy. Okay, we're now in the basement and there are tons of enemies here protecting Lab Rat, who's at the end of the room. We just got to take them all out pretty quickly. And the final one is right over here, just behind these crates, and boom. And now we're going to be introduced to Dr. Freelander, and we will be able to take Lab Rat and take off. And here we are back at the freak shop. We should make about $20,000, and then we're going to get our $100,000 first time bonus as well. There you go, there's the $100,000, and now we're going to start up Last Dose 4. This one's actually the easiest of the 5 because it is once again an acid trip. It's not as simple as the other one, but it is essentially a timed mission, so I think it's going to be about 15 minutes and then we're done. And that is the end of the acid trip. Let's see how much money we get. $18,000 and then the 100k, so not so bad. There's our bonus. Let's now head over to the freak shop and start up the last one of these Last Dose missions. All right, here we go. Last Dose mission 5. If you are doing this along with me, make sure to get snacks before this one because you're definitely going to want to have them. The first thing we have to do is we have to go get into the Vellum, which will be in the, whatever this is called here. I guess it's a canal. I don't know. But head into the Vellum, and then we're going to head over to the LSIA airport, and we're going to have to essentially find a way to get onto a cargo plane that is actually moving. So it's going to be a little bit tricky if you are doing this for the very first time, but it's not too difficult. Okay, there is the cargo plane we got to catch up to. I suggest flying over here to the right side of the airport to get as close as possible to it. Just make sure you don't crash. So we now are hacking it, but we got to make sure that we stay relatively close. The plane is very slow, so I'd actually take, and what I've done is take my finger off of the, I guess, accelerator, you could call it, for the plane, so that we don't get too far ahead of it, and we should be just about ready to go. Okay, we're good to go. Now we could get inside and take out all of those security guards in it. Alright, those are all the guards, and now we gotta head up to the cockpit. And as per usual, the snake is running away from us. And now all we have to do is land the cargo plane at Sandy Shores Airfield. Relatively easy. Using the right and left bumper is usually the easiest way to turn with these, so it's very straightforward. So now all we gotta do is get out the landing gear, and then, yeah, it goes right into a cutscene. We don't even have to actually land the plane. Now, it would be lovely if this was the end of the mission, but of course it is not. We still have a little bit more to go. There's gonna be cops swarming us. We just gotta take them out. And this part is a little bit tricky, but there are a few things you could do to make it a lot easier. First, we're starting off hiding behind these crates. I would always take cover behind these, and if we need to, we could go into the back of the cargo plane to get some shelter if really needed. They are going to come at us from all directions though, so it will make it more difficult. All we have to do for the helicopter, just take out the pilot, and we're good to go. Okay, now we just got to enter the truck and drive it back to the freak shop. This part may be a little bit tricky. Hopefully all goes pretty well. We got a little parade of police going on behind us here. We now have to get rid of them. We have to lose them. So I usually find the easiest way to do it is to head right for the freak shop and then hide out somewhere nearby. So I'm going to take my little shortcut to get to it. Wow, there's quite a few guys. We're going to go through here, and then I'm going to go down the hill right in front of the freak shop, and we should lose the cops relatively easily that way, so we're good. And then I just go into here inside the freak shop itself, and if they do follow me, I just get out of the truck and start running. Now we just got to get back in the truck, and the mission is over, and we're all good to go. There you go, Last Dose Mission 5 done, $20,000, plus we'll get $100,000 for completing the mission, and we're also going to get something very special, which is a free $2 million car for completing the first and last dose missions in order. There's the $100,000. We're now up to 1.5 million. And now we're going to head back to the freak shop, and I'm actually going to do one Fooligan mission before going and claiming our free car. Okay, so I got the Dax mission where we have to contaminate the weed farm again. And while this one is easy, this weed farm is way out in Paleto Bay, so this has taken me longer, but that's okay. It's going to be an easy 50k. Once again, we got to take out everybody who's in here. We have to contaminate the water supply here, turn on the irrigation system here, and now we're going to get sprayed and go on an acid trip once again that should take maybe 3-4 minutes. And finally, the acid trip is over. There you go, $50,000. We're now at 1.6 million, so we still have quite a ways to go before we have the $2.2 million. But first, I'm going to pick up the car that we got for completing the last and first dose missions. before we do anything else. And here it is the Ocelot Virtue, a beautiful car. You're able to put a Monitech on it. Of course, we don't have that yet because we don't have the agency, but a Monitech, and it's also an electric vehicle that is extremely fast. I'll show you guys quickly here, going from nothing to acceleration and top speed. This thing is so fast. So from here on out, unless we're doing a mission that requires some protection, I'm just going to use this car for everything. So we currently have 46 minutes left, and there's a few different things we could do to make money. The last two really big things we could do as a beginner player is to complete the mod treasure hunt, or the stone hatchet treasure hunt rather, and the dual action revolver treasure hunt. The dual action revolver requires us to have an email sent to us. We don't have that yet, as you could see. That requires you to be in a session for, I think, 10 or 15 minutes. So we have some time until that comes up. But we also have the LS Tourist board. Now, I think this is only for next-gen consoles, so I wasn't wanting to do this right away. But every day, if we photograph 3 different animals, we will get $100,000. So I think we might as well go for it, but we will do that later. For now, let's start up the Stone Hatchet treasure hunt, because this one does take some time. So to start up the treasure hunts, usually mod will text you right away, and it will make it really easy. But if you haven't received the text, all you have to go is head over to the white M on the map as I showed. We are here right now, and as you can see, mod just texted us. We go into it, and we will be getting some bounty targets to take out very soon. Now, for each bounty target, we can make $10,000 to $20,000, I believe. No, $5,000 or $10,000. And once we take out all 5 bounties that she gives us, we'll then get the location to the stone hatchet where we could go pick it up and complete a kill challenge to get an additional $250K. So all in, we're making $275,000 to $300,000, depending on how you do it. And you'll know what I'm talking about when we eventually get our first bounty. But because we have to wait for her to text us, we might as well go and find the 3 animals that are on the LS Tourist board here. So if we go here, we have to find, that's a lot of text, my gosh. Okay, we have to find a deer, a pig, and a great cormorant. Pig and deer, I assume we could find. Actually, my bunker from my other account is around here, and I know there's tons of farms in that area, so we should find a pig over there. Okay, so I had to look it up on YouTube. I'll actually leave a link in the description down below to the video that I watched, but apparently the pigs are supposed to be right here. Oh, I think I just saw one. I think I see some pigs, and we just got our first text from mod for the bounties. Yes, we got a pig. Okay, we're gonna take a picture of this. This is by far the easiest, like, $100,000 you can make per day. Perfect. Okay, now we're good to go. We got $20,000 for the first animal. And our first mod bounty target is going to be this woman. And for each of the bounty targets, we will get we will get this gold icon on the map. They're going to be at that location. Okay, the first bounty target is right in front of me. Now, when we have these bounty targets, you have an option of either taking them out or bringing them back to mod. If you bring them back to mod, you will get $10,000, but if you take them out, you'll get 5. So there you go. The easiest way to do it is just to take them out and move on. Okay, I've now come over to the mountains here because I assume this is going to be the best place. Oh, we found a deer right away. Perfect. That might be a moose. No, that's a deer. Perfect. Okay. And now we have to get the great cormorant. And we also actually just got, at this exact moment, the dual action revolver treasure hunt location. So, you know what? We have 23 minutes. We might as well just start knocking out all these at once. Let's head over to this here. We'll go over to the dual action revolver treasure hunt and at least get it started. But first, I'm here at the marshes next to Fort Zancudo, because apparently this is where the cormorant spawns. And that might be actually one right across from here. It is apparently a black bird. Yes, that's actually it. Is that going to count? Yes. We just got another $60,000. There you go. 100K. Did not take too long. Now we could head over to the dual action revolver area. Okay, we've arrived at the location to start up the dual action revolver treasure hunt. If you don't know how this treasure hunt works, we're going to have to find a note at our first location here in the big yellow circle. I already looked up a video on where this one is. If you want to see where yours is, check the video out linked in the description down below. But once we find the note at this location, We're then going to be given 3 different locations, and we'll do this note very quickly. Boom, there you go. We'll then be given 3 different locations where we have to go and inspect clues. They're going to be highlighted by these yellow circles on the map, and once we've inspected the clues at all 3 locations, we'll then be given the location to the dual action revolver. And just like the Navy revolver, if we complete a kill challenge, we will get 250 grand. So let's quickly go to each of these and get the dual action revolver. So for the first location here at the Alamo Sea, it's going to be in this broken down shack. And inside of the shack, if we run around here, we're going to see a bloody shovel. So it's going to be on the ground. Perfect. There you go. Inspect the clue. There you go. And that's clue number 1 discovered. The clue over here at the top of the map across the Alamo Sea, it's going to be over here at this tree. And there's going to be this open box. Investigate the clue. That is clue number 2. Okay, here we are at the location of clue number 3. I'm going to try to land the helicopter. It's a little difficult, and it's going to be up the side of the mountain here inside of a cave. So it's a little hard to spot right away, but if we run up here, you will see just behind these bushes, there is a small little cave, and inside here is a pretty gruesome clue. Move on from that. And now all 3 clues have been discovered. And so from here, we're going to get a treasure chest on the map. It is right here. And that is where the dual action revolver is going to be. All right, here we are at the scene of a crime. We have the box or the chest for the dual action revolver. And now we have unlocked it. So like I said, all we have to do is do a kill challenge, which is getting 50 headshots. So it's a little bit more complicated than the Navy revolver or the stone hatchet, but 50 headshots and we will get a $250,000 bonus. Whoops, I jumped out of that as it was still going, but our bounty target is right over here. What's going on? There you go. Free $5,000. Unfortunately, we do have a couple guards we have to take care of here, but that there is bounty target number 2. And because I have 4.5 minutes left, I'm actually going to take a shot at completing one of these junk energy time trials. This is a time trial with the bike. Relatively straightforward. It can be done daily, and it gives out $50,000. So let's see how this goes. Come on, we gotta get there. We gotta get there. Bunny hop to victory. Let's go. $51,000. Beat it by a couple seconds, which isn't bad whatsoever. And on the clock, we have only 1 minute left. So that means we're gonna end off this section of the video right here. Now, I was debating on whether I make this a video by itself, or if I combine this with tomorrow's 2 hours worth of footage, but I've decided to combine both together so that it's a more interesting video for you guys. So this is where I'm ending off for today. We're up to 1.75 million. Hopefully by the end of tomorrow, we'll be able to buy the Kosatka Submarine, and I guess you guys will know depending on the title. With that being said, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, so it is the next day, and we have another 2 hours on the clock to keep grinding and make the 2.2 million for, once again, as a reminder, the Kosatka Submarine, which is the best business in the game. So that is what we're going for. As you can see, I got a little drippy. I decided to change my outfit. Someone in the comments of a last video said I should change it, so I got a designer jacket, some nice jeans and shoes. But with that being said, we're now going back into, or continuing, the mod bounty targets, as well as completing the dual action revolver 50 headshot challenge. So with that being said, we're going to start up the timer here. We got 2 hours on the clock. It may not take the entire 2 hours to get the Kosatka Submarine. If we do end up taking less time, I'll probably cut it short, but we need at least another 500 grand before we could buy it. So we might as well start up right away with the next bounty target. I'll likely go, it's actually pretty close to us luckily, but I might go and get a helicopter in a little bit. Okay, I finally found my bounty target. And from here on out, for these, I'm actually going to use the dual action revolver so I can get headshots. There you go. Completed another bounty and started off the dual action revolver challenge. So now in between bounty targets, I'm just going to go around and start trying to take people out with the dual action revolver. So I've decided to come down here to Vespucci Beach. This is usually the best place to find as many people as possible to complete these challenges. And there you go. We just got the final kill. $250,000 will now be deposited into our bank here in a second. There you go, $250,000. We're now at 2 million. And if we complete the mod bounties and get the stone hatchet, and then complete that challenge, we're at the 2.2 million, all we need for the Kosatka submarine. Now, I was actually thinking about potentially loading into a new invite-only session, but an easier way to get away from the cops here is to go over to one of these construction sites here in downtown Los Santos. We got to drive a little bit further. We could lose the cops and then continue the mod bounty, because when you change sessions, the mod bounty emails stop coming. You have to wait another 5-10 minutes, so to get around that, I'll just lose the cops in here. And if you're new to the game, this is where I am hiding. There is an underground tunnel passageway that goes underneath the building that's under construction. If you go under here, the cops don't follow you and you lose the cops every single time. Okay, so the cops are off us. We can now head over to the next mod target, and I'm going to go to the Vespucci helipad and get a helicopter to get there a little bit quicker. Wow, that took me forever to find this guy. Holy, don't run at me, bud. You're done. Well, there you go. That is bounty number 4. In the meantime, though, I might as well go and try to find some of the animals that are on the LS tour board. We're doing it on a brand new day. So what animals do we have here? It's going to be boar, pug, and great cormorant once again. So we know the great cormorant is going to be over near Fort Zancudo. The boar will likely be somewhere here in Sandy Shores. And then the pug, I believe you could find them outside of some shops in Los Santos. Okay, so I believe the great cormorant's right over there. Yep, it is. It's a black bird with a big yellow mouth or beak. And there you go. That is number 1. We should get $20,000. Perfect. And we now have the final bounty target. Let's see the location. Luckily, it's actually pretty close to us. Okay, we've arrived at the final location. We just got to drive around now, and hopefully we could find them relatively quickly. And there you go. There's our final target with the red dot on the minimap. Boom, there you go. And we've finally completed all 5 of the mod bounty targets, which means that we're going to get the location to the stone hatchet very soon. Okay, we've arrived at the yellow or gold treasure chest on the map. That is where the stone hatchet's going to be. And as you can see, just like the dual action revolver, we can now open up the chest if it will allow me to. Open the chest. There you go. And now we have the stone hatchet. It's going to take 25 kills and we will get another $250,000, I believe. And this one is a lot easier because with the stone hatchet, you have something called rampage mode, which I'll show you here in a second. So to activate rampage mode, all you got to do is kill one person. There you go. And as you can see, everything changes. And essentially what it allows you to do is become invincible. So attacks will not hurt you in any way. And just so long as you keep killing, you're going to stay in rampage mode. So it's pretty overpowered. It makes this challenge a lot easier. But I would suggest being in an area that's highly populated so that you have plenty of people close by to take out. So I think we got 1 or 2 more. And then there you go. We're done. That is the end of the Stone Hatchet Challenge. We will get our 250K very shortly. And there's the $250,000. We've finally hit $2.2 million. Now, although I have enough money to buy the Kosatka submarine right now, I actually want to complete the LS tour board first, get a little bit of money just in case we need to buy new weapons or anything before starting up the Cayo Perico heist. And we won't be doing the heist in this episode. Obviously, we don't have enough time, but we will do it in the next episode. Okay, there's a pug right outside of the store, just looking inside. Sort of sad, actually, but there you go. Cute little pug. That is animal number 2. And then we have to go find a wild boar. All right, we are back here in Sandy Shores, and we should find a boar somewhere along the train tracks. Oh, there you go. There's one, and it's walking towards me. Okay, Rockstar, please just let this happen. That is the best picture of a boar I have ever seen. Okay, Rockstar, come on. There you go. That's got to be it. Finally. That is the hardest animal to photo. Okay, $60,000. We just got our money. Now we could head over to the casino. Or not the casino, but the music locker, which is right over here on the map, indicated by the music icon. This is where we have to go first in order to do a cutscene so that we could then buy the Kosatka submarine, because currently it is locked on the Warstock Cash and Carry website. Okay, we finally arrived at the music locker. We have to pay our entry fee. 150 bucks. And then we have to go downstairs to the green M on the map, as you can see. That's going to be for Madrazo. And he's going to be the one that gives us the tip that the Cayo Perico heist is a potential thing to do. And finally, the cutscene is over, which means that we can go into the Warstock cash and carry website and buy the best business in the game, or probably the second best, it depends on how you look at it, but the Kosatka Submarine. So we're not going to do anything fancy here. I'm going to go for flag, which is Canada, obviously, as a Canadian myself. Sonar station, we don't need. Guided missiles, we don't need. Weapons workshop, don't need either. And eventually, I would like to get the Sparrow. It does make the heist so much faster, but it does cost, as you can see, 1.8 million, and then another 250k, I believe, for the missiles, so we're not going to worry about that. And then the Kraken, a Visa, I wouldn't even bother with it. So 2.2 million for our Kosatka Submarine. Now, for those who may not know, the reason why I bought the Kosatka Submarine first is because it allows us to make, as a solo player, anywhere between $1 to $1.5 million in just an hour to an hour and a half. It does have a 2.5 hour cooldown, but it is by far the best way to make money as a solo player. So we're going to first head over to it. And I also should mention that we just checked off our first thing off the checklist, which is the Kosatka Submarine. And hopefully by the end of the next episode, we're able to check off the Cayo Perico heist as another thing on the checklist. Now, when you first get the submarine, it will show up here on your map out in the water. All you have to do to get to it is go over to service vehicles down to Kosatka. And now we can request a dinghy at any time. So it will show up right in front of us. Perfect. And now we could drive over to the submarine. And probably one of the coolest things that the little cutscenes they show in the game is this right here. The submarine surfacing. That looks so cool. But we finally arrived at our Kosatka. And man, I am so happy because this business, as I've said before, will allow us to get every other business in the game, or at least really help in that process. So let's head over to the hatch. There you go, and we're now going to be met with another cutscene that will introduce us to Pavel, who is going to be essentially the guy helping us do the Cayo Perico heist. So the cutscene is now over, and we are here in the sub, and I'm going to show you some things very quickly, if you are new, that we could do with the submarine. So first off, if you go over here to the control center, we can either drive the submarine, which I won't show, or we could fast travel. Now, driving it would be like driving a boat. It's really slow and sort of pointless, but fast travel is really useful because wherever it is on the map that you see, if we pay the $10,000, it will instantly take us there, and essentially we'll get there in about 30 seconds or so. So it makes doing setups a lot easier and getting around the map pretty easy if you are here in the Kosatka. Now, it does cost $10,000 right away, or for each time that you fast travel, but once we've completed the Cayo Perico heist for the first time, it will only cost $2,000, which is way more affordable. So that is the control center. We also have this back portion here. This is where the Sparrow would be if we did have it, that helicopter, which is really useful because then it allows you to do the setup missions so much faster. If we head down here to the living quarters, this is where our bed is, where we'll wake up. But right next to it, and this is a very important tip, is a snack station. So once again, you could get snacks from here. We no longer have to go to Simeon's all the time. And the final and most important part of the submarine is this here, the planning board for the Cayo Perico heist itself. So we won't go into it. Like I said, next episode we'll complete the entire Cayo Perico heist for the first time from the first gather intel mission, which is usually the hardest part as a first time player. And then we're going to go through right to the finale, and we should make roughly $2.3 million with first time bonuses included. But that is all for the Kosatka Submarine. We have 35 minutes left, so I'm going to try to go and make as much money as I possibly can before the time is up. I'm going to start by doing another Fleeca Job. Okay, so we've arrived here at La Puerta, and this is the mission where we have to take out the rival boss and recover the stolen goods, so not too difficult, but it will take a little bit of time. There you go, take a quick pick. And now we're going to get the stolen goods. Okay, we finally delivered the goods, and then I just take one of these four-wheelers over here and drive away, and we should get our 50 grand. And then I'm going to go and do the daily junk energy time trial that gets us 50k. It's definitely the easiest time trial to complete, so it's a must-do, considering we have 23 minutes to go. So there you go, 50 grand. Now we could head over to the time trial. Okay, here we go. Hopefully we could get this done pretty quickly. Okay, this should be it. This should be it. Yes, finally. Finally, that took me like, what, 10 minutes to do? But we got 51,000, and now we're sitting at, what, 275k, and we have our first ever business, the Kosatka Submarine. So, we got 13 minutes left, but I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to leave it at that. Next video, we're going to be completing the entire Cayo Perico heist for the first time, which, like I said, should make us about $2.3 million. We're starting things off here at the Kosatka Submarine because today is going to be dedicated to completing our first ever Cayo Perico heist. I'm going to start the timer now. We have 2 hours on the clock as always in our Rags to Riches series, and we're going to start things off by heading over here to the planning board. We'll register as a boss, and then we'll be able to start up the first mission, which is the Gather Intel mission. This is usually the hardest one to complete as a beginner player, but because I've done it so many times, I'll give you guys tons of tips if you're doing it here for the first time. So first off, the easiest way to travel and do these missions is to fast travel with the Kosatka Submarine. So as you can see, we're currently on the other side of the map from where we have to go. So I'm going to fast travel to Vespucci Beach and we'll get to the LSIA airport very quickly. Okay, so I've called up a dinghy right next to the Kosatka, and now I'm just going to drive over here to the Vespucci helipad. From there, we could get a helicopter and head over to the LSIA terminal. Alright, we finally got the helicopter, and if you're someone like me who does not have the Sparrow with the Kosatka, using this method is by far the easiest way to complete all the setups and everything else because it essentially is a free helicopter that's relatively close to the Kosatka itself. And now that we've arrived at the terminal, we'll now be taken to Cayo Perico, the island itself. There is a very long cutscene that we'll have to go through, so it will eat into our time, but it is what it is. The heist is 100% worth it. And here we are at the beautiful island of Cayo Perico. Okay, so unfortunately I've lost connection to my internet, which is odd. Sometimes this happens for some reason. So what I'm going to do is pause the timer, go redo everything, going back to the LSIA terminal, and get back to where we were, and then we could continue from there. And as I was loading back in, we were just given $188,000 for the Lunar New Year celebration. Okay, so the cutscene just ended. Now we're driving El Rubio over to a beach party. Okay, we've arrived at the dance party. There's once again going to be another cutscene. It'll probably last a couple minutes. And then once the cutscene is over, that is when we're going to go and scope out the entire island. I'll take you guys through all of it. It's very straightforward and easy, but there is a lot to do. Okay, so we're now here at the dance party, and what we're gonna have to do is sneak out of these gates over here. There's one to the left and one to the right. The one to the right is the one we have to go to, but currently they're being protected by guards. So we have to wait, I think it's about 2 or 3 minutes for that guard there to move, and then once they move, we can start scoping out the island. Okay, the guard has moved out of the way. Now we can head over to the south gate and get going. Okay, we're now on the other side of the gate, and as you can see, there are guards everywhere, and we have to stay outside of their cones of vision. If we get caught in them, we will be sent back to the beach party, and if we get caught enough, we will be tossed off the island. So there is a very specific route to get to where we need to get to while being stealth and not being caught by any of these guards. So the first thing to do is to head over here, and we're going to hide up against the wall in these bushes until the guard passes through the gateway there. Okay, all guards are looking away. We can now sneak through this gate. We want to stay as far right as possible. Good, walk around here. And all I'm doing is I'm just looking at the mini-map to make sure I don't enter into any cones of vision. So I'm going to run this way, run into the bushes. There you go. Because there is a security camera there. And now we're going to make a beeline for El Rubio's compound. Now I could grab a vehicle and get there a lot faster, but I prefer to run because it does allow me to stay a little bit more stealth. I don't have to worry too much about driving off something that I shouldn't. Okay, we've finally reached the entrance of the compound. We can now check it out. This is going to be the area that we have to take the primary target from. Secondary targets are all over the island, but that's the compound we got to sneak into. So now that we've scoped that out, we're now going to have to go over to the communications tower, which is that large tower. We could barely see it from here, but we got to head over there, hack a signal box, and then we'll be able to check out a primary target on the security cameras. Okay, here we are at the signal tower. The signal box will either be here on the bottom next to that shed or over there next to that shed, but they're not there, so it's going to be somewhere up here on the tower. And it is right here, this gray box, perfect. And now we have to complete the simple hack. It's just a math equation, essentially. There you go. We matched all the numbers up, 59, and now we can check out all of the security cameras. We will have to see a little bit of a cutscene here first, though. Okay, we can now sift through all of the cameras. We don't need to see the Panther camera. We don't need to see the courtyard either. The basement camera is the one we care about. So the primary targets for the heist will either be in that glass case there, but it's not going to be for your first time through. The first time through, we have the Madrazo files, which are in the safe. Very easy. We got that scouted. We can see that in the bottom left-hand corner. And then if you want, you could go through all of these. I usually don't. There's no point, but usually there would be secondary loot in some of these locations where you can pick up, like I said, other things that are worth money. This one we have to scout out. That is the keypad that I'm going to use for the finale, and then I do suggest using for the finale to get to the Madrazo files. Perfect. So first time through, might as well just go through each of them and check them all out. But now that we're good, we could now get off of the security cameras. We now have our primary target, which is the Madrazo files. And now we're going to be told to go around the island and scope out a few more things. But first, I have a couple things I need to do because there is a specific way I like to do the finale that is, I think, the best way. It makes me the most amount of money and allows me to do it in the fastest time possible. So I'm first going to head over to the main dock. And when I get here, the first thing I'm going to do is take a picture of the main dock here. So just the water. This is going to be my island entry point. It does make the finale so much easier. So send that over to Pavel, and as you can see in the bottom left, we now added the main dock as an infiltration point. I'm now just going to take one of the dinghies from here, and I'm going to drive over to the base of the compound here, right in the water there, because that will unlock the drainage tunnel as a compound entry point, which once again is the easiest way to enter the compound for this finale. Okay, I'm here at the base of the compound. I just got to drive close to it. Perfect. Drainage tunnel has been unlocked as a compound entry point. And now I'm going to head over to the main or the north dock to complete the rest of the mandatory scope out mission. Okay, when we first get here, I'm going to have to take a picture of it like I did with the main dock. There you go. We've unlocked that. We now have to take a picture of some of these secondary targets that are in these warehouses here. So when you take a picture of the secondary target, it will save it on the map with a little icon, as you can see there. We got some weed here, so that's going to save it on the map. I usually don't even bother picturing the secondary targets because I have the same place that I go to every single time. But if you want to be really sure of what secondary targets you're going to get, you could always just take a picture of them while doing the gather intel mission. Next up, we got to take a picture of the bolt cutters right here. They're going to be there. That should be good to go. I assume, yep, perfect. And I believe that's it. I think the only other thing we have to scout out is the tower at the airstrip, but I think besides that, we are actually good to go. All right, here we are, just coming in style. There you go. We just scoped out the control tower, and now we can head back to Los Santos. I just have to talk to the pilot here, and now we're good to go. Okay, so we're back at the planning board, and now we have to do the rest of the setup missions. And the first one I'm going to do is the Longfin Approach Vehicle. Now, for all of the setup missions, having the Kosatka submarine at Vespucci Beach here is the best location, because once again, we could drive over to the Vespucci helipad and get a free helicopter. Okay, for this mission, all I have to do is fly close to the police station. I don't want to fly over it or else I'll get the cops on me. And now it's going to show me two different locations of truck cabs that I could pick up. There's one that has two and another one that only has one. I always go to the one that only has one because it's going to be a phantom wedge. There will be a few security guards protecting it, but it's pretty easy to take them out. All right, we could sneak up here on the goons. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay, that should be it. Now we could grab the Phantom Wedge and head over to pick up the Longfin. Okay, we've arrived at the police station and we're going to be stealing the Longfin from the police, so they will be on us. And if you're doing this for the first time or you're new to this mission, we're going to have to drive down to this location here on the map. But of course, when the police are on us, we're not going to be able to see that GPS guide that the mission would give you, so putting that there ahead of time will make it easier. So, with that being said, let's back into here. Just pick up the Longfin right away. This is the easiest location to grab the Longfin from. And then from here, I'm going to drive far enough away that I no longer am being seen by the cops. So I just want to get outside of their cones of vision, just like this here. Perfect. So when they're now looking for us, I'm now gonna jump out of the Phantom Wedge, whip out my homing launcher, take myself out, and now the cops are no longer on me. I could hop back into the Phantom Wedge and drive to the location very peacefully. And there you go, heist prep complete. And then from here, I'm going to take a dinghy back to the sub. The reason why I'm not going to load into a new invite-only session and essentially session warp over there is because when you do that, the location of the sub will change, and we want to keep it where it is at Vespucci Beach. Okay, the second setup mission we have to do is the safe code. Now, there are quite a few setup missions you could do. Not all of them are mandatory. I'm only going to be doing the ones that we have to do. So safe code is next up. I've now arrived at the Diamond Casino. Now we have to go to the garage to pick up something from one of the cars. The key card is always going to be in this yellow Lampadati right here. We just open up the back, grab the key card, and now we can head upstairs to the penthouse. Okay, so there's going to be security here. The easiest way to do it is just to take out both of them. It always glitches. Wow. That was incredible glitches, but I just take them out. We're gonna have to wait a second here to get the prompt to go inside, and then when I get inside, I just take out everybody I see. Now, the head of security can be in 3 different locations. The first one is over here, so I might as well check it since we're closest to it. He could be in this room here, but it does not look like it. No. The other 2 locations are going to be in the main section of the penthouse across the way here. The second location is right here, and there he is. The third location is going to be in the bar. Whoop, at the very end of the penthouse section over there, but luckily we got him closer. He's right here. Now we just gotta pick up the safe code from him. Perfect, we got it, and now we could take off. Now to finish the mission, all you really have to do is lose the cops, but I'm gonna head right back to the Kosatka submarine. There you go, heist prep complete. Alright, we're back at the planning board, and the next setup mission to do is the fingerprint cloner. So this setup mission is really easy. You just run inside. I'm gonna have my gun out, and there's going to be a handful of enemies in here you got to take out. Take out that one right there. Hide behind this pack of fragile whatever it is, and then I could take... Okay, well, never mind then. Regardless, just come inside here and take them out, and there will be one more to the right. There you go. Easy as you like. There is a laptop at the back that we have to hack. Okay, so we're done hacking the laptop, and now we can head out of the warehouse, and we're going to go to another warehouse. There is no enemies there. It is really easy. We just go in, get the fingerprint cloner, and take off. Okay, here we are at the archive. There are 2 security cameras that we should take out. That one right there, and then the other one is right over there. Beautiful, and now we can head inside. The fingerprint cloner will always be here at the very back. Just run into the general area, and boom, picked it up. You don't even have to go to it. We're all good to go. Now we just gotta go back to the Kosatka submarine. There you go, prep complete, and now we could do the next one, which is probably the easiest out of all of them, and it's going to be the cutting torch. So for this prep, we're going to have to go to one of 3 different construction sites. It will be different each time, and at each site, there's going to be a cutting torch in one of the toolboxes. Now, there are, as you can see, there's security everywhere. You could go in and just take them out and fight them off, but an easier way to do it is to find a hard hat. There is a location with a hard hat at each construction site, and if you put on the hard hat, we could then be inside the cones of vision of the security guards for a short period of time, making this mission a lot easier. So all we're going to do now is go down to the construction site floor itself, and we're going to look through each of the different toolboxes. There is the cutting torch. It's going to be light blue. We could pick it up, get back into the helicopter, and take off. There you go, heist prep complete, and now we have one more to go. And this one, there's a very specific thing that you got to watch out for. So the final prep is weapon loadout. And you could go with whichever one you like, but I go with Aggressor. And when you start it up, if you see, go to Merryweather HQ like we have here, load into a new invite-only session. It is by far the worst mission you could possibly do. It takes like 10 minutes at least to complete each time, whereas the rest of them for the weapons loadout are a lot faster. So load into a new invite-only session and skip it. And I should clarify, anything that's not Merryweather HQ is a better one. So we get it again. I'm gonna have to do this a couple times. We finally got something different. We got the Penrith building. That is perfect. We're gonna now go and get another helicopter. Okay, so for this prep, we're gonna have to enter a building that has security guards everywhere. And you could enter from the ground floor, but instead I prefer entering from the roof because it makes things a lot easier. So I'm gonna land. That was a pretty rough landing actually of that helicopter. And then I'm gonna go in through the roof entrance. Let's not do that way. That's dangerous. All right, we're gonna enter here through the roof, and we will exit through the roof on our way back. There's going to be security everywhere. As I said, I just go in, take them all out. If we had a shotgun, it would be a lot easier. Eventually, we will get the assault shotgun, but there's security guards there, another one here. And then what I do is I hide up against this wall here. There's going to be one other person in the conference room, but the rest will be here in the main portion of the office. So once we've taken them out, I then take out the guy here in the conference room. Perfect. And then we head over here. There is one more inside the personal quarters area, but he never comes out. So we're going to pretend to open the gun locker, but it is locked, obviously. So now we have to do a hack on the laptop here. Boom, that was very quick. Now we could open up the gun locker and take the weapons out of here. Great, we got them. And now we're going to exit through the roof once again. Now there's going to be 2 helicopters, I believe, on us right away. They are quite annoying, so our way of getting around this or escaping them is going to be just jumping off the building. Remember, we do have a parachute from having been, in our helicopter for a second there. That scared me. I thought we didn't have one. So I'm going to parachute over here across the way, and then we could get into one of our cars. Oh, that didn't go as smooth as planned, but we could get into one of our cars over here. And of course, I do suggest using the Duke of Death for this so that you are, for the most part, bulletproof. Okay, so that was the last setup. Now we could start up the finale, and what we choose here is very important. So for approach vehicle, we did the long fin. We do have to wait for Pavel to talk a bit. There you go. Long fin. For the infiltration point, we're going to do the main dock. This is very important for the method that I use. So main dock. For the compound entry point, we only have one. It's the drainage tunnel. For the escape point, it does not matter at all because I'm actually going to be using my own escape points. And then for time of day, I do day because it is easier to see. I also put on suppressors on my weapons. You don't have to, but I do it anyways. And there you go. Now we could start up our first Cayo Perico heist. Now, in order to make the most amount of money with the heist, we do have to complete the finale in under 15 minutes. So I'm going to share with you the exact route that I take if you want to do this as well, that will allow you to get the elite challenge, do it completely stealth, and make the most amount of money. Now, what's interesting is usually the finale is not raining. And for those who may not know, when the finale rains, it actually means that the Loch Ness Monster is somewhere in the water. So if we wanted to... What was that? That was brutal. If we wanted to, or if I wanted to go find it, I could go and do it now. It is extremely rare, but I'm not going to bother. I care more about making money. So when we first get to this part of the island, I head right to the airstrip. And the reason why is because all of the secondary loot that I need to get is going to be in the airstrip. So take out that guard there. We got to make sure we don't take him out too close to this side of the airstrip, or else he will be spotted. And now we're going to head into the hangar here, and that is because this is where all the secondary loot is. So we got some stacks of weed there first off. So we'll take that first, and we're going to fill up our loot bag completely. And the next loot location to get is going to be up top. And to get there, we're going to have to use this forklift to pick up this crate. Good, we pick it up. We're going to spin around here, go all the way up, and we're going to drive it in to the wall right away. Now from there, we could climb around the back of this. Just go slowly, take your time, get up onto the crate, and then we could jump up top. Perfect. And now there should be more secondary loot, as you can see right there. Now when it comes to secondary loot, there is an order for what is the best to get. The best one is to get cocaine. Second best, I believe, would be paintings or weed. And then the third best, or the worst, would be cash. So we got everything filled up. We got 340k in our loot bag. Usually a really good loot bag would be 400 to maybe just over 400,000. But 340 is perfectly fine. So from here, we could take the car that's right next to it. And I'm actually going to show you the other loot location here at the airstrip that will essentially guarantee that you always get enough loot when coming here first off. So the way to get to it is going to be to walk up here. We're going to climb up this wall, climb up onto the roof, and the other loot location is right over there. Now, in order to get to it, you will have to take out the security camera here and take out that guard there as well. But if you do both, you could get to that location. But because I have full loot bags, I can now head right to the compound to get to the drainage tunnel. Now, when we actually parked up the long fin before, make sure if you're doing it as well, do not put the long fin on the beach. The long fin will then disappear, so make sure you keep it in the water. It would be really cool if we could see the Loch Ness Monster on our way to the compound, but I guess not. Okay, we've arrived here at the base of the compound. We can now hop out, go underwater, and I'm going to put on my rebreathers, which is left on the D-pad for me. It might change depending on your console. And then I go over here to the drainage tunnel. This is how I'm going to get into the compound. Okay, so we are now in the compound, and this is probably the most important part. There is a very specific route that you got to take to get to the main office. So I go this way, go through, make a left here. I'm then going to make a right here, and we need to get up into the main office building. So first from here, I got to wait for that guard. Whoa, wait for that guard there in red with the red cone to look away. Now that he's walking away, wow, this weather is actually brutal. I could just walk past him, run around the sides of the compound, and just go all the way up to the very top. I will have to stop at one point right here to wait for the guard up top to come down past, but once he has, we could run into the main office. There you go, he's past us. We can now go around him and head up into the main office. In the office, there's a couple things we have to do. The first thing is to head over here, and I'm going to open up the wall safe and get the money that's inside. This could be anywhere between, I believe it's 20 to 100 grand, something like that. So there you go. We got 60K, not bad at all. And then from here, we're going to hack the keypad. And that is the hack done. We can now head to the basement. Okay, so our code for the safe is 818550. So we go here, 818550. There you go. Now we could take the Madrazo files, and now we have the hardest part of the heist, which is escaping the island successfully. But there is a really easy route that you can take that I'm going to take as well. So I'm going to get out of here, get out of the office. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down here and I'm going to wait for something very particular. So we could see on the minimap there that there is multiple guards looking down where I would land if I jumped off the balcony, which I will be doing. So I'm going to wait for the one guard that's looking ahead, right to the left of us, to look to the left. As soon as he starts walking to the left, I'm going to jump off the balcony. There you go. Jump off the balcony. Landed perfectly. And now I'm going to make a beeline for the gate. I got to wait here a second for that guy to look to the left. There you go. And now I could run right to the gate and I'm home free. Although not quite home free, we still have one last part to do here. So I'm going to run up here, take out this guard that has the bike. I'm going to steal the bike, and then I'm going to head over and jump off the island. So I'm going to take this route here. We go here up onto this side, and now I'm going to drive down and off the edge of the island. I got to watch out for these trees because they will knock me off the bike really easily. Good. And I'm going to try to get as much airtime as possible. Amazing. Beautiful jump. And now I'm going to swim over to this landmine here. There's going to be this group of 3. And the furthest one, if I swim out to it, I will then be able to, or the heist will be over. That will be it. So next to the landmine, just to the right, there's going to be these fish bones, or whale bones, I guess. And when I reach it, that will be the end of the Cayo Perico heist. There you go. We're good to go. I'm sort of sad that I didn't take the time to go and look and try to find the Loch Ness Monster, but it is what it is. That is our first ever Cayo Perico heist in the series. It was that simple and easy, and we're going to make at base 1.5 million. But because we did the Elite Challenge, we completed it for our first time, we did it solo, and everything else, we're going to get a handful of different first time bonuses, which will take up our total take to 2.2 or 2.3 million, which we'll see here in a second. Trevor's got that dog in him. So that is the end of the cutscene for the heist. I should have mentioned before, the Elite Challenge requires a few different things for you to complete. The first is to do the finale in under 15 minutes. The second is to completely fill up your loot bag. And the third is to not get spotted, to do it completely stealth. So of course we did all 3. And when doing the heist on normal mode, that Elite Challenge bonus will be $50,000. When doing it on hard mode, it will be 100K. So as you can see there, it's 0 hacks failed. So we got that, we had the time, and we had full loot bag, so we got the additional 50K. There you go, 1.52 million right away at base. That is insane. We just made the same amount of money that took us like 2-3 episodes to make, all in just an hour and a half, well technically 2 hours. Now the best part about this though is that going forward, the first setup mission for the heist will be a lot faster. We don't have to do everything that we did this time, so we can do it a lot more often and make a lot more money. So there you go, we just had 1.5 million added to our bank account and all of the first time bonuses just loaded in there. So we're now up to 2.6 million, including the 400k that we had before doing the heist, which is insane. We're going to deposit our 200k really quickly. And there you go, 2.67 million. That is what we're sitting at today. Now, there's quite a few things we could buy with that money. Quite a few important things or really good purchases. We will make one in the next episode, but with that being said, even though we have 9 minutes left, I'm going to leave it there today. Today is an exciting episode because I'm going to be making one of the best purchases we could make in GTA Online as a solo player, and it's all thanks to having completed the Cayo Perico heist for the first time in the last episode. So currently, we are sitting at $2.67 million, which is incredible. We're only a few episodes in, and we're already this far along in the game, but today we're going to make another great purchase that will propel us forward to completing everything on that GTA Online Veterans checklist. So right away, I'm on the wrong site. What we need to go to is over here to Dynasty Executive, and of course, the business we're going to get is the agency. Now, there's quite a few different agencies that we can purchase, but the location doesn't really matter, so I'm going to go for the cheapest one, $2 million. Now, I'm not going to be fancy, don't need wallpaper, don't need highlight. Eventually, I would like to get the armory, but it is 720 grand, so I can't afford it. Accommodation I will get so that I could session warp over there, and then vehicle workshop I would like to get, but I won't get right now, or I can't get right now, but it does allow us to get Imani Tech vehicles in the future. So 2.3 million for the agency. This is probably going to end up being one of our best, if not our best, investment in the entire series. So we got the agency and we're standing right in front of it. This is our new building. It is so exciting. But as always, we only have 2 hours today to make the most amount of money possible and to do whatever we need to do. So with that being said, we're going to get 2 hours on the clock. There you go. And we're now going to head into our newly purchased business. So here I am in the new agency office, and there are tons of reasons why I bought the business, but the main one is because there are 4 great ways to make money. We have security contracts, which are like simple contact jobs. They pay out 30 to 60k. We have payphone hits that pay out $45,000 and only have a 10-minute cooldown, which is crazy. We have the wall safe that makes us money passively, and we have the Dr. Dre contract that pays out $1 million for an hour and a half of work. So tons of stuff that we could do with this business. And then there's other things that are really helpful on top of that. So the first thing is going to be up here on the top floor. We could once again get snacks fully re-up like we can in the Kosatka Submarine, which is perfect. That is where the armory would be once we get it. That allows us to get Mark II weapons. There's also a snack bowl here on the bottom floor. And probably the best additional feature of the business is that we can get a free agency Super Valido helicopter. So now, whenever we go or whenever we're leaving the agency, we could get our agency helicopter. It is free and it's fairly good in game. So those are great amenities of the business, but of course, making money is the main reason why I got it. And today I'm going to try to do at least one of everything of all 4 ways to make money. I mean, the passive money will make itself, but we're going to try to do, or I'm going to do, a security contract. Hopefully we'll be able to do enough security contracts to then unlock payphone hits. And then I'm also going to start up the first couple missions of the Dr. Dre contract. So we're going to have to listen to Franklin talk for a little bit here, but we're going to get into a security contract right away. So when we get in here, you can see that there are 3 different contracts we could choose from. Liquidized assets and asset protection are 2 of the worst. So I am going to go for vehicle recovery, but as you can see, the payouts do vary a little bit depending on the level of difficulty. So for each of these contracts, they also have a level of difficulty, and it ranges from professional to specialist and specialist plus, with the highest difficulty paying out the most, which is usually $60,000 or just over 60k. So as you can see, asset protection, because it is specialist, it is 52,500, but for the 2 professionals, it's only 32,000. But as I said, I don't want to do the bottom 2, so I'm going to go for vehicle recovery, and let's get into our first security contract. Okay, so I just got the location of where we have to go, and it is the Humane Labs. This version of vehicle recovery is actually a horrible one to get, so instead I'm going to load into a new invite-only session, and I'm actually going to load back in and just get a fresh new batch of security contracts. Well, I tried it again and we got the exact same mission, so I'm just going to complete it this time. It will take probably 10 minutes, but that's okay. Okay, so we're now at the Humane laboratories, and I'm gonna have to go into the research lab. So for the vehicle recovery missions, all you have to do is go to a certain location, fend off a bunch of security, take a vehicle, and bring it back to the agency. The only reason why this version or this type of the vehicle recovery mission is a tough one is because the vehicle that we are taking back is extremely slow. We have to take one of those essentially post-op vans. Okay, I've cleared out everybody. Now I'm going to take the van and drive off. And of course, we're going to be pursued heavily this entire time. Probably my best bet is to try to take out the drivers here. But I only really have pistols, so this is not going to go that well. I think I might have actually lost them. Wow, that went way better than I thought. I spoke too soon. Okay, let's see if I could use my sharp shooting skills here. Ooh, yikes, bud. That's tough on you, isn't it? Like, no road etiquette whatsoever. Tell me why don't like Mondays. Tell me why don't like Monday. Are you kidding me, man? And there you go. There is our first security contract done. Now, these do have a 5-minute cooldown, so I'd love to go back to back to back, but we'll have to wait a little bit. And the reason why I'm going to make sure to do at least 2 more in today's video is because once we complete 3 security contracts, we then unlock payphone hits, which are simple assassination missions that pay out $45,000 each time. So that's going to be one of the goals today, complete at least 3 security contracts. But now that we've completed our first security contract, we can actually start up the VIP contract, which is the Dr. Dre contract. Now, we do have to wait a little bit for Franklin to call us, but that will become available very soon. And there's actually 2 setup missions that we have to do, or 2 intro missions that we have to do before we could start the actual contract itself. So I'm going to do those in today's video too, but in the meantime, I'm just going to wait for Franklin to call so that we can start up that mission, and then we could get back into another security contract after that. There you go, he just called me, and now we're going to get a yellow F on the map. That is for the first of the intro missions to the Dr. Dre contract, so let's head over there now. Now, these 2 intro missions only have to be done for the first ever time that we do the heist. Every time after that, we only have to do the different leaks and whatnot, which you'll understand more once we actually get into the contract itself. So, we've now arrived here at the golf club. I'm going to head over here and start up the mission. These 2 intro missions are really easy. They're nothing to sweat. So I'm, for the most part, just going to skip through most of it. And there is the music legend himself, Dr. Dre. Alright, the cutscene is finally over. Now all we have to do is chase down Golfer B and Golfer A, intimidate them both by bumping into their cart. So you can see there, that was quite a bit of intimidation just from hitting them once. We just got to hit them a few times, and that's going to be essentially the mission. Just how did I end up in this situation here? Alright, all we need is 1 more good hit, and that should do it. There you go. Now we just got to tail him to a location, and we're essentially just going to beat him up, and that'll be the end of the mission. Alright, time to practice my swing on this guy. Ooh, I thought I was going to go for the ribs. That's okay. Yeah, that's better. Good. Yeah, I mean, he may be dead after that. And that is the first mission done for the Dr. Dre contract. Now, like I said, this is just an intro mission. We only have to do this once, so that is it. Now we could get back into another security contract, and then we'll do intro mission number 2. And we just got $50,000 as a first time bonus. I completely forgot that that's what we got, but that's amazing. That means we're going to get another 50K for completing the second intro mission. And if I remember correctly, I think we get 100K for completing the finale of the Dre contract, and another couple $100,000 for completing the contract itself. So we can make a lot of money in the next couple episodes just through the agency itself. So this time we have vehicle recovery, liquidized assets, and gang termination. I'm just going to go for vehicle recovery because it is a specialist plus, which means we're going to make 60 grand this time instead of 30 to 40. Okay, so we now have to head over to Davis, and I believe this is one of the locations where it's essentially an auto shop. So it's way easier, not too difficult, and we're gonna get an actual fast car this time. All right, I'm inside. I'm now gonna take cover behind this crate here and take out all of the enemies. All right, we have the stolen car here. It is the Comet. What a beautiful car. And now to get out, I'm gonna have to hit the warehouse door button here, but as soon as I hit it, there will be enemies swarming us everywhere. Yep, you can see there. So I'm actually going to take them out first, and then I'm going to head into the car, because if I don't, I'm just going to be wasted really easily. And here we are back at the agency. That is the mission done. Very, very easy. And now, once again, I'm going to wait for Franklin to call so we could start up the second intro mission for the Dre contract. In the meantime, though, I'm going to pick up some new weapons. We're going to go for the machine pistol here. It's not the best, but it's not too bad. I just want an automatic pistol. And then I'm also going to go for, we'll pick up a sniper as well. We will go for the heavy sniper. Yeah, we'll do heavy sniper. It's actually really going to come in handy during the Dre contract. I'll show you when we get to it in the next episode, but we'll buy the rounds later. And then the final one I'm going to get is the Combat MG, which is actually a great weapon as well. The other weapons I want to get, but I can't currently, is the assault shotgun. We need to be level 37. I'd also love to get the AP pistol, which is over here. The minigun is definitely a must buy. The RPG, of course, is a very popular one to get. And then eventually I'm going to get stuff like the up and atomizer, but that stuff's not here right now. Okay, it's taken too long for Franklin to call, so I'm just going to go do another security contract so that we could at least unlock the payphone hits in the meantime, and then he could call us whenever he so chooses. Okay, the next one I'm going to do is rescue operation. This one's probably the easiest out of all of them, and we're really going to want to use our helicopter here. So I'm going to get that first and then head over to the location they give me. Okay, so we're here at La Puerta, and what we have to do for this mission is find a client, take out the enemies trying to take the client or take them out, and then bring the client back to the agency safely. So I'm actually just going to fly and park the helicopter right down here. We should be right in the area where the client is, and then we could find them, bring them back to the helicopter, and fly away. Okay, I finally found the client, and they're surrounded by enemies. Okay, they got in the helicopter, and now we could fly back to the agency. Okay, luckily the helicopter did not blow up, but we've delivered them back to the safe house, and that is the mission over. Okay, we still don't have a tech, so I'm just going to do another security contract. We have a specialist plus vehicle recovery again, so I'm going to do that. Easy money. And there we are, brought the delivery van back to the agency. And that is a mission done. That's another $62,500, I believe. And now I'm just going to wait outside and hopefully get the text from Franklin. It's been forever. So far, we've unlocked the payphone hits and the second mission for the Dr. Dre contract, but we have yet to get the call. So, a little frustrating, but hopefully it comes very soon. So I finally got the call for the second setup mission for the Dre contract. So that is what we are doing now. For some reason, it only worked when I loaded into a public lobby, so it has been some time, but hopefully we could get the call for the payphone hit soon as well. Okay, we could now get into the VIP contract, and as you can see, the second mission here, data recovery, we've got to sneak into the FIB building. Okay, I've just landed on the roof of the FIB building, and now we're gonna have to, and I lost the helicopter, so that's actually gonna be an issue later on in the mission, but it is what it is. Now we're going to break into the building itself. All right, here we go. There's going to be security everywhere. We will get into a bit of a firefight, but similar to the first mission, for the most part, it's very straightforward, so I'm going to skip through most of it. So the first thing we have to do is find the communications room, which is right over here, and we're going to have to blow it open, and wow. I suck at this game sometimes. That's brutal. Okay, now we could get inside and install the software onto the computer. Okay, the installation is complete. Now we have to steal the hard drive. And now we just have to make our great escape. So usually at this point, I'd go up to the roof and get into the helicopter and take off. But because I don't have that option anymore, I'm just gonna jump off. And I have no parachute, but that's okay. Okay, so I did have a parachute the first time, I just didn't even realize it. That's a bit embarrassing. Alright, I finally got my Duke of Death. Now I gotta go pick up the hard drive and get back to the agency. And that is the mission done. Now in the next episode, I'll be able to do the entire Dr. Dre contract as you normally would. We'll have the 3 leaks, which are each essentially mini heists, 2 setups, plus a finale. And then I'll have the 2 finale missions to then earn $1 million for the Dr. Dre contract. Now, as a first-time player, or for the first-time bonuses, I will get most likely 1.3, 1.4 million out of the entire contract itself, but the base contract itself pays out 1 million. So we just got another call from Franklin, and as you can see there, we have unlocked payphone hits, which is perfect. we're going to end off the episode on one of them, and the payphone hits will always show up as a blue payphone on your minimap or on your map. So we're going to start this one up. From here on out, after this one, we could just call it Franklin once the cooldown is over, and we could then request a payphone hit, but for the first one, you have to wait for him to call you. So there's going to be a little cutscene, we'll cut through it, and then we'll get into our first payphone hit. So the way the payphone hits work is you have one or multiple targets to take out, and if you take them out successfully, you will get $15,000, but if you also take them out while completing an assassination bonus, you will get an additional $30K. So in my case, for this one, we have to go and collect golfing equipment and use a bomb to take them out. So if we complete that, we will get a total of $45K. Okay, so I'm now here at the golf course. I'm going to pick up the remote bomb here, and then I'm going to hop into a golf cart and drive over to the 6th hole. So all I have to do for this one is walk up to the flag. I'm going to plant the remote bomb in the actual hole itself. And then I'm just going to move back here. They're running, which makes me sus, but that's okay. And now I'm going to wait for the target to get close to the hole, and then I could detonate the bomb. Okay, so the target is right next to the hole. Boom, take him out. And now we just got to leave the area. And there you go, $45,000. Now, like I said earlier in the video, there is a 10 minutes cooldown, so we could do this quite often, and I likely will going forward since we only have 2 hours a day to play, but that is a great way to make money. So today we completed quite a bit. We bought the agency, which is checking off another thing on our checklist. We then did 3 or 4 security contracts, unlocked payphone hits, did our first payphone hit, did the 2 intro missions for the Dr. Dre contract, and now in the next episode we could do the Dr. Dre contract in its entirety, making us probably 1.4, 1.5 million. We're back in sunny Los Santos, and today's episode is going to be completely dedicated to the Dr. Dre contract. In the last episode, we bought the agency business, as you can see right here, and of course, because we completed 1 security contract, we've now unlocked the Dre contract, which is what we're going to be doing today for the very first time. Now, if you haven't done it before, the Dre contract is essentially a large heist. You have 3 mini heists, and it pays out in total $1 million at the very end. But for the first time through, we're going to be making anywhere between $1.4 to $1.5 million. We're starting off with $600,000 in the bank today. Let's see how much we could end with at the end of the episode. And with that being said, as always in this series, we only have 2 hours to do everything we need to do. So we got 2 hours on the clock. Let's now get into the Dre contract. So we've now started up the first mission of the first leak, or essentially a mini heist. And now we have to go to a nightclub. Okay, I'm now here at the nightclub, and you can do this stealth, but I just go in and take out everybody. So if you want to have a little bit extra time here, you could just take them out quickly. But right away, they've been alerted. Now we just got to go through, get to the main office, and take the hard drive. I usually come here, take out the guards that were right there to our right, and then start shooting with cover. There's going to be 1 guard up here, as you can see. Take him out, and now we got to head to the office. There you go, we just took out both of them, and now we could locate the security tape, which will always be here on the desk. Now that we've got that, we just got to exit the nightclub and get back to the agency. You can go the way that it tells you to go, but I just go back to the way that we came in, so that I'm right next to the helicopter when I get out. There will be a few enemies on us on the way back, but with the helicopter, it should be relatively easy. Now, throughout this entire process, we will have to listen to quite a bit of dialogue between Franklin and Amani, as well as wait for their calls after each mission. And that will eat into the time, but because of that, I'm going to allow us to go just over 2 hours today if we happen to have to do that, just because that's not necessarily part of the actual gameplay itself. So we just completed mission 1, and there is the second call from Amani. Now we could go back and start up mission 2. Okay, so the first part of the mission is going to have us coming over here to the marina and finding the green speedboat. And as you can see right there, it's already on the minimap. From here, all I'm going to do is take out the 1 guard there, and there should be another one down there. Yep. Take out this guard here, and now I'm going to hop into the speedboat. Okay, so now we're in the speedboat, and we should be given a location. There you go, a location to a yacht out in the water. And we can use the speedboat to get there, but that does take a lot longer. So instead, I'm going to get back into the agency helicopter and fly over to the yacht. Okay, now that we've arrived at the yacht, there's going to be security all over the boat. I find the easiest way to do it is just drop down, land right on the boat itself, It's going to be a bit of a rocking landing. Yeah, okay. So there's going to be security everywhere here. The best thing to do is just take your time and take out every single one of them. So there's going to be quite a few up here on the top of deck. The combat MG is really going to help in this scenario. There's another one right there, and that should be all of them. Now we could go into the bridge of the boat, and there's going to be one more security guard in here. As soon as we get in there to the left, boom, and now when we're in here, we have two things we need to do. First, I'm going to disable the air defenses. That way I could take one of the helicopters when leaving and fly away. If I don't, there will be missiles shot at me, so I'd prefer for that not to happen. And then the second thing is going to be to unlock the door to the downstairs level of the yacht. And so now we could enter the main cabin. Once again, there's going to be enemies everywhere. We just got to take them out slowly and systematically. There's going to be our first one right here on the stairs. And what we are looking for is some pictures and CDs or evidence, essentially. It's going to be a bunch of pictures and CDs. You'll see what I'm talking about when we find it. But there are 3 different locations that it could be at. And the first place would be here on one of these tables. The next location would be in one of these rooms down here, but it's not there, so it's going to be in the 3rd location, which is in the furthest bedroom here. You could see the Diamond Casino and a picture of Dr. Dre. We just have to take a picture of that, send it to Humane, and now we could get off of the boat. More enemies will spawn, so be careful, but they aren't too difficult to take out. And there you go, that is the end of the mission, and now I could session warp back to the agency. There is a call from Amani and Franklin. Now we could go back in and start up the Nightlife Leak finale. Alright, it's time to do the Nightlife Leak finale. The first part is we have to go over to the Diamond Casino. Okay, we've arrived at the casino. Now we're gonna have to go upstairs to the penthouse unit, similar to the setup mission for the safe code with the Cayo Perico heist. And we're going to have to get back the stolen music from there. Okay, we've reached the promoter, and we're going to try to grab the music equipment here. But as you can see, we get into a bit of a fight. They smash a bottle over our head. A bit disrespectful. Guy's moving a bit brazy, but now we're going to have to chase him down and take him out. Once again, we're going to have to deal with a lot of security, and the combat MG is going to be our best friend. There's going to be security down this hallway here, so I just hide up against the wall and take them out from here. Alright, now we're in the nightclub portion of the casino. We just got to take out all the security and get to the promoter. So we've now got to the promoter, and we're going to take the backpack here, and I could spare him, but alright, let's get out of here. And I'm just going to take the fastest car here from the garage, which is this OG Grotti Cheetah. And now all I have to do is drive back to the agency, and that is the first leak done. And there you go, there is the first leak done. Easy as that, 30 minutes into the video, not too bad. We should be able to get everything done in under 2 hours if we keep at this pace. And there you go, there's our first time bonus of the video, $100,000 for completing the first Nightlife leak. And now we could start up the High Society leak. So as I said earlier, this is usually the leak that gives people the most amount of problems, but it's not for the setups. The 2 setup missions are actually very easy and straightforward if you know what you're doing, but the finale is where things are tough. And if you guys remember, I did buy the heavy sniper in the last episode, and that is because it has a very specific use for the finale of the High Society leak. So when we first arrive here at the Pacific Bluffs Country Club, the easiest thing to do is just park the helicopter here, and we're going to have to hack a keypad, get inside, and then do another hack, but there are 2 security cameras, so just watch out. Come over here, and we're going to do the hack right now. There's going to be 4 security guards in here. I just come in and take them all out. I don't even bother trying to be stealth. Good, that is 3 down, and then we have 1 more over here. Whoop. We got 1 extra. There you go. Now we just have to complete 1 hack on one of these computers. Okay, now that we've hacked the security terminal, we can now exit the surveillance room, and we're going to have to go find a limo in downtown Los Santos. Okay, so the limo is there in my case, and it will tell us to tail the limo, but an easier way to do it is just to blow it up, to be quite frank, and then recover the driver's wallet from the wreck. There you go, and now I could bring it back to the agency. There you go, there's a call from Franklin and Amani. Now we could start up the second mission. Okay, so for this mission, all we have to do is kidnap a lawyer from his home. There will be security everywhere. All you gotta do is just hide here behind the wall and take them out. There's going to be a couple more protecting them here. Okay, maybe more than a couple. 4 more here, and the lawyer is sitting there. And at the beginning of the mission, we were given a stun gun. All we gotta do is shoot him with it, And now we could pick him up and put him into the Rolls Royce. And now we just got to escape in luxury. Now we will be chased down. Oh, I'm probably going to die. Yep. Beautiful. Okay. Well, all we got to do is just escape these guys, get back to the agency, but they will be a bit of a problem. Okay, we've made it back to the agency, and that's going to be the second setup done. Okay, we are ready to go, and I made sure to get fully snacked up, and I have full ammo ready to go because this will be quite a bit of a firefight. So the first thing we're going to have to do is drive over to the billionaire's mansion where he's having a party. Okay, we've arrived here at the mansion, and if I did have a vigilante, this would be the time that I would call it up and have it waiting outside for the second half of the mission, but because we don't have that, I'm just going to drive in, and this is a part where we're going to need our heavy sniper here in a second. So I find the best thing to do is to drive the car all the way up in front of the security, then get out, and we're going to have to first look for the source, and oh no, I had a weapon out by mistake. I shouldn't have. What you're supposed to do, this has gone horribly wrong. Okay, the best way to do it is to come up here onto the balcony and to take cover and then start shooting from here. But I already had a weapon out by mistake, so that's on me. Now all we have to do is take out all the security and start blowing things up. So the best thing to do is to throw grenades from here. I'm going to throw a grenade down there as well, because the first part of this mission, we're going to have to destroy as much property as possible. And our progress can be shown in that intimidation bar in the bottom right. Make sure if you can, though, to leave at least one car that you could use, because we're going to have to chase after a helicopter. Whoa, that was dangerous. And that's going to take out... Oh, we got lucky. We saved one car. And there you go. We finally intimidated the billionaire. He's going to fly off in the helicopter, and this is where we need the heavy sniper. So they're going to try to fly away. I'm going to whip out my sniper, which should be right there. Perfect. And a couple shots from the sniper should heavily damage the helicopter. There you go. I believe it's going to take about 8 total. Try to take out as many as you can from here. So the helicopter is now too far away, so I'm just going to take one of the cars from the party here, shoot the gate, and then start chasing down the helicopter. Getting to the billionaire quickly is very important, because if we don't, he's going to get to his yacht, and then it's going to be a lot harder to take him out. So I've driven up pretty close here. I'm now going to stop right about here, get out the sniper, and start shooting again. Should take one more shot. There you go. Perfect. Now that we've completely reduced the helicopter's health, all we have to do is follow it to a different location. If we had something like the Vigilante, it would make the mission so much easier, because all you have to do is chase it down and shoot it with the rockets, which I think it would only take 2 to 3 rockets to actually take out the helicopter. But very soon we should get a cutscene showing the helicopter. There you go. The helicopter's going down. Now we just have to go over to it, pick up the stolen music, and get away. And now we could just run over the billionaire, I believe. No? Okay. I'll just give him one good kick for good measure. Little stomp, curb stomp. Ooh, that was tough. Now there are some enemies that will follow us and try to take us out. The best thing to do is there should usually be a sea sparrow that spawns here just up the shore. Now we could take this and head back to the agency. If not, you could always jump the hill there into Fort Zancudo and take a fighter jet from there. And there you go. That is the leak done. Once again, we're going to get another $100,000 as a first time bonus, and then whatever money we get here from the mission itself. Now we could start the third and final leak. The South Central leak is by far the easiest of the 3, and the first mission here is very straightforward. We first now have to go over to La Mesa. Okay, we've arrived here at La Mesa, and there's a deal going on currently, but we're going to ambush it, take out everybody that's here, and steal a van. So let's get it started. This should be relatively easy. All right, we've taken everybody out. Now we're going to steal the meth equipment and drive it back to a location at the north part of Los Santos. And there you go, we've dropped off the lab equipment. Now we can start up the second mission. Okay, so for the second mission, what we have to do is take Voron to another location where his gang and another gang are fighting, and it is essentially a timed mission. You could try to take out as many opposing gang members as you want, but I just usually hang out in a corner somewhere and wait it out, and that's going to be the mission done. It's really that easy. Okay, so we've arrived at Davis, and I'm just going to come in just full steam ahead. That probably barely did anything, and just taking out a bunch of these guys here. I'll start driving. Hopefully I'm not taking out anybody from our gang, but if I am, and I'm going to die. Lovely. Well, The beauty of this though is that when you die, you usually respawn behind one of the homes. There you go. Respawn here, and I'm just gonna hide against the wall and wait for the time to be up. Okay, so now that the cops are on us, we just have to follow Vernon back to a garage. And here we are, into the garage. We just gotta wait for a little cutscene, and then we are done. There you go, that's the mission done. Now we can get back to the agency and start up the finale. So the finale is pretty straightforward, but for the first part, we have to meet up with Vernon and P and head over to an opposing gang member's location. And here we are, we're gonna have to take out all of these guys and then eventually take out the gang leader. There you go, the leader is gonna try to escape, and there's something very clever you could do with this scenario. So the cutscene's gonna end. All you have to do is turn around here. I'm gonna auto lock right as he goes by, and there you go, take him out. Easy as that. If you don't do that and you don't take him out before he gets to the next hideout, then you're gonna be chasing him down for forever, or you'll have to get into another shootout once again. So doing it that way is a lot easier. Now we could pick up the lowrider and drive it back to the agency. And there you go, we've delivered it back to the agency. Now all we have to do is 2 more essentially finale missions, and that will be the end of the Dr. Dre contract. And there you go, there's our 3rd first time bonus of $100,000. There you go, we finally got the call from Franklin. Now we could start up the first part of the finale. So we're first gonna have to watch this cutscene, and then we're gonna have to wait for another call from Franklin, which is why in today's episode, I'm willing to go a little bit past 2 hours, is because so much of our time is being eaten up by waiting around. There you go, finally we got the call. So now we could start up the first finale mission. The final 2 missions will always be denoted by the yellow F on the minimap. So there you go, we could start up the first finale right now. So for this mission, we're gonna have to go to Dr. Dre's studio right here and protect him from all of these enemies. They're going to be outside and they're going to be inside as well. I personally just like to take shots with my RPG at them. Usually that takes out most of them. Alright, we've taken out everybody. Now we got to go inside and do the same. And then the final one should be right there. And now we could enter the studio, and we're going to have to watch a very long cutscene this time. I think this one is at least 5 minutes. But after that, we could then start up the finale. And once again, there's our $100,000 first time bonus. I should also mention that all of the cutscenes and all of these calls are only for the first time doing the Dr. Dre contract. Every time after that, you could just go into the next mission, one after the other. And so usually you could get it done in about an hour and a half. This time though, it's going to take us about 2 hours and maybe 10-15 minutes. So this mission is split up into 2 parts, with the first one being that we have to go to Johnny Gunn's last known location. So once we get here, we see Johnny Guns is right there, and he's going to drive off. So we're going to have to take out all the enemies here first, and then go chase after him. All I do for this mission is I hide behind here, and I take out the enemies that come at me. And this here should be the final vehicle, and we should be good to go. Perfect. So now it's going to tell us to go to the LSIA airport. Okay, so we've arrived here at the airport, and now we're gonna have to take out all of the enemies once again that are inside here. The easiest thing is when you first get in here to take cover behind each of these crates and slowly move towards the other side of the hangar. And that should be it. I think we are all done. Now all we have to do is injure Johnny Guns, who's up there. All I do from here is I shoot once, shoot twice, and he's injured. You don't want to kill him, because if you kill him, that will be the mission failed. And now we could grab Johnny Guns, and we're going to bring him over to Dr. Dre, and that's pretty much it. The rest of the mission is driving Dr. Dre to another location, and that is it. So as you can see, the timer in the top left hand corner has run out, but luckily we only have about a minute or 2 left of this trip before we are done the mission, and essentially it's going to be the end of the episode. And here we are at the Pacific Bluffs Country Club. We're going to have one more cutscene, and we are good to go. I gotta say, overall, the Dr. Dre contract is a lot of fun, especially as a first-time playthrough, because it has a very good storyline. You have an iconic music figure like Dr. Dre in the game as well, and you bring back a fan favorite like Franklin. But with that being said, we are done. We just got $1 million. It is incredible. To be honest, the Dr. Dre contract is probably the second best way to make money in the entire game, right behind the Cayo Perico heist. It does have a shorter cooldown, which is great, but it does take an hour and a half instead of the normal 1 hour for a Cayo Perico heist. So either way, it's still a great way to make money, but there you go. There's our 1 million. And let's see the first time bonuses rolling in as well. There you go, we got $250,000. So in total, we're sitting at $2.3 million, which is incredible. And in the next episode, we're going to buy another incredible, I said incredible 3 times. We're going to buy another great business that's actually currently double money this week, and we're going to try to take advantage of it before the bonus ends. In today's episode, I'm going to make 2 purchases that will be game changers for the series, and that of course is all thank you to the money we made in the last episode. We made $1.75 million from our first ever Dr. Dre contract. So currently we're sitting at $2.3 million, and the first purchase we're going to make today is going to be in this building right here. But before I make it, I have to first start up the timer as I always do for each episode. We have 2 hours on the clock to do everything we need to do today. Now that that's ready, we can head over here, and our first purchase is going to be, as you may guess, the Acid Lab. Now, we did unlock the ability to buy this when we completed the first dose mission storyline, but as you can see in the top left, we still have 1 more mission to do before we could purchase the business itself. And the reason why we're getting it today is because it is a partially passive earning business, meaning that it's going to make us money in the background while we do other things in the game, which is so important when we only have 2 hours a day to play. So in order to buy it, we're going to have to head over to one of these smiley faces. We're going to have to do that mission there, which should take about 5 minutes. And then we could purchase the Acid Lab. Okay, so we've arrived here at the location to get the equipment for the Acid Lab. So there's going to be quite a few guards in here. I'm just going to take them out systematically. Oh, I got spotted. That's fine. So there's going to be, I think, a total of maybe 7 or 8. All we got to do is take them out and then steal the Acid Lab equipment. So to do so, I have to get the forklift, pick up each crate, and put them over on the truck. Okay, that is the last one. Now we can get into the truck and drive it back to the freak shop. And there you go. We've delivered the equipment. And now we're going to be able to buy the Acid Lab. Now, usually it is $750,000, but this week the Acid Lab sell missions are currently double money, so there's a chance that we actually get a bit of a deal here. There you go. It's only $525,000 this week, which means this was the best time, luckily for us, to buy this business. So 525 grand, there you go. We now have the Acid Lab. Now, the way the business works is we could either steal or purchase supplies. Over time, Mutt here will turn those supplies into product, which we could later on sell for a profit. It works just like the MC businesses, the bunker, so on and so forth. And so because of that, it is essentially partially passive, because we don't actually have to do, let's say, missions to make the money. All we have to do is buy the supplies, wait some time, and then sell them for a profit. So it's a great business. It's one of the businesses that you have to get as a beginner for sure. And in my opinion, it may be the best passive income business in the game, especially the best if you are a new player. So the best way to run the business is to go up to Mutt here and purchase supplies for $60,000. It's going to take 1.6 batches of supplies to fully fill up the Acid Lab, and then you could sell the Acid Lab for $335,000 normally, but this week it's going to be almost 700 grand. But those numbers are only accurate if we have the equipment upgrade for the business. And unfortunately, we do have to do 10 Fooligan missions in order to get that upgrade, as you could see right there. Now, we have done a few Fooligan missions in the past few episodes, but we have not done 10, so we still have a few more to go. So the Acid Lab will not be producing at max efficiency right away, but because it is double money, I think it still will be fairly profitable even without the upgrade. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to purchase supplies for the business, and then we're going to do a Fooligan mission so that we get closer to that 10 Fooligan mission number. So there you go. I'm going to buy supplies for $60,000, and then to make things a little bit better, there is also the Acid Lab production speed boost. If we use this, the acid will be produced a little bit faster than normal. Now, usually it takes 4 hours for the Acid Lab to be completely full, but with the speed boost, it shortens it by maybe 10-15 minutes. So with that purchase, we officially have our first passive income business of the series. Let's now get into a DAX mission. And I should mention that DAX missions are currently double money this week, so they will pay out $100,000, which is insane. Okay, we have the mission where we have to go to Stab City, take out the boss, take a picture of them, and recover the stolen goods. Okay, so we've already done this mission a handful of times in the series so far. The rival boss is always going to be in this trailer here, and I'm going to run in and try to take him out immediately with a shotgun without being detected. So we're good. He's right there. Take him out. Perfect. Here are the stolen goods, and we've finally arrived at the drop-off point. Now we got to hop on one of these four-wheelers and drive away. There you go, $100,000. And now we have 1.8 million, which just so happens to be very close to the amount that we need to get the second thing in today's episode. Actually, I think we might have just enough. So we're going to head over here. I'm going to go to Warstock Cash and Carry, over to Kosatka, and the second purchase of today's video that is going to be a massive game changer is going to be the Sparrow itself. This is a helicopter that's stored in the back of the Kosatka submarine. It makes the setup missions for the Cayo Perico heist a lot easier, and it cuts down the Cayo Perico heist time from about an hour and a half to maybe an hour 50 minutes. So it is a huge time saver, and that's really important in our series since we only have 2 hours each day to play. And not only that, when we get the missiles for it, which we can't afford right now, but once we get that, we will then have an incredible aerial vehicle in-game. So I'm going to pick it up for 1.85 million. Now all we have is $5,000, but that is okay because my plan for today, which I didn't reveal at the beginning, was to do another Cayo Perico heist at the same time as completing more DAX missions and getting the acid lab ready to go. And of course, because we have the acid lab making product right now, we're actually making now active and passive income. I am so dumb. I completely forgot we needed $100,000 to start up the Cayo Perico heist. So we're gonna have to find another way to make money before we get the heist started. Luckily, we have about 30 minutes to do so because it doesn't take that much time to do the heist. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is a payphone hit. This will pay out $45,000. Should only take about 5 minutes to do. And now that we have the Sparrow, it should be even faster. Okay, so we have one of the missions where we have 4 targets, and it's lucky that we have the Sparrow now because we could go into our interaction menu over here, request a Sparrow, and it's going to spawn right next to us. This is going to make everything we do from here on out so much easier. And our assassination bonus this time is going to be to run over each target with the vehicle. So this can't be the Sparrow, unfortunately. I'm going to have to get a car and run over them that way. Okay, and here is victim number 4 that I messed that up. We'll go for round 2. There you go. Now we just got to leave the area and we'll get our $45,000. There you go, $45,000. And now we're actually conveniently right next to a stash house. So we'll do this next. There you go. We could grab this stuff. And now we got to escape successfully. And I just remembered that we no longer get 30K. We actually get a resupply of one of our businesses. And because the only business we have that can be resupplied is the acid lab, we just got more supplies. Man, my mind is everywhere today. I don't know what's going on, but instead we're going to head over to the junk energy time trial up here. We'll complete it and that will be $50,000. Okay, so I may or may not have done something very embarrassing. I actually tried to complete the weekly time trial many times, as you can see, probably for 15 minutes, and I didn't do it. I didn't even come close, to be honest. So I just wasted about 15 minutes of our 2 hours, and now I'm going to finally get into this time trial to get some money. But yeah, I mean, come on, we're almost there, we gotta go. Come on, come on, come on, make it, yes. Perfect, I should have done that right off the bat, but now we have 82,000, so we're gonna have to do one security contract. Actually, instead I'm gonna do a payphone hit. So for this payphone hit, I have to add explosive modifications to the car. The target's car is always gonna be this rusty vehicle here with the guitars hanging out. So we're gonna drive in here. I believe you can add a ignition bomb or a remote bomb. Just do ignition bomb so that it blows up right when they get into the vehicle. And we had 3 minutes to do it, but now we just gotta wait for another minute and 45 seconds. We do have to make sure that we park it back exactly how it was though. There you go, that should be good. And now we could just watch on as our target blows himself up. Okay, there is the target. They're getting into the car. 3, 2, 1, boom. That is it. Now we just gotta fly away, and that's an easy 45K. There you go, $45,000 for completing the hit. Now we could start up the Cayo Perico heist. Now I may not be able to complete it in exactly 47 minutes, but we will be very close. And as you guys know, we do allow ourselves to go over a couple minutes of the time we are given. So the first mission to do is the gather intel mission. if I guess Pavel's talking again. Okay, now we could start up the Gather Intel mission, and it's going to be at Polito Cove. Now, the easiest way to get to it is going to be here. We're going to fast travel. I believe we're currently at the top of the map right now. I could be wrong. No, we're in Vespucci Beach. Okay. So we're going to want to travel as close to Polito Cove as possible. That's good enough. And now we're going to use our Sparrow to get to the location to start up the Gather Intel mission. And this is why having the Sparrow is so good, because now it's in the back of the Kosatka. We're going to exit at the top of it, and we could fly right to wherever we have to go, making everything so much faster. So the Gather Intel mission that we did for the first time playing through is completely different from how it is every other time. So from here on out, we have to go to a location where there's going to be the Vellum and guards or security all around it. We got to take out every one of these security, steal the Vellum, and then fly over to Cayo Perico. Okay, so we just hit the checkpoint where we will go to Cayo Perico. So when we get here, the way to scope out the island is different than the first time that we did it in our first ever Cayo Perico heist run. So we're going to first start off here at the airport or at the airstrip. There are all the loot locations that we do for the finale here, so I could scout those out right away, and then I'm going to take a vehicle and drive right to the communications tower and then get back to Los Santos. So it's a much more straightforward version of the Gather Intel mission, but it does still take a bit of time. So now that we are here, we're going to head over to the hangar, and I'm not going to bother checking out the other loot location. I just want to see what is in here. So it looks like we have cocaine and we have weed. So that's actually very good secondary loot. And now we could climb up here and the other batch, and we have cocaine up top too. So 2 stacks of cocaine will fully fill up our loot bag, and that is the best loot to get. So right away, we're actually pretty well off. Now, because of that though, it is unlikely that we get the best primary target, which is the pink diamond, and that cost 1.3 million. We will likely get one of the primary targets that will cost about 1 million or so. But you never know, we might get lucky. We might get the pink diamond and get a crazy secondary loot bag. So the best way to get to the communication tower is to take that motorcycle that was there. We're going to ride through here. Watch out for the trees because they will take you right off the bike. For some reason, they have like an extra buff on here, so they're very dangerous. We're just going to drive right across. Once again, be careful for the trees here. And we are going to jump through or past all of these different roads. Jump over. And now from here, we're going to jump, once again, a little cliff over here. So usually we would go through, or we went through the gates the last time we did it. Now we're just jumping right over with our bike. And from here, we could head straight to the communications tower. So I'm going to make a right-hand turn. I'm going to jump over here. I should not be spotted by any cameras or any guards. I'm going to go down this way, go over to the left, go to the right, through the fields, and then like I said, everything is the exact same as it was for the first Gather Intel mission. So we're going to drive up here to the communications tower, and a little trick is because there is a guard here at the bottom of the tower, it means that the signal box will be somewhere on the tower. If there's no guard, then the signal box will be somewhere on the ground floor. So here is the signal box. We'll now do the hack and then check out the surveillance cameras. Okay, so the only camera I check for every time after doing it for the first time is the basement camera where the primary target is. So can we get the pink diamond? Yes. Oh, wow. We have just gotten the best primary target and the best secondary loot all in one heist. That is crazy. We can make like 1.5, 1.6 million. So now that we've scouted out the pink diamond, there's actually nothing else to check here. So I'm going to back out of the cameras. And because we've already done the heist once, I don't even have to go back to the airstrip. All I have to do is load into a new invite-only session, and we're going to be right back at our Kosatka. And as you can see, we now have the pink diamond as our primary target, and we could get into the setup missions. Now, everything is going to be the same as it was for the first time we did the Cayo Perico heist. The only difference is instead of the safe code setup mission, we have the plasma cutter. So I'm going to show you guys the difference with that one or how to complete that one easily. But for the rest of them, we're just going to skip through because we've already been through all of this. Okay, we're now on the plasma cutter mission, and the first part is going to have us go to a safe house. And when we get here, we're going to have to take a picture of the planning board, but there is a glitch. All we actually have to do is take a picture of the whole room itself as soon as we get in, send it to Pavel. We could walk forward, walk back, and that's literally it. So we're done that portion. Now we're gonna have to go to a different location and pick up the plasma cutter itself, which of course will be surrounded by enemies, but it shouldn't be too difficult to take them out. Okay, so for the location at Rockford Hills, all I do is I drop off the Sparrow there. I'm gonna run forward. You can see there's a bunch of enemies there already. Take out the combat MG, take them all out in one fell swoop. I believe there's 4 or 5 of them here. Good. We have what, 1 or 2 more? Yeah. There you go. And then all I could do, or all I have to do is run in here. I already picked it up. And now I could run back to the Sparrow and get back to the Kosatka. And then when you get back to the Kosatka here, the beauty of the Sparrow is all you have to do is get close to the back and you could go right in. Easy as you like. So just like every other time, we're going to go with the long fin as the approach vehicle, main dock as the infiltration point, compound entry is the drainage tunnel, escape point does not matter at all, and then the time of day is day. I'm also going to put suppressors on my weapons, but you don't have to. There you go. Now we can start up the finale. So here we go. Right when we get in, I'm going to make a sharp left-hand turn and head straight for the airstrip. I'm going to take out this guard right there. Perfect. And now we could take the loot from in here. And we saw during our gather intel mission that we have 1 stack of cocaine here at the bottom and another stack up top. There you go. There is half of our loot bag full. And now we're going to use the forklift to once again grab the crate over here. I'm going to lift it up, spin it around. This is how you get to the top level. We're going to drive it right into the wall, get out, climb up on top of the forklift, up on top of the crate, and up over the wall. And now we could get the cocaine up here. There you go, full loot bags. And we have a loot bag of $402,000. So that plus the 1.3 million we're going to get from the pink diamond will mean we're going to make a lot of money in this heist. And now we could drive over to the drainage tunnel. And now that we're in the compound, we're going to take the same route that we always do. And I know the timer is coming down to the very end, but we are going to finish off the rest of the finale. It should take about another 5 minutes or so. And then at the very end, we're going to see how much product has been produced in our acid lab so far. Now we still have to do a couple more Fooligan missions before we're able to get the equipment upgrade, but once we do, our acid lab will become a very profitable business, but at first it is not great without the equipment upgrade. Let's see how much money we have in the wall safe here. If we have like 50,000 plus, we're getting a big wow, we do. We're getting a massive payday. There you go, the hack was successful. Now we can get downstairs and take the pink diamond. Okay, so for any loot in the glass case, we have the plasma cutter, and all you have to do is hold down until it gets to about overheating, let it go, let it get all the way back, and then do that 4 times, and by the end of the 4th time, it should be good to go. So we got a little bit more, there you go, pink diamond, and our loot bag is sitting at 1.75 million, which is crazy. And of course, we're going to do the usual here, jump off the balcony, just wait for the guard at the bottom to look left. There you go, he looked left, we could jump off, landed perfectly, and now we're just going to make a run for the gates. And now the final thing to do, I'm actually going to use the shotgun, take out the guard, hop on the bike, and now we could jump off the edge of the island and escape that way. I'm going to try to hit the biggest jump I can. Let's see, pop a wheelie. Oh, that was weak, that was weak. Oh, we got a ways to swim. Okay. And that is the mission done. So we just completed our second ever Cayo Perico heist, and in the same video, we got the Sparrow helicopter, which is one of the best vehicles in the game, and the acid lab, which is our first passive income business. So I think today's episode was a very productive one. The only thing I wish we would have been able to do was 1 extra Fooligan mission. We weren't able to because I butchered that 20-minute period in between getting ready for the Cayo Perico heist and then actually starting it up. But it is what it is. So this Cayo Perico heist just made us 1.6 million, which is incredible. Like I said, this is a bit of a rarity or an oddity because we did get great secondary loot in the cocaine and we got the best primary target, which is the pink diamond. So that will not happen every single time. Often we will make anywhere between 1 to maybe 1.1 million, but 1.6 million is incredible, and that is a great way for us to end off our money making today. Okay, so the only thing left to do is to check out how much stock we have in the Acid Lab. Now, mind you, like I said, we don't have the equipment upgrade, so we're not going to make the most possible, and we've only been playing for 2 hours. But how much do we have? I'm curious, because it still is double money, so it should be a decent amount, 172,000. So, with the equipment upgrade, that one batch of supplies would have filled up the Acid Lab by 2/3. As you can see there, it's currently only 1/3. So until we get the equipment upgrade, I will have to spend more money in order to get the same amount of product. But as we can see here, we still need a couple more missions to do. The other thing I want to show you guys is we can customize our delivery bike. Every delivery of acid will only have one cell vehicle, which is this bike, and you can upgrade the armor and whatnot, which is very helpful. So overall, the business is really good. Hopefully, we'll be able to get our first full Acid Lab in the next episode, but if not, it will be in the episode after that, and we could capitalize on the double money bonus that's going on this week. Now, the other way to run the Acid Lab as well is to have it going while you go AFK. I did make a poll about that recently, about whether we should count AFK time towards our actual playing time, and 75% of you said no, but 25% did say yes. So what I'm going to do is a little happy medium. I will give myself 10 hours a week of AFK time. So we could go AFK for up to 10 hours, and then after that we have to shut it down. That will allow us to make even more money from passive businesses, but we won't worry about that for now. That is the end of the video today though. So in the last episode, we bought the Acid Lab and the Sparrow in order to further our money making efforts. And today I'm going to continue that by buying the auto shop, which will unlock 8 solo heists for us, which we will do a few of today, and we're going to complete our first ever Acid Lab cell mission today as well. And now that the 2-hour timer is started, we're going to get into the first thing for today, which is going to be a DAX mission, because we have to do one more in order to get the equipment upgrade for the Acid Lab. Yesterday, I actually recorded for about 10 minutes total, completed 2 more DAX missions, which is why we have $1.8 million right now. We got an extra 200k, and now all we have to do is one more to get the equipment upgrade and make the most amount of money possible with the Acid Lab. All right, I've contaminated the weed farm, and now we're going to go on a long acid trip, and that will be the end of the DAX mission. And that is the end of the acid trip, $50,000, and finally we could go over to the freak shop and get the equipment upgrade for the Acid Lab. So we just go here, talk to Mutts, go to customize Acid Lab, upgrades, Acid Lab equipment, 250 grand. This will greatly increase the amount of money we could make from the Acid Lab overall. So we're gonna head in here and we will check out what the stock looks like right now, how much we could sell it for, and I believe we need one more batches of supplies in order to get a full Acid Lab. So we only have just shy of 2 bars, and what we can do is go here and speak to Mutt and buy supplies for 60 grand, but instead we're going to do a stash house raid, because when we do it, it will fully restock our Acid Lab for completely free. But this only works if the Acid Lab is the only business you could restock. There you go, our Acid Lab has been resupplied, and now we could buy our new business. But unlike other businesses, for the auto shop, you actually have to come over here to the LS car meet before you could actually buy the business itself. Okay, so now that the cutscene is over, we're going to come here to Mimi and we're going to purchase a membership to the LS car meet for 50 grand. Perfect. And now we're going to buy our auto shop. Okay, so the auto shop I'm going to go for is the cheapest one here at Mission Row for 1.67 million. But as you can see in the top right hand corner, for some reason I didn't do the quick maths today to figure out that I wouldn't have the money yet. So I'm going to go make 120 grand and be right back. Okay, so that took a lot longer than I would have liked, but it is what it is. We're over here. We could now finally buy the auto shop. So tint, we don't have to worry about it. Emblem, we don't have to worry about it. Staff, doesn't matter for now. Extras, we would like to get personal quarters, but I am broke, so we're not going to do that. Buy for 1.67 million, and there you go. So here we are at our brand new auto shop, and there are 2 main ways to make money with the business, with the first one being delivering client cars, which will be down there at the bottom. You could do 1 or 2 every in-game day or 48 minutes, but they don't pay out a lot of money. The best way to make money is with the auto shop contracts, which we have to complete this intro mission in order to unlock. Okay, when we get here, there's going to be cops everywhere. You just got to take them out, take Santa's car, and get back to the auto shop. And there you go, there's the end of the setup mission. Now we could get into the auto shop contracts. Okay, so we are now at the auto shop contract board, and the way this works is that at any given time, we will have the ability to do one of 3 different auto shop contracts. They will be randomly chosen, and once we complete one, we will then be given 3 new contracts. Now, each contract has about an hour cooldown, but you can do different contracts back to back to back, making this one of the best ways and most fun ways to make money as a beginner player or somewhat intermediate player, because you could make hundreds of thousands of dollars while completing tons of really fun heists. So, out of these 3, the best I think is the prison contract. So as you can see, we have 2 setups plus a finale. Let's get into Inside Man, the first setup mission. Okay, we've now arrived at Richmond and we have to enter Lil D's Remus. Okay, we now have to take Lil D to Del Perro. Alright, the boys are doing a little bit of a deal here, you know, just legal businessman stuff. Nothing sketch here going on. Okay, we are now at the gang hideout and we'll see how this goes. Well, that didn't go as planned, so now we have to escape the gang members, and they're going to be hot on our tail. And now we could drop off Lil D in front of the police department. And that is it for setup number 1. Let's now start up mission number 2. Okay, so once we get to the movie set here, all we got to do is take out a handful of enemies, which this guy here will be an absolute tank, so keep that in mind. But take out the enemies, we'll grab one of these trucks, take the trailer, and leave. Okay, so we now have to lose the cops, and losing them in this thing will be next to impossible, so the easiest way to do this is to head in down to the tunnels, lose the cops ourselves, and then get back in the trailer and get to our destination. Okay, so we've now reached the drop-off, and now we just have to leave the area, and we're all good to go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy. Oh. Dude, I watched him stare me down, or her, and then just brutally kill me. That is crazy. And there you go, there's the second setup mission done. Let's head back to the auto shop. Okay, so we're now ready for the finale, but first I'm gonna get snacks from the snack bowl here at the bottom floor. Now we can head upstairs and get this started. So there's a few different things you have to choose before getting into these auto shop contract finales. We have our weapon loadout. I always like to go with Hustler because it does have an automatic rifle and a pistol, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to do that. And then when you get in, or when you're starting it up, you have the choice between Sasanta's car or your own personal vehicle. Of course, we don't have our own vehicle, so we're just going to go with Sasanta's car, which is very good, by the way, so I wouldn't worry about having to get a personal vehicle. So the prison contract, we're starting it up. This is a very exciting one. It's actually one of the more fun ones to do. The best contract to do is the Union Depository contract, where you could make 300K, and it takes about 25 minutes to do. It's my personal favorite because of the payout and because it's a fun contract to do, but this one is actually really enjoyable as well. Okay, so we've arrived here at the prison and we are doing a prison break. We are getting Lil D out of here. So there is the ramp that we delivered a little while ago set up. So we're gonna have to jump it with our car. We're gonna go full speed. This is one of the coolest parts about it. And we're gone. Flying into the penitentiary, and of course now we have tons of cops all over us, so we're gonna have to take out 2 targets, and the way to get to the central court is to head over here to the left, and we're gonna have to get to the, I believe it's like a water tower. Wait, right over here, yeah, you can see it, the water tower. That's gonna be our way to get into the main courtyard. So we're good to go here. We could now drive in, and the first target is, oops, sorry bud. The first target is going to be over here. We're gonna have to take them out. We got target number 1. Now we gotta head over to the other side of the compound here. To be honest, I've completely forgot how to get inside there. Okay, we're gonna have to try to figure this out. There you go. Okay, other side of the compound, past the water tower once again, and they killed me. I was not paying attention to my health at all. Okay, well, that just made it 10 times harder. No, 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 I failed it. I failed the mission. Brutal start. Brutal start. Let's do this one again. Let's run it back. We'll restart it. Essentially, what you want to do is, what I should have had was my snacks menu out and just eating snacks the whole time, but I was too preoccupied chasing down guys and wasn't thinking about it. Okay, so now we can start from the jump once again, and luckily with the auto shop contracts, if you mess up anything, it does not get deducted from your pay, so we're now into the courtyard. We're going to spin around here, or into the prison rather, and we're going to head back to the water tower and get into the courtyard once again. Alright, I've found the last guy. Take him out. And now we gotta rescue Lil D. So I'm gonna hop back into the car over here. We're gonna have to drive back around to the entrance and get Lil D who's escaping. Okay, so we gotta shoot that one panel there. We're gonna shoot another panel over here. Nope, nope, nope. Oh no, oh no, oh no. You've gotta be kidding me, man. Okay, I'm gonna have to take one of the cop cars here, and I'm just gonna die. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Yep, I'm dead. Okay. I don't remember failing this many times when I did the first time, but oh, this is frustrating. Okay. Okay. Well, at least this time we have started off where we're going to rescue Lil D, so it's made it a bit easier. I'm going to take out that, and then we also have to take out that right there to unlock both doors. And okay, I just destroyed the panel. What's going on here? Oh, maybe this panel. There you go. Excuse me, sir. So now we've taken out those. So if you had done this better than I have, you would have taken out the 4 targets in there. You would have got out. Lil D would not have gotten that far away as he is right here. How is this bus not moving at all? Come on, run into the other bus. Oh, come on. Fine, I'll just take out the driver this way. There you go. Finally. Excuse me, sir. Quite rude of you. All right, Lil D, hop in. We now have to lose the cops and then deliver him back to the drop-off. Alright, we get a cop here. What I'm going to do is send him to the left. Send him to the left and go to the right. Whoop, see you later. I'm going to do the same thing here. Send him to the left, go to the right. Easy. You could do that with literally every single cop in the game. It's quite comical. So go here. Send him to the left. See you later, bud. And here we are. We brought Lil D back to the drop-off. So now we're going to get a little cutscene and we will see how much money we have made. And once this is over, we could then move on to our Acid Lab cell mission. So we passed the mission almost with flying colors, 157.5 thousand plus. If we get the 20,000 or so from the setup missions, we made roughly 175,000. So not the best, but not the worst. Of course, like I said, the Union Depository contract is by far the best, paying out 300k, but I'm not going to be mad about 175 for about 30 minutes worth of work. And we just got 75k for completing it for the first time. Now we will be doing every single auto shop contract during the series because it is part of our GTA veteran checklist, but for today the only thing we have time for now is to do our Acid Lab cell mission. And we're going to do it in a public lobby. It is a bit risky, but I do believe that we could get it done just so long as we use Ghost Organization and choose the right lobby. Okay, so it took some time, but we're finally in a public session with 25 or more people, and I was able to register as a CEO. So the first thing to do when selling in a public lobby is to check out the lobby and see if anybody's acting kind of sussy. And so far, from what I could see, I don't see anybody looking like they're going to be a threat. I mean, we got one person here in whatever jet that is. It's moving pretty quick, so it must be at least like a Raiju or some sort of fighter jet. We have a Deluxo over here, but aside from that, I think we should be good. What you don't want to see is a ton of oppressors. That is a problem. Although this guy might be a problem here. We'll have to see. So, I trust it. We're good to go. Okay, so we have $251,000 worth of product. So Santa, now's not the time. We have 250k worth to sell, and the reason why I'm doing it in a public lobby is because we will get a 50% bonus on the sale, which will take this up to, if I got quick maths, 375k roughly. If you have a full Acid Lab, it will be over 500,000. So here we go. We're starting up the mission and we have 5 different drop-offs, which is not ideal, but it is what it is. What I'm going to do now though, is I'm going to go into my interaction menu, head over to VIP. That's the wrong, nope, that's right. VIP abilities. And then we have Ghost Organization for 12,000. This is going to be 100% worth it. It takes us and the product off the radar for 3 minutes, which will hopefully allow us to complete the mission before anybody tries to kill us in the online session. There's the first drop-off. I'm now going to head to drop-off A next because I want to get all the ones in the city done first. I don't want to have any of them in the city while I'm currently on the radar. There you go. There's drop-off number 2. Now, out of these 5 cell missions, there will be 2 locations where you want to put it in the most discreet location possible, because if you don't, the cops will be on you. I don't think it's this one. Okay, it's not this one. We got away with it. Now we have to get to E. Man, downtown is crawling with players. My anxiety is definitely a little bit high right now. Okay, so this is one of the locations where there will be cops nearby. No. Okay, so as I was saying, this is one of the locations where there's going to be cops nearby, so putting it in the most discreet location possible is the way to go, or else you're going to have the cops on you. And now that we know that we have somebody on us, we're going to have to do this as fast as possible. Luckily, we've delivered at least 4 out of 5, so if we do get blown up, we will get the money for that, but ideally we complete the entire mission. Okay, that is the final delivery. Now we could hop on the bike, and we just have to leave the area. And like I said, because we get a 50% bonus on the sale rather, we should get 375k if my maths are mathing. So let's see, 377, perfect. And now we're sitting at roughly $750,000, not too bad. But that is where we're gonna end off today's video. Today, we did check off a few more things from our GTA Online Veterans checklist. We got to the Acid Lab, that is completely wrong. We got the Auto Shop. We also completed our first Auto Shop contract, working towards the goal of completing every heist in the game. And overall, we're making really good progress in the series. Today is an exciting episode because I'm going to challenge myself to make as much money as possible in the 2 hours that we have, as always, in our Rags to Riches series. So we got 2 hours on the clock, and the first thing I'm going to do is start up the Union Depository contract here at the Auto Shop. This is a mini heist. You get 2 finales, or 2 setups, 1 finale, and it will pay out $300,000. Now, because it's the first time doing it, we will have to spend a little bit of time on these small pieces of dialogue, but this will be a great way to make money. I'm hoping to make roughly 1.5, maybe 2 million today, but we will see. So we're going to get into the first setup mission, the elevator key, and for all of these setups, I'm going to use the Sparrow, as it will make things a lot faster. So go over here, Kosatka, and pick up the Sparrow. So the first part of this mission has us go into an apartment building where we're going to steal the elevator key. Okay, now that we're inside, there's going to be security everywhere. There's going to be usually 2 to 3 in the kitchen. So there's one more, one more right there, good. There's going to be 2 guys down the hall. There's buddy number 2, and then the main guy we need to get is going to be in the room right away. Whoop, there you go. So he's got the elevator key, but just to be sure, we're going to take out the guy in the bathroom. Now we could pick up the elevator key, and we're going to head down to the garage. Okay, so right when I get into the garage here, I always hide behind this car, take cover, and there's going to be another 10 or so security here that we have to take out. There is the last one. Now we get the security vehicle, and we could get out of here. So at the beginning here, it's going to tell us to deliver the vehicle to the auto shop, but here in a second, we're going to be given new instructions to take it to one of 3 locations downtown. Now, for the way that I'm doing the finale, it does not matter which place I go to, so I'm just going to go to the one closest to me here. And now we could drive away. There you go, $10,000 for completing the mission. I'm now going to session warp back to the auto shop. Let's now get into mission number 2. So the first part of this mission has us come over here to LSIA and take the police helicopter from these policemen. Now we will have to lose the cops, but the best way to do it is to fly directly to the Union Depository, and on the way there we will lose them just so long as we fly high enough. Now we have to scout out a car in the Union Depository parking lot, and it's always going to be this blue Fister, the Porsche right here. We just have to scan the license plate, and good. That is the bank manager's car, and we're going to have to tail him all the way to one of 2 different hotels. Okay, so we are now at the hotel, and we have to take a picture of him with, I guess, his secret lover. All you gotta do is take a picture of them while they're hugging. All right, there you go. They're hugging. And we can now send that picture over to Santa, and that's gonna be the end of the second setup mission. There you go, 15 grand. Now we could get back to the auto shop and start up the finale. Okay, it is now time to start up the finale, and the weapon loadout I'm going for is Hustler. It is very important because it gives me the right weapons that I need. And then of course we're going to use Santa's car because we don't have a custom one. And now we can get into it. Now there is a very specific way I'm going to do the finale, and I'll take you guys through it. That does make it the easiest way to complete it, and is just all around, I think, the best way to do it. Okay, so we're now going to drop off the getaway car and get into the armored vehicle. And now we're in the loading bay. I'm going to pull up here, and I'm going to do everything completely stealth. You couldn't go in guns blazing, but I'm not going to. There you go. We're going to show him our key card, and we're going to walk into the elevator. And downstairs is going to be the millions of, well, not millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gold bricks that we'll have to steal. So since we are doing this solo, there's only 2 stacks of gold that we could take, and we're only going to be able to get to 1.5 stacks of gold total. We now got to go back to the elevator and get to the top floor. Okay, so this part of the contract is there's a very specific way to go about it. So I'm going to take out the guard that's there. There's going to be one more down there at the end, and there's going to be a ton here in the loading bay. So the best, whoa, I'm losing a lot of health. I'm going to use my snacks to heal up. The best way to do it is to take out all of the guards from behind the wall here. Okay, we should have gotten everybody there. There's going to be one cop down there to the right. And now, instead of going to my getaway vehicle, I'm going straight to the left here. I'm going to heal up once. Whoa, I missed somebody. There you go, down there. We're going to go to the left, and there's going to be a cop car here. We're going to take this cop car and go to another location where there will be a helicopter. Now, there will be tons of SWAT that come out here. Okay, so that should be it. I'm now going to get into the car, get out my snacks just in case, and I'm going to drive. Well, I know the exact route, but for those of you watching, I'm going to drive to this location here on the map. We're going right there. Okay, when you get here, I run over this way, and we're going to scale this building here because there's going to be a police helicopter on the top that we could take and use to get to our final destination. If we were to use our getaway vehicle, we would have to fend off the cops the whole way there. This would be a lot easier. So we climbed up onto the second part here of the roof. We're going to climb up on top of these 2 air vents, and you can see right there the red police Maverick. We're going to climb over this wall, and now we could take the helicopter, and while doing that, we actually lost the cops as well, so we don't even have to worry about them either. And so now we could just fly to our client, and we've now arrived. We're going to go through a little cutscene, and then at the end of it, we will get our $300,000, although there will be a 10% cut, so we're only going to get $270,000, but with the 2 setup missions, we've in total made $295,000 so far, which is really good. Now we could get right into a Cayo Perico heist. And I forgot that we also got $75,000 for completing that for the first time. So we made even more money. Let's now get into a Cayo Perico heist. We've done the heist a couple times on the series already, so I'm not going to go through all of it, but I will share with you the primary and secondary targets during the setup mission or the gather intel mission, and then I'll show you the finale. Okay, so let's now check out our secondary targets. We got 2 stacks of weed, which is never a good look. Let's see what we got up here. It's gonna be cash, right? Just cash. Yikes. Okay, do we have any better luck over here? We have cocaine over here, so I'm gonna have to get this stack here and then get a stack of weed as well. All right, moment of truth. We got the ruby necklace. That sucks. Okay, so we're probably making out with about $1 million profit here. Okay, so we are now ready for the finale. It did take a lot longer to complete the setups, longer than I had planned, although admittedly, I wasn't doing the setups as seriously as I probably should have. I'm going straight for their heads. I really don't even care. Did I even get anybody? No. Well, shit. Pew, 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 pew. I'm gonna give him a quick parting gift. Oh shit. Why am I so dumb? But it is what it is. Let's now get on to the finale. We have a $700,000 primary target, which is almost half the price of the pink diamond, which we got in the last episode, or the last time that we completed the heist, but that is what it is. So we got the long fin, we have the main dock as infiltration, drainage tunnel as compound entry, the escape does not matter, time of day, and then I put suppressors. I'm running it the exact same way that I always would. Let's get into the heist. Okay, so like usual, I'm gonna make a sharp left-hand turn using the right bumper there, and we're heading straight for the airfield. Okay, I'm now parking up the long fin, making sure it doesn't go up onto the beach, or else it will despawn. Bro, every single time I break my neck trying to get out of the long fin. Okay, now we're gonna head straight for the hangar. We have to take out the guard in front of it first. There you go. Now we could get inside and take our loot. Actually, I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's head over here, get the cocaine first so that we know for sure it's in our bag, and then we could get the rest. So the way to get the loot over here is we have to first take out the guard that's standing there. Good. And then we now have to take out the security camera here. There you go. Now we could hop down and we can open up the gate. There you go. There's all the cocaine, 220K. Let's now go get the weed. Okay, we are good to go. 417,000 in our loot bag. And now we could head over to the drainage tunnel. All right, we are now at the drainage tunnel here. I'm going to put on my rebreathers and we're going to cut the grate open. Now, I didn't show this in my first time going through the heist, so I'll show you right now how I do it. It's relatively straightforward. All you have to do is go over each green mark 3 times. It's 2. And then we do 3. There you go. Okay, now that we're inside, we're going to go straight for the office and we're going to take the same route as always. I do have to say though, speed is of the essence for that part there. If you take too long, the guards will move into new positions and it will be hard to get through. So we're now here. We're going to wait for El Rubio's personal guard to look to the left. There you go. Now we could run upstairs. We're going to stay as close to the wall as possible, all the way through. We're going to go up to the second flight of stairs here, and we're going to hide behind this wall and wait for the guard there to walk down. Okay, Blind Buddy has walked right past us. We can now go upstairs. We're going to first take the money from the wall safe, which is over here next to his desk. Can we please get a good amount of money? Okay, decent. And now we could go downstairs. All right, this should be it. There you go. Now we have the ruby necklace. Okay, so now we're out of the office. We're going to run down here to the balcony. We saw the guard just looked away, so we have to jump very quickly. Good. And if you're watching this and you don't know what I'm doing, make sure to go back and watch our first ever time going through the Dr. Dre. The Cayo Perico heist. It will really help you out, but now we've got to the gate. Now all we have to do is take the motorcycle and jump off the island. All right, we're going to sneak up behind Buddy here. Boom. It's brutal way to pass away. Okay, let's get the bike. And this part is you got to be very careful with it. So stay to the right of the guard that was there to our left. And we're going to ride off the island. We got to make sure we don't hit any trees. These trees will knock us off the bike in an instant. And can we hit a good, okay, we got some good airtime. Ooh, that was a really good airtime. Okay, perfect. And now all we have to do is swim over to the mine here in the middle. We head over to these whale bones there, and that's it. That is the end of the Cayo, I always used to say Cayo Perico heist. We essentially took about an hour to do it. Like I said, not my best run. Usually I could do it between 40 to 50 minutes, but today was a bit of an off day. And there you go with the Elite Challenge. 1.7, not 1.7, I wish. 1.07 million. Not too bad. So with 34 minutes left, we only have a few things we could do. And the first thing is going to be another auto shop contract. And we're actually going to do the Union Depository contract once again. Now, these contracts have roughly a 1 hour cooldown, which is why I did the Union Depository at the beginning, sandwiched in a Cayo Perico heist, and now we're going to do it once more before we end off with likely a payphone hit or something else. So, we're not going to go through these setups once again, we'll get right to the finale. Okay, so I just did both setups, now we could get right into the finale. Same thing, I'm going with Hustler, and I'm going to be using Sasanta's car. Okay, I've parked the getaway car, now it's time to get into the security vehicle. And the same thing as last time, I'm going to go in here completely stealth. I'm not going to bother going in guns blazing. Okay, I've got all the gold. Now we have the hard part. So I'm going to do the same thing as before. I'm going to take out all of the police from inside of the entrance here. That should be everybody once again. And I'm once again going to escape through the left exit. Okay, I've got the police car again, and now we're going to head back over to the police station. I currently can't do it, but if you do have the ability to go into support crew and use diversion, this is a great way to lose the cops early. All you got to do is once you get to this point here, once you're heading to the police station, press it, use it up, and the police will be off your back, essentially for good. Here's our helicopter once again, and now we could fly over to the client. And here we are. This is going to be now another $295,000 added to the total. We have, after the cutscene, roughly 12 minutes left, so I'm going to try to do one payphone hit and then do the junk energy time trial for the day. Hopefully we could get that done. That will be another 95k, but if not, it is what it is. Okay, so for this payphone hit, we have to go to the Los Santos Golf Club and then take them out with a golf club. This is probably one of the easiest payphone hits you could get. Okay, so they do have 2 security, but I'm just coming right at them. Boom. Ooh. Ooh. The securities can start. Okay, buddy, we got a pedestrian here trying to save him. Okay, now all we have to do is leave the area. There you go, 45k. Now we could do the junk energy time trial. I first have to get the thumbnail though. Okay, now that I got the thumbnail, I'm gonna jump off here. Hopefully I have a parachute. Okay, well, okay, here we are at the junk energy time trial. We have 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Never mind, 2 minutes and 43. Let's see if we can get it done. Did we get there? Yes, we did. $52,000 and with 45 seconds to spare. So today, if I'm gonna do my quick maths, which I'm just joking, I got a calculator. Today we made 1.83 million in just 2 hours, which is incredible. If we had our passive income businesses running, we would have made even more, maybe closer to 2.2, maybe if we're stretching it 2.5, something like that. But for what we have, I think we made a great amount of money. So in the last episode, I made almost $2 million in 2 hours by completing 2 of the best heists in the entire game. And today I'm going to stay on the heist theme and try to complete as many auto shop contracts as I possibly can in 2 hours. These, in my opinion, are the best solo heists in the entire game. And for those of you who are following the series, you will know that one of our objectives for the series is to complete every single auto shop contract. So we got 3 on the board. We've already done the Union Depository contract. Although for making money, this would be the best one to go with. I'm instead going to go with the super dollar deal. But as always, I'm going to get 2 hours on the clock. There you go. Now we could start up the super dollar deal. So for the first setup mission, we're going to have to go to Fort Zancudo and put a tracking device on a trailer. So I could have come in here stealth, but instead I'm coming in guns blazing. It is what it is. So the first thing we need to do is take a picture here of the transporter itself. Good. And then we'll be able to put a tracking device on it. There you go, we planted the tracker and okay. Well, all we gotta do now is escape and we are good to go. And there you go, mission passed. Now we could get to setup mission number 2. Okay, so for the second setup mission, we have to follow or take out a hacker, get some virus software and bring it back to the auto shop. Now, usually I follow him because it's a little bit of an easier mission, but instead this time I'm just going to take him out. Okay, so I just took out the hacker and now I have to grab his wallet and then head over to his apartment. Thinking about it now, it is actually a lot better to just follow him back. Taking him out now leads to us having to lose the cops. There you go, we finally lost the cops. Now we could get to the hacker's apartment. Okay, I've located the virus software and now we could steal it and get back to the auto shop. There you go, now we could start up the finale. So for this finale, the best weapon loadout to go with is Sharpshooter because it gives you sticky bombs and we need that to blow open the back of the transporter. This one will definitely be a bit of a tricky one. The transporter is over here, we have to intercept it and we'll likely get there or meet up with it around that location. So that's where I'm gonna head now and hopefully I can complete the finale in under 10 minutes. Okay, we've now pulled up on the transporter and I'm gonna start taking shots at the helicopter here. Hopefully that will damage it a bit. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Took out the helicopter. Now there's going to be, I think, 1 or 2 trucks that are protecting the convoy or the transporter. And then once I get rid of them, I could then take out the transporter itself. There you go. That is 1 of the trucks down. Now we got to go for truck number 2. Oh, they're chasing me already. There you go, that should be enough for the second convoy. And now I have the complete freedom to throw all my sticky bombs here on the back of the transporter. We got 5 in total. There you go. I'm going to detonate them all. And that still didn't do enough damage. Okay, so I'm just going to shoot at it from the back then. Oh, whoa. I completely forgot that there was another army convoy that comes out. There you go, took out the gunner. We should be okay now. Now we got to chase down the transporter. Oh, they took each other out. Perfect. Okay, we got quite a firefight. Holy smokes, this is like an action movie. And finally, the transporter's health is all the way done. These guys are just going to come running right into us, so I'm going to take them out quickly. And now we could get inside. There will be a couple more security guys here on the other side. Good. That should be good enough. And then 1 more there. Perfect. And now we could take all of the printing plates. Okay, there you go. Now all we have to do is bring them over to the buyer. We are going to be met with some resistance on the way, but it shouldn't be too hard. I'm going to, boop, send them that way, send them that way. I actually broke my ankles a little bit, but okay. Well, I'm going to try to send them this way, run into the other car. Did we get them? No. They're still on our tail. Okay. I'm going to try to send them into the barrier here. We didn't get them. Okay. They're actually pretty decent. Going into oncoming traffic. Good. I'm then going to cut across and we should have lost them. Yes, we did. Perfect. And there you go. There is the first auto shop contract done of the episode. 36 minutes into it. Not too bad. After the final payout, we should be making around 150k, and then plus the 75,000 means we're making roughly 225,000. There you go. Contract complete. We're good to go. We should get our 75k first time bonus here in a second. There's the 75k. Let's now get back to the auto shop and start up the next contract. So next up, we're going to do the bank contract, which is my second favorite out of all the contracts. It is really easy to do, pays out a decent amount, and I think I could do it in maybe 15-20 minutes. Okay, let's start up the first setup. This one is really easy. We're going to go to a certain location, pick up thermal charges, and then take off. Okay, we've arrived here at the Grand Sonora Desert, and when we get here, there's going to be this whole commotion going on. The thermal charges will be somewhere here in the center. You can see them there. If I had the Oppressor Mark II, I would just literally run right in there and run back out. But because I don't have that, I'm going to go for a full sprint. Hopefully I get covered enough. There you go. And now I'm going to get back into the Sparrow and take... Okay, well, that was just disrespectful, but... Okay, no, don't do this. Don't do this. Okay, we got the thermal charges. Now we have to lose the cops and bring them back to the auto shop. Okay, I lost the cops, and now we're back here at the auto shop. So that is the first setup mission done. The beauty of the second setup mission is you actually don't have to do it. Let me show you how. So for the second setup, we're going to load into it, and then Santa is going to give us a call. It is a timed mission, but all you have to do is exit out of the call and then load into a new invite-only session. When we come back, the signal jammer setup will be done. And the only reason why we could do this is because we don't really need the signal jammers for the finale. If we did, then we would want to complete the mission, but we don't. So there you go. You could see signal jammers is done. Now we could do the main finale. So for this one, I'm going to go with Hustler once again, as I did with the Union Depository contract. It is just the best one to do. You get an automatic rifle and a automatic pistol. So let's get into it. This one is really easy. We essentially have to hit up 6 banks in a row, take money from each of them, and then get to a final buyer. Now, each time we get to a Fleeca bank, all I do is park right out in front. We get inside, and there will be a camera. It doesn't matter. Let the alarms go off. Now we're going to get our money. Okay, now we could take all of our money and get out of here. Now, when getting back to the car, there will be cops outside of the front. Oh, I'm so sorry, brother. You just got to take them out from inside and you're good to go. So now we're moving on to bank number, letter E. So I did D. I'm going to go E, C, B, A, and then go all the way up to Sandy Shores to F. Okay, now I'm at Bank E, and because we have more cops on us, I'm going to use a different strategy. There you go. I just park inside of the store. Excuse me. Thank you. And now we could get our money. There you go. That's all of the cash. And now when getting out, all we have to do is run up next to our car, and we're going to glitch inside. There you go. Now we're inside the car. This is the easiest way to get through all the banks. And now we could drive to the next one. Now, Bank C does have an awkward entrance, so I'm going to drive the car up here, get out, and then get in this way. Okay, for some reason, my character is just stuck, and I don't know why. Like, I'm trying to move him. Okay. Can we get into our car, please? No? Okay. This is just weird. Okay, I don't know what's going on, so I'm just going to let myself get killed here, and then I'm going to respawn and continue the mission. Okay, well, I thought it would let me continue from the last bank that we did, but I guess not, so I'm now, from now on, just going to take a different route when getting in and out of every bank to make sure I do not end up in that location, or sorry, in that situation again. Okay, so I just finished robbing Bank A, and what I found to be the best is to park the car just right in front of the door, and then get out that way. So we're good to go. Now we could drive to Bank F and finish off the finale. And this drive to Bank F is probably my favorite part of the entire contract, funny enough, because we're essentially evading police the entire way. So we can mess with them a little bit. I'm going left, no, I'm going right. There you go, broke some ankles. Let's go collect some more ankles. I'm gonna break some more ankles. Oh, 2 at a time, snapped. Send them left, go right, easy. Oh, baby. We got the people on our sides. All right, let's get out of here. Now we have to lose the cops and deliver the cash to the client. And there you go. That is the contract done. Took a little bit longer than I wanted once again, but it is what it is. We should be making roughly, once again, 150, maybe 160K, and then 75,000 as a first time bonus. There's the 75 grand. Now we're going to do one more contract for the episode. But first, I'm going to head over here and do the stash house for the day, so that our acid lab is fully restocked. There you go, stash house has been raided, acid lab is resupplied, let's now get back to the auto shop. Okay, so the final contract we're going to do is the Lost contract because we've already done Prison and Union Depository. Okay, so we first have to go to a Lost MC Clubhouse. Now, we did have the option of going in undetected, but I'm just going to go in guns blazing. I mean, I say that every single time for everything I do, so might as well. I didn't realize there's going to be so many of them though, so I'm going to hide here. Okay. Alright, we're going to be greeted with quite a few enemies here, and I'm definitely going to die. There's no way I survive. There are so many people. Yeah, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do there. I can't remember. I haven't done this contract in probably like 6 months or so, maybe even more, so it's been quite some time, but that is a crazy amount of enemies. Okay, so we got everybody on the main floor, and now we have to go up to the top floor. I think there's going to be 2 to 3 more people. Okay, maybe more than that. Maybe a couple more than that. We got them though, and now we could steal the equipment and take off. Okay, we got the documents as well. Now we could get out of here. Okay, now we could start up the second mission. Okay, so for the first part of this mission, we're over here at Elysian Island, and I think I was supposed to wait for everybody to leave, but I didn't, so I gotta take out the doc. Okay, so I first have to take a picture here of the cargo list and then send it off to Sasanta. Okay, so I first have to get a picture of this cargo list, and then now I have to steal a truck cab, so I'll take the one that's right here, and I'm gonna have to drop it off at the storage yard. Okay, now we have to stash the truck cab here and get away, and that's going to be the end of the second setup mission. Okay, now we could start up the finale, and this is usually considered to be the most frustrating or the hardest finale out of all of the auto shop contracts, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. You just have to have a bit of a plan. So there used to be the case where you could go and get personal vehicles from garages just so long as they were standalone garages during the finale. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to see if I could get my Duke of Death, which will really come in handy for this finale, but if not, we'll just complete it with Sasanta's car. Okay, so it looks like they still haven't patched it, so now we could head into our standalone garage here at 124 Poplar Street or whatever. We have the Virtue and the Duke of Death, but we're going to use the Duke of Death because there's going to be tons of Lost MC members chasing us. Okay, we've arrived here at the first meth lab. Now we're going to take out all the Lost MC members, get inside, and we're going to plant some explosives so that we could take out the entire lab. And this part is why having the Duke of Death comes in handy. Okay, once inside, we're gonna have to take out the Lost MC member there and then plant the bomb right over here. There you go, the bomb has been planted. Now we gotta leave. Okay, we are here at the second lab. We're gonna plant the bomb once again and then take off. All right, I'm planting the bomb at the third location. And finally, I am planting the last bomb. Now we gotta get away and finish off the finale. There goes the last lab. Now we gotta steal the trailer with the truck cab that we parked ourselves during the second setup. Okay, we've arrived at the location of the tanker, but there are Lost MC everywhere, so I'm going to take them out, and then we can pick up the tanker. Holy shit. No. The amount of NPCs that they spawn in some of these finales is crazy. No. Oh, that is so dumb. I don't know how, I don't know why, I don't know how I manage. Oh my god. Dude, where are they coming from? Oh no, come on, man. Nope. Oh my. Okay, we have finally got the trailer. And we have finally finished the contract. I gotta say, that was absolutely painful to play. You could not pay me enough to do that one again. That's gonna be probably the last time we do it in the series, unless we really have to for some other reason. But that is it. Once again, we're going to make about 160k and then 75,000 for the first time bonus. And with that, that is all for today. In this episode, we completed 3 new auto shop contracts. We have 3 more to go before we've done each at least one, but we will do those in another episode. In the last 2 episodes, I did a total of 5 heists to make 2.8 million, and today I'm going to put that money to good use by buying one of the most important vehicles in the entire game. And of course, the vehicle is the Hokuchu Drag. We could buy this motorcycle for $1 million. It is the fastest land vehicle in the game when it has its HSW upgrade, and it's going to make us millions and millions of dollars across the entire series. Now, in order to make this bike the best it could be, we need the HSW upgrade. And for those who may not know, HSW is how Special works, and the way it works is it essentially gives a huge performance boost for a select few vehicles in the game. And you go to get the upgrade over at the LS Car Meet, but first we have to head over here and do a time trial to unlock the HSW upgrades. Okay, the time trial has started and we have 8 minutes on the clock to complete it. It should not take this long, but this is going to be our first time ever, yikes, driving an HSW vehicle. And if you're doing this for the first time, you will realize how much faster this car is and how hard it is to control, which is why I'm going for the Hakuchu drag, because its handling is very good. And here we go, we just completed the time trial, and that took a lot longer than it should have. I pretty much crashed into almost everything you could imagine, but despite that, we still completed it. And now, as you can see in the bottom left, we got a discount unlock. And what that means is that for the first time that we get an HSW upgrade, we're going to get it for completely free, which you can see right here. The first HSW performance upgrade is completely free, and you can see there, top speed, it ends up being maxed out. Acceleration goes to 2 bars, which is crazy, and that of course makes this vehicle the fastest land vehicle in the entire game. Now this will get pricey, but I am going to upgrade the brakes all the way. I am going to upgrade the engine all the way. As you can see there, now the bike is crazy fast. I'm going to get the HSW transmission. We're also going to get the HSW turbo upgrade as well. This is becoming very expensive, but it will all be worth it. And the final touch is going to be one of the HSW specific chameleon paint jobs. I'm going for the baby blue pearl. This is my favorite. There you go, and now the bike is all ready to go. So here we go. We're going to do a speed test to show off right away. And you can see right away, this thing is so quick. We're going extremely fast. And what this allows us to do, okay, the nerve of some people, I swear. As I was saying, what this is going to allow us to do is complete the regular time trial, which is way up here, for $100,000 each week, and complete the HSW time trial, which is right here, for 250 grand each week. So we're going to go over and do the HSW one first, and then complete the regular time trial. Okay, we've arrived here at the time trial, and the best way to do time trials is to start it up. It's going to give us a second, and then it's going to give us the final destination. All you have to do is go in, and it won't show us the exact route, so click on it, set a destination, there you go. And then we're going to restart the time trial by holding triangle or whatever the top button is for you. And now we can start it up. We're getting into our first HSW time trial. Cross our fingers. Hopefully we do not get into any crashes. Okay, we are coming up to the final part of the time trial, and there you go, 251,000. We completed it with 10 seconds to spare, and I didn't even run it as fast as I possibly could have. That goes to show just how fast the Hakuchu drag really is. Okay, we are now here at the normal time trial, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to check out where the destination is, so it's just up the mountain, which shouldn't be too hard, but because we're off-roading, it will be a little bit difficult, but let's restart it and see if we can get this done first try. Actually, what might be easier is to go across the mountain and then up instead of going up the path. Okay, that strategy worked so much better. I just went right up the side of the mountain, and we should be here in a second. Do we have time though? We got 10 seconds. Can we get there? Can we get there? Please don't make me restart this one. Okay, it's all the way up there. Okay, the strategy is definitely to go across here, and then you want to try to go straight up if possible. I can't remember the last time I completed this one, but that's got to be the only way to do it. No. I literally got to the end here. Oh my, that is so brutal. I literally got to the end. Go. Oh no. I didn't mean to go that way. You gotta be kidding me, man. You've actually got to be kidding me. I don't know how they expect people with just regular vehicles to complete this. Okay, so I had to look up on YouTube how to complete this. So we're going to go left of that tree. We're going to go over here between these two trees here. We're going to go up this little portion. Good. Not the best, but we'll just keep going. And then we're going to make a right and go up this hill here. We're going to want to keep going up all the way until we hit the path at the very top. So we're finally here at the path. We could now go and just drive all the way until you get to the checkpoint. And when we get to the checkpoint here, we could just go along here. There's no way I get stuck here. Okay. What am I supposed to do, bro? Finally, I completed it, $101,000. Hopefully, if you're watching this video and you're doing it yourself, it's in a better week where we don't have a crazy time trial, but there you go, 350 grand for the 2 time trials combined, and I'm going to do that every single week going forward, which in time will make us millions of dollars. And now that we have an hour and 10 minutes to go, what I'm going to do for the remaining time is complete a stash house raid here, and then do one more Cayo Perico heist so we get some more money, so that we could buy a new business in the next episode. There you go. Now the acid lab is resupplied, and now we could head over to the Kosatka and start up the Cayo Perico heist. There you go. There's 100 grand paid for the setup. Now we're going to get into it. All I'm going to show you is us scoping out the secondary and primary targets, and then doing the finale. Okay, so on the bottom floor, we have weed and cash. And on the top floor, we have 2 stacks of weed. So I do think it's unlikely that we're getting a good primary target. And over here at the secondary loot location, we have coke. Perfect. So at least we have 1 stack of coke. We'll grab another stack of weed, and that will be decent. Let's see what we have as a primary target. Okay, the moment of truth. We did not get the pink diamond, unfortunately, but we did get bearer bonds, which is actually a decent primary target. Okay, it is now time for the finale, and as always, I'm going with a long fin as my approach vehicle. Main dock is infiltration point, drainage tunnel as compound entry, escape point does not matter, time of day, and then for the weapons loadout, we're going with suppressors as well. I have the aggressor loadout. Let's get into it. We're going to run it the exact same way I always do. So I'm first going to make a sharp left-hand turn and then head over to the airstrip. Okay, we're going to park the long fin here in the water. Make sure you do not park it on shore or too close to shore, or else it will despawn. And now we're going to head straight for not the hangar, but the secondary loot location here to the right, because we do know that the cocaine is in it. Okay, to get in, we're going to have to climb up here, up onto the roof. And I'm going to have to take out the guard right there. Good. And then I'm going to have to take out the security camera here as well. Good. And now I could get into here. There you go. 211,000 in the loot bag. Let's now go get the marijuana and we'll get out of here. First, we have to take out this guard though. Make sure you take him out. Oh no. Sick. Didn't break stealth. Make sure to take him out on the left side here of the opening. If you take him out on the right side of the opening of the hangar here, guards later on will spot his dead body. Okay, we got all of that sweet Mary Jane, and we could go for the stuff up top, but I'm just going to go for cash to save on time here. Now I'm going to take the long fin and head over to the compound. Okay, now I'm going to enter through the drainage tunnel. And now I'm going to take the same route that I always do to get to the main office so that I could then get the cash from the wall safe and the primary target in the basement. There you go. There are the bearer bonds. Now we have to get off the island. All right, now we're jumping off the edge of the island. We're going to try to hit the longest jump possible. Okay, airtime. Very good airtime. Perfect. That's probably the best I've ever had. Okay, now we have to swim out here to the third mine, the mine out in the middle, and right to the right of it is going to be a bunch of whale bones. That is where the heist is going to end, and we get away successfully. There you go. That's the end of the Cayo Perico heist. And there you go. Because we completed the elite challenge, we got 1.16 million, which is actually very good compared to the average heist payout that you might get. But that's going to be all for today's video. I'm very glad that we finally picked up the Hakuchi Drag. We're going to make sure to do the weekly time trials every single week, making us millions of dollars. And now we also have 2.8 roughly million dollars to spend on something new in the next episode. In the last couple episodes and days, I've made over $5 million so that we can make the next big purchase in the series, which is a bunker. Now, there are tons of different bunkers we could choose from, but not all of them are the best. Probably the 2 best to get are the farmhouse bunker here, but it is 2.4 million, which means the best one to get is the Chumash bunker, and that is because they are both close to the highway, which gives you access to downtown Los Santos, which is really important for making money. So, out of all the bunkers there are out there, I do think Chumash is the best bunker, and that is why today we're going to pick it up for 1.65 million. Now, I'm going to leave it pretty basic. I will go with personal quarters. Shooting range, I don't need for now. Gun locker, I'll maybe get in the future, and we don't need transportation. So, 1.915 million. There you go. There is our next big purchase. And here we are at our bunker for the first time. Now, the reason why I bought the bunker is very simple. It is just like the acid lab where we purchase supplies. Over time, the supplies get turned into product, which we could sell for a profit just so long as we are in an online session. So it is another way to make partially passive income, but it also will be used or will be needed when setting up the nightclub in order to make the most amount of money with the nightclub. So it's a double whammy. We're going to make about $55,000, $60,000 per hour in partially passive income with it, and then we're also going to be able to use it in the future for other things as well. Also, I should mention that the additional $2.5 million that I made between last episode and this episode was done yesterday. I did 2 Cayo Perico heists in a 2-hour time span and made 2.5 million. Okay, so the cutscene wrapped up. Now I'm doing the setup mission so that we could get the business going and I could show you how to make money with it. Okay, so we arrived here at the location. All we have to do is grab this truck full of supplies and drive it back to the bunker. And there you go, now the bunker is set up. So there are 2 main ways to make money with the business, with the first one being the ammo drop-offs here. Every 48 minutes, a new truck will come in, and if you deliver the truck to a random ammunition, you will make $50,000. And the other way to make money is what I talked about earlier. You could come over here and either buy or steal supplies. Over time, those supplies get turned into stock, which you could sell for a profit. But of course, we don't have any stock yet, and we did get free supplies for setting up the bunker. Now, in order to make the most amount of money with the bunker, we'll also have to buy the equipment upgrade here, and we're going to have to buy the staff upgrade. That's what's going to allow us to make 50 to 60 grand in passive income every hour. And there you go, 1.7 million spent, but it will be worth it. And the reason why is because now 1 full bar of supplies will make us 1/4 bar of stock, which can be sold to Los Santos for $210,000. Now, it does take 2 hours and 20 minutes for the supplies to fully turn into product, but all you have to do is be in an online session and it will produce for us. Now, since I'm running the bunker solo, I'm going to have to use a certain strategy in order to make the sell missions possible. So, if you guys don't know, for each 1/4 bar of stock that you have, you're going to get 1 sell vehicle. And so that means that if you only have 1/4 bar filled up, which would be 1 batch of supplies, you're only going to ever get 1 sell vehicle. But if you have 2 1/4 bars or a half of stock filled up, you're going to get up to 2 vehicles, 3 is up to 3, and then full stock is up to 4. And with 4 and 3 vehicles, it's near impossible to do it solo unless you get the right sell missions. So one of the easiest ways to run the business solo is to only ever sell when it gets to 1/4 way full. So once this batch of supplies is done today, I'm going to sell it in a private lobby and I'll show you guys how much money we can make. Now you may be wondering, how are we going to do the sell mission in today's episode when the supplies take 2 hours and 20 minutes to turn into product and we only have 2 hours today to do any kind of money making? Well, the way I'm going to do it is mixing in some AFK for today's episode. Now, we talked about it in the past. We will allow ourselves to go AFK for a total of 5 hours each week, and so far I haven't used up any of those hours. But in order to go AFK, I'm going to have to buy 2 properties that will allow us to do so. So if we head over here to high end and we go down to Del Perro Heights, there are 2 units that go for $200,000 and $205,000 respectively. We are going to buy both. And the reason why I bought both units in the same building is because now when we head over here to the main door and we enter the loading screen that asks us which apartment we want to go into, we could now go AFK. Just so long as we stay in this loading screen or in this screen here, and I have my controller plugged in, I'm going to be able to walk away from the game from hours on end, and the game is still going to think that I am playing. And all I have to do is come back, exit out of the screen here, and everything in the background would have been producing, like the acid lab, like the bunker, but I won't have to be present playing the game. So this is probably going to make us an extra $750,000 to $1 million each week, which is a great moneymaker. So now that we have the bunker set up and ready to go, it is producing product for us. I'm now going to sell off my acid lab, which is full, and do hopefully a Cayo Perico heist. We need to make some money for the new update coming this Thursday. Okay, so I'm now in a public lobby, and the best thing to do always is to check the lobby and see what's going on. So we got an Oppressor here, we have a Deluxo. I already know that there are a few people here at around rank 8,000, which is not possible if you guys don't know. So when you see that, just know it is a modded account, but hopefully we should be okay. I'm going to try to sell my acid here. There you go, I've sold my acid for $502,000, great way to make money, and now let's start up another Cayo Perico heist. Okay, so it is now time for the finale, and as always, we're going with the Longfin as the approach vehicle, main dock is infiltration, drainage tunnel as compound entry, escape point doesn't matter at all, time of day, and then weapons loadout is aggressor. let's get into it. Hopefully I could get it done in 10 minutes. Okay, we've got some cash here, some coke here, and finally some weed. We are now in the office and got a decent amount of cash from the wall safe, and now we have to go get the primary target downstairs. There you go, we now have the tequila, now we have to get off the island. This should be the end of it here. There you go, that is the heist done, and there you go, there's our total payout, just over $1 million, but with the setup we made roughly 960k. So it's been roughly an hour and a half since we started production here with the bunker, which means I have to go AFK for another hour in order for all of the supplies to turn into product. So let's do that now, and I'll see you back in an hour. Okay, so I went AFK for about an hour, but I don't think the supplies have been fully used up. I'm not quite sure why, but it is what it is. We'll go into here and we're gonna go to sell stock. 190k, so not the 210,000 that I expected, but I don't want this video to come out too late. I am recording this on Tuesday, the day it comes out, so we're going to get right into the sell mission here for 190k, and as I said, we're going to be guaranteed one sell vehicle, which will make things a lot easier. So which one do we have? We have the Phantom Wedge. Now this is actually one of these sell missions that if you had a full bunker or even half full bunker, this would be the best mission to get because you only ever get one sell vehicle. It will only be the Phantom Wedge, or sometimes you'll get 2 or 3. Regardless, it is the easiest one to complete because you have just one drop-off. But there are many different sell missions where you're going to have multiple vehicles and multiple drop-offs, and that's where doing this method of only ever selling supplies, or stock rather, after one batch of supplies really comes in handy. So halfway through the mission, we will have the cops on us, but all you have to do is keep driving towards a location, take them out with the front wedge of the Phantom Wedge, and everything should be good. And there you go, we've made the delivery. So we made $189,000, and of course that is all pure profit because the supplies we got were free for the first time. But going forward, if we buy $75,000 worth of supplies in roughly 2.5 hours, we will get $210,000 worth of stock that we could sell, making us $135,000 profit. But I think today was a pretty productive day because we got another business checked off the GTA Online checklist, which will always be updated in the description and in the pinned comment. We also got 2 apartments, which will allow us to go AFK in the future, and we also made some good money so that we have money that goes towards the upcoming update this Thursday. Today, I'm going to be completing the new Cluckin farm raid that was just released here into GTA Online, and hopefully this Rags to Riches episode can serve as a solo guide for all of you guys as well. So as always, we're going to start the timer. There you go, 2 hours on the clock. I already got the call from Vincent. We have to head over to this yellow V here on the map, and we'll get things started. Okay, here we go. We're going to go through the cutscene of Slush Fund and then get into the mission itself. And there is our boy Vincent, who will be taking us through the entire process. Okay, so the cutscene just ended, and we're going to have to go to 2 different money laundering locations to take cash from them. Okay, we've arrived here at location A, and I've already broke stealth, so we're just got to go in guns blazing. Okay, let's get into the money laundering business. All right, there should be someone. There's 2 people down here. Good, we got 1, we got number 2, and now we're going to have to steal the cash. There you go, stole the cash from both washing machines. Let's go to the next location. It looks like the enemies are going to be following us to each location, so it would help to have something like the Duke of Death or any kind of armored vehicle if you're doing this as well. Okay, we are here at location number 2, and they're already shooting at us. All right, take out both of them in here, and now we can steal the cash. Okay, that is the last stack of cash. Now I guess we just head back to Vincent. Okay, and we've arrived here at Vincent's lockup. I assume this is going to be the location that we come to after every single setup. And there you go, that is a mission done. I don't think the payout's going to be great, and I don't think there's much of a difference between normal or hard mode payout. Okay, we didn't even get any money. Never mind. Okay, we just got the next call from Vincent. Now we could go back over to the yellow V on the map and start up the next setup. Okay, so we are back here, and as you can see, we have all the setups and then the finale shown here. We have breaking and entering, concealed weapons, hit and run, disorganized crime, and scene of the crime. So let's start up setup number 2. Okay, so we're gonna have to go get a laptop and then head over to a terabyte and hack it. So I'm gonna go to the laptop first. I guess you could choose either or. It says go to terabyte or laptop, but I think the best way is to do the laptop first and then terabyte. Okay, so I'm here at the pier, and I was given a image here of the hacker that we're looking for. Hopefully I could find him here in a minute or so. Okay, I finally located the laptop. It is right next to this guy playing the game, and he's not going to chase me. Perfect. Okay, now we can head over to the terabyte. Okay, so we've arrived here at the location of the terabyte, and it looks like it's going to be somewhere in an alley, so I'm going to have to search for it, but once again, hopefully it does not take too long. Okay, so I don't know if it's going to be the same thing for every one of these missions, but this is the exact location where I found the terabyte. Now we're going to have to hack it. But first, we have a couple drones we got to take out here. There you go. Is that going to be it? Or do we have more? We got more. Okay. Holy. That one came from my head. And there you go. That's it. Now we could enter the terabyte. We just have to steal the hacking device here. And now we have to head over to the cartel's compound. Okay, we've arrived here at the compound. And it looks like there's already security here. Can we take them out? Like, can we do the stealth? No. No, we cannot. Okay. Well, that was my question answered pretty quickly. Let's just take out all of the cartel members. I'm going to do this entire thing in my Duke of Death if I can, because that way I'm just protected more. Okay, so the train key was dropped on the ground. We now got to collect it. There you go. And now we could head over here to steal the train. Now we could just drive the train away, escape with the train. So we have accelerate, we have brake, and then we could shoot as well. I gotta say, it's pretty cool that we're able to drive it. I assume this is not going to become something we could do just in free roam, but for a mission, I'll take it. And on the way, we're gonna have to hack it. You can see there, hacking cooldown. There is a helicopter here, and wow. Just completely destroyed them. We're essentially what the train has always been to us, the unstoppable, immovable train. We now have that power. And we just entered a cutscene. I assume this is going to be the end of the mission. Yep, okay. Not too bad. Do we get any money for it this time? No, we do not. That's fine. Okay, let's start up setup mission number 3, and I'm once again going to do it on normal mode. Okay, so we have 3 different weapon and gear locations, and I was mistaken before. It is not dependent on whether you're doing it on normal mode or hard mode. It is actually the different location you go to. So there's 3 different locations, with each giving you a different level of equipment and gear. So location A will obviously give you the worst, location B will give you the second best, and location C will give you the absolute best. And from what I could see, or from what I've seen so far online, location B, the second best, is perfectly suffice. Okay, so we are here at the beach. Location B is on a yacht, so we're gonna have to drive out to it, take out all the enemies, get our gear, and take off. Okay, so I got the weapons here. It's going to be on the bottom floor of the yacht itself. You could get to this location by just coming through the back here. Now we're gonna have to go up to the next level, I believe. Okay, we got the bag of gear here. There you go. Now we have to deliver it to Vincent's lockup. And there you go. That is setup mission number 3 done. We've selected our gear. We should be all good to go. Mission passed. Once again, we're not going to get any monies. And let's move on to mission number 4. And now it's time for mission number 4. Once again, for this mission, we have 3 different locations. These are 3 different getaway vehicles we could have for the finale, as the previous mission was different weapons loadouts for the finale. Target A, I don't think is going to be good enough. Target B looks like an armored vehicle, which is decent. Target C has a cargo bob and a full convoy. You could shoot down the cargo bob and get the vehicle from what I've seen, but I'm probably going to go for target B because I do think it's going to be a good enough car. Okay, so we've reached the location. Now we have to find and steal the getaway vehicle. Okay, the vehicle is always going to be over here on the left side. Right there, good. And now we can start taking it out on all the enemies. Once again, I'm going to use my Duke of Death here to make it a lot easier. Okay, I'm sneaking through this area here. Oh, okay, holy, how many guys are there? That's crazy. I'm making a run for it. I'm grabbing the getaway car. And now I have no clue how I'm going to get out of here, to be honest. How do you even leave this area? Oh, you have to jump it. Okay, hold on. So I first have to move this truck back here. Good. Clear the way for the ramp. And then I have to get back into the getaway car. Okay, stop shooting me, please, bro. Okay, this should be good enough. Yes, it is. Take him out, and now we could drive to the garage. There you go, and that should be the end of the setup mission. There you go, mission passed. Let's move on to mission number 5. Okay, let's start up the final setup. Okay, we first have to go over to the Cluckin Bell outlet. Okay, so we have to hack all of the cartel's vans in order to find the garage that we are looking for. So we're gonna have to get into close proximity and hack them. We're putting on our high beams here too. I don't know how discreet this really is, but whatever. I guess it's not discreet because they want to shoot me. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, it wasn't there, so now we gotta go find the other van. Okay, here's van number 2. We're just gonna follow... Okay, just brake checking me. On the freeway, brother. Come on. There you go, we've hacked both vans. I assume we're gonna get a location now. Yep, there you go. Okay, let's head over to the cartel's garage. Okay, we've arrived here at the garage. We'll go in with the Combat MG. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so we have to sabotage the cartel's delivery trucks. Now, it looks like we could go and through all of this we could do it all completely stealth. Nope. Oh man, I broke stealth. That was not the plan. Okay, well, you know what? It is what it is. We'll just take out everybody in here. Okay, I've sabotaged truck number 1, sabotaged truck number 2, there goes truck number 3, and finally truck number 4. Now, because I did not do it stealth, we now have to go in and take out all witnesses. So I guess we have to go through the entire facility and take out everybody. Okay, so we just got the drill. And now we have to drill into the lockers and find a key card. Okay, so we've taken out everybody. Now we could drill into the lockers over here. Okay, we just got the key card, but I think we could get more money out of all the lockers. Okay, so I got all the money out of all the lockers. Let's now get out of here. Okay, so in the top left, you can see the Cluckin factory will be on high alert for the raid. The CCTV footage was not wiped. The witnesses were not taken out in time. So I literally just botched that entire setup, which is going to make the heist finale so much harder. So if you guys are doing that, going stealth is very important. And I guess wiping the CCTV footage is really important as well, which I didn't even know I was supposed to do, to be honest. So I guess I completely missed that, but it is what it is. Okay, it is now time to start up the finale, and I'm not sure what the difference in payout is going to be. I believe the payout is the same no matter what. So we're going to go in on normal mode. Let's see what happens here. Hopefully we could get through it to really smooth and easy. Okay, so because I broke my stealth, I'm not able to sneak into the actual farm itself. Okay, so this is going to be considerably harder than just doing everything stealth. To be honest, this might actually be a little bit easier. Okay, that is the last guy here in the center. Okay, so we now have to get inside this room and loot some cocaine. Okay, we took out all the guards. Now I gotta take all the cocaine. There you go. We have all the cocaine from this room. Now we gotta move on to the next. Okay, we're gonna insert the key card into the keypad there, and we're gonna go into the next coke storage area. Okay, we got a crowbar from here, and now we have to open up every single one of these Cluckin crates to get all the cocaine. Okay, we finally got all the cocaine. Now we can leave this area, and we have to go get the final part of the heist. Okay, we got the key here to the office. We just gotta pick it up and we're gonna die, aren't we? No? Okay, now we gotta head over here to the office and unlock the office. And now we have to hack the office computer. So now that that's done, we're good to go. Now we have to use a hacking device. Okay, that's not the hacking device. There you go. So this is a little bit harder with constant guards coming onto you. But now that we have the hacking device, all we have to do is go close to these computers here. There you go. That is safe code 1 acquired. The next safe code is going to be right there. And I actually just got the entire safe code. Perfect. So now all we have to do is go back to the office here. 635466. There you go. We entered the safe code. We've finally got the last bit of stuff we need from the safe. And now we just have to exit. Now, unfortunately, because we did not do the stealth, it is going to be a nightmare out there. But hopefully we could get away relatively easily. And it's not going to be easy, is it? No, it's going to be brutal. Okay, I'm making a run for it. We need to get over to the garage where our getaway vehicle is. Hopefully we could get there in time, but there's no guarantee. Okay, we somehow got to the garage. And now all I have to do is get to Vincent's lockup. But the easiest way to do it, because we're going to be swarmed with cops, is to go along the railroad tracks here until we get closer to Los Santos. Okay, the tracks split off here, so I'm going to head to the right and keep heading towards Los Santos. Although first, I'm going to try to lose the cops here in the windmill farm. There you go. Now we could just drop it off at Vincent's lockup. And there you go. There is the end of the finale. So I got to say, overall, even though I broke stealth and I went in not in the stealth approach, it felt very reminiscent of the Union Depository Contract. It wasn't too difficult. I didn't really re-up on snacks, but if you just had enough snacks and you went through there taking out every single enemy possible, it's really not that difficult. And especially when leaving the Cluckin farm, which I thought would be the hardest part, there were barely any cops. You could get away pretty easily, get to your getaway vehicle, and then drive away. So honestly, I've seen people do it stealth. I just did it not stealth, and I don't really think there's that much of a change in difficulty. Although if you want to be as simple as possible, the stealth approach is definitely the easiest since you're not getting into a huge firefight. But the thing I am curious about is if our payout's going to change because I didn't do it stealth. So I've seen other people get 500,000 for the finale and then 250k as a first time bonus, but we're going to see here whether it's going to be the same. I assume it's going to be, but you never know. So here is the moment of truth. We made, 500,000. So regardless of stealth or not doing it stealth, you're going to make the same amount of money. But the question is, do we still get I guess it's a first time bonus, so we should get it. And there you go, we got 250,000 as a first time bonus. So yeah, we got the exact same amount of money, even though I butchered the heist a little bit, or butchered the entire raid. And we just got another $100,000. I'm not sure what that's from, but I wanted to say overall, the heist is decent, I would say. It wasn't as exciting of a finale as I expected it to be, but at the end of the day, we know they're getting ready for GTA 6, they're putting more time into that, so that is fine. But it is a decent way to make money now, 500k. The only issue is how long it takes. So I don't know if repeating it, it'll be even faster, but 500k for what, that took us an hour and 40 minutes, even though I did mess some things up, so maybe at the fastest you could do it in an hour and a half. To me, it's not worth it when comparing it to the Dre Contract, which can be done once again in an hour and a half, but pays out 1.1 million. So I think the crucial thing we're gonna have to find out is how long is the cooldown. If it's an hour, that's okay. If it's longer than that, it's gonna be, that's crazy, I think. But if we can do this or find a way to do it more efficiently and get the setups and the finale done in like an hour maybe, then I think it'll be worth it. But if it's still going to take an hour and a half every single time, you might as well just do the Dre Contract at that point. But regardless, it is still a ton of fun. That was a great heist. I'm not going to do anything in the final 15 minutes of this episode. I hope you guys did enjoy this one. We will check that off as another heist done in the GTA Online checklist. And hopefully, despite me messing it up, this did serve as some sort of guide. The only thing that you would do differently if you want to do it stealth is when you're doing the final setup, make sure you go through and take out each guard completely stealth. In today's episode, I'm going to be buying one of the easiest businesses to make money with in all of GTA Online. And that is, of course, a CEO office, which we could get special cargo warehouses with. So there's 4 different locations, but the best one I find is Maze Bank West. Not necessarily for location-wise, but simply for the price tag. Only $1 million is very cheap. I'm going to also add accommodations, and with that, we have now purchased it for $1.8 million. So here is our new office. We have everything set up. And with the CEO office, there are 3 ways to make money. First, we could head over here to the front desk, and we can do an export mixed good mission where all we have to do is deliver some goods to a different location, and we'll get paid out $50,000. They're going to be available every 48 minutes, but we can't do that yet because we don't have a cargo crate warehouse. So the main way to make money with the business is with special cargo here. All we have to do is do source missions where we go out, steal crates, bring them back, and then we could sell them for a profit. And the other big way is with vehicle cargo, where you go out, steal vehicles, bring them back, and then sell them for a profit. But today we're going to be working and focusing on special cargo. There are 3 different types of warehouses that you could buy, all ranging in price and ranging in how many crates you could hold. Small warehouses only hold up to 16 crates, medium warehouses hold up to 42 crates, and large warehouses hold up to 111 crates. Now the reason or the benefit of having a larger warehouse is depending on how many crates you have in the warehouse when you do the sell mission, you can make more money by having more crates. But we're not going to worry about that today. We're going to buy 2 medium warehouses because it is better to run it with 2 at one time. So the first one we'll get here is right next to our CEO office, which should make it easy. 902,000. There you go. And the second one we will get is at La Puerta. It's not a good location, but it is in our price range because I do think we're going to be pretty much broke after this. Now you could own up to 5, 32 grand. We can own up to 5 different warehouses, and in the future, we could always buy a large warehouse and replace it with one of these mediums if we don't like it and get some of our money back. So now that we have 2 warehouses, we could start up our source missions, and you can see here we could either source 1 crate, 2 crates, or 3 crates at a time. And although sourcing 3 crates at a time does cost more money, it is way more efficient. We could either get 1 vehicle that has all 3 crates, or get 3 different crates separately, but regardless, it will be a better mission to have. So we're going to start up this one here and get into it. Okay, so for this mission, we're going to have to take out 3 separate bodybuilders. They're each going to drop 1 crate at a time, and then we're going to have to bring it back to our warehouse. So we got 1 guy there. We have 1 guy over here lifting weights, and I don't know where the 3rd one is, so I'm going to hit that guy first. I don't know how I missed that. Oh, that's brutal. That is so brutal. I am so bad at this game. Okay, well, we're gonna have to hop back in our Sparrow and get after these guys. Okay, I'm gonna try to take this guy out like that. Yep, solid. Okay, gotta take out the other 2. Okay, that is number 2. And that is number 3. We could now go and pick up the goods and head back to the warehouse. Now, I thought they each were gonna drop a crate, but I was mistaken. We just have a new location to a new van. All we gotta do is pick it up and drive it back to the warehouse, which is much easier to do. And now we've delivered it back to the warehouse. So what I'm going to show you really quickly is how much we could sell it for right now if we wanted to, but of course we won't because we want to wait until we have more crates so that we can make more money. So there you could see we could sell all 3 crates for $36,000. We spent 18K for them, so we could make roughly 18 grand profit. And that there was the first way that we can source cargo with this business. The other way to do it is to go over here and we're going to pay our assistant $7,500 to source anywhere between 1 to 3 crates, and potentially sometimes they'll also get special cargo which sells for even more. So this is another way to do it, and they're going to do it in the background just so long as we're playing the game. So that's a great passive way to make some money with the business. But now that we're done here, we're going to go back to the office and start up another source mission. Now, the reason why I bought 2 warehouses instead of buying just one is because after completing a source mission, there will be a cooldown, as you can see there. So the way to get around that is to go and have another warehouse to source with. There you go. And we could do it back to back to back for as long as we want. And I don't even have enough money to buy 3 crates. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 1 export mixed good, and then we could get back into crate sourcing. Well, for some reason, it's not available for me right now, so I'll do a payphone hit instead. Okay, so I got the mission where I have to chase the guy with the police car, and eventually he explodes. You cock block. Perfect. 45 grand. Let's get back to the office and start it up. And because that took so long, I'll just do another source mission here on this warehouse. Okay, this mission might end up being one of the easier ones where we pick up the bullion here. Yep. And we just drive it back to the warehouse. These are the types of missions that you always hope to get. And there you go. That's the end of the mission. And as you can see, that is why I say this is probably one of the easiest, if not the easiest business to run in the entire game. The source missions are so simple. We're not going to make Cayo Perico heist level money, but we will make decent money. And as you can see, because we have more crates in the warehouse, instead of it being 72,000, which is what you'd expect after last time it was 36, we could actually sell these crates for 81. So the more crates you have, the more money you'll make. And so now that we know the rhythm, I'm going to do this for another hour and 10 minutes roughly, and then do a sell mission for one of these 2 warehouses. Even though we won't be making the most amount of money with it, I do think it would be cool to show you guys the sell mission. And there you go. There is source mission number 3 done. And now that we're here, I'm also going to get this assistant to go get some cargo. Okay, so I once again don't have enough money to do a source mission, and I see this being a recurring problem, so I'm just going to do this HSW time trial here, get 250k, and then get back into sourcing. Great start. Oh shit. And we have made it 250 grand, perfect. Let's get back to not even the agency, the office. For the rest of these source missions, I'm only going to share things that will be helpful for you guys, but most of these missions are very straightforward and would be boring to watch. Okay, so this one is a bit of a challenging one. We have to take out the Valkyrie, and because I don't have missiles on the Sparrow, that would make it a lot easier, but because I don't, I'm going to have to take them out with a homing launcher, hopefully. If not a homing launcher, maybe I could do it with the sniper, we'll see. And we got him. Wow, we got lucky. Okay, there you go. Let's take this back to the warehouse. And this here is the final crate. That is the end of the mission. And of course, it took longer, but we will get a mix of both. One where we get 1 vehicle and others where we get all 3 crates. And there you go. As you can see, our assistant sourced us 1 crate for our other location. And there you go. The assistant for the other warehouse just got us 3 crates, which is very rare, but very good. Okay, so because we only have about 15 minutes left, I'm not going to do any more source missions. Instead, I'm going to go right into a sell mission. So we have 16 crates here. 15 were through source missions. 1 was through our assistant Loop or Lupe, whatever. And in total, we could sell them all for $240,000. Now, we spent $97,500 to get these 16 crates. So overall, we're making roughly or just about 150k in the hour and a half that we spent on this. Although, mind you, we also were filling up the other warehouse, which we probably made another 50, maybe 75k from. So in total, we made a couple $100,000 in about an hour and a half's time, which is very good. But of course, as I've said, it's not like a Cayo Perico or anything like that. But it is very easy. So we're going to go right into a sell mission. If you don't know, if you have 9 crates or you're selling 9 crates or less, you're going to have 1 sell vehicle. If you sell between 10 and 27, you're going to have up to 2 sell vehicles. And if you sell over 27, you're going to have up to 3 sell vehicles. So we actually got really lucky. We did get 2 sell vehicles, but we got 1 delivery for each. These vehicles can sometimes have 3 deliveries, sometimes they will have 5. If you have 5, it is a pain, but luckily for us, we only got 1. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is that if we did sell these in a public lobby with 25 or more people, we could make an additional 50 grand on top of the 240,000 that we're making, but that would be a bit risky considering we have multiple sell vehicles, and when you're away from the other ones, it could always be griefed, so I prefer to do these all in invite-only session. There you go, that's the first truck delivered. And there you go, we just finished off the sell mission, very quick and easy, $240,000. That is amazing. And because we have the time, we might as well sell the other warehouse as well. So we have $175,000 here, and we spent a total of 60 grand to get all of these crates. So we're making 114,000 roughly. And once again, we got really lucky with our sell vehicles. We got the tugboat. It will take quite some time, but at least it's only one sell vehicle and it is very easy. And there we are, $174,000. So in total, I did the quick math on the calculator. In total today, we made $255,000 from CEO Special Cargo. Now, while that isn't great money, usually the best way to run the business is to fully fill up all of your warehouses, and then when Special Cargo goes on double money, sell them all at once and make the most amount of money with it. So going forward, I'm going to keep hiring the assistants to go out and source cargo for us in the background, but I might also do some cargo missions as well on off days. But today's episode was a success because we got another business checked off the GTA Online checklist, and we made roughly $500,000. My math is probably definitely wrong on that, but with the CEO Cargo, which works towards us making $1 million with every single business in the game. Today is a very exciting day because I'm going to be buying a new business that will allow us to use a brand new feature in GTA Online. And it's a business that's sort of similar to the auto shop here. And that, of course, is a salvage yard. Now, there are a few different locations, but the best one by far, in my opinion, is the Marietta Heights. It goes for 2.42 million, and as you can see in the top right hand corner, I don't have enough money. So to start things off, I'm going to do a Cayo Perico heist, and I'm crossing my fingers. Hopefully I could get a good primary target. Okay, the moment of truth. We did get the pink diamond. Wow, that is so lucky. Okay, so we're getting at least like 1.4, 1.5 million. And there you go, the final payout is 1.52 million. That's amazing. Let's now go buy our salvage yard. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to go for the Marietta Heights salvage yard, 2.42 million. I'm not going to worry about the trade rates for now. The tow truck is a way to get some passive and some active income, but we're not going to worry about it. Don't need the wall safe, don't need staff. There you go, 2.42 million. Okay, here we are at our brand new salvage yard, and while there are many cool features of the business, the main reason why I bought it is for this section over here. It is the salvage yard robberies. Now, these are essentially mini heists. You have a couple setups plus a finale, and at the end of it, you steal a car, bring it back, and you can either sell it for a profit, or, as you can see here, the brand new feature added this week is you could keep the car that you steal. You only get one of these per week out of the 3, and we can only do these robberies once a week. But this new feature allows us to buy multi-million-dollar vehicles like the Pfister Comet S2 Cabrio for only $10,000 to $20,000, which is crazy. So today we're going to get right into this robbery. I believe it's a McTominay robbery, which is fairly easy to do, and then we'll be able to claim our brand new supercar for only $20,000. Let's get into it. Our first ever vehicle is going to be the Comet S2 Cabrio. Okay, let's start up the first setup mission where we have to scope out the submarine. Now, I haven't done this robbery in quite some time, but I'm going to try to remember the stuff as best I can. So we're first here at Elysian Island. We're going to have to take a picture of the submarine and a couple other things. The first picture here is going to be of the submarine itself. We're going to take a picture of this device right here. And then finally, we're going to take a picture of the blueprints here. Now, all we have to do is get back to the salvage yard. And there you go, there's prep number 1 done. So we now have 2 more mandatory setup missions and then 1 optional. The optional is almost never needed, so I'm just going to do the 2 mandatory and then get into the finale. Okay, so for the second setup, we're going to have to steal the submersible, but we're first going to have to take out a ton of enemies and then get into it. So hopefully this goes relatively well. Okay, not a great start, but okay. Now, in order to get the submersible, we have to climb up this tower here. I just took out the guard there. We're going to press the button to release it. There you go, and now it's dropped into the water. We could go down and drive it to where we need to get to. How did I die? Can you not swan dive off that thing? And there you go, that is the mission done. Now, something I forgot we have to do is there's going to be 2 of these robbery tasks that we have to do in free roam. So we're gonna have to do both first, and then we'll get into the final setup and then the finale. So when we get to one of these green bags, all we have to do is call up Jamal and we'll be given our tasks. I'm just realizing there's cockroaches everywhere. That is disgusting. Okay, we have the security outfits here. Good, and now we have to bring it back to the salvage yard. There you go, there is task number 1 done. And now we're here at task number 2. For this one, all we have to do is find a cutting torch, which is right here, and then bring it back to the salvage yard. And here we are, that is task 2 completed. Now we could get into the final setup mission. And the final setup is picking up some sonar equipment. Okay, so we're here at El Burro Heights, and I believe we're gonna have to go inside, take out a bunch of enemies, and then finally pick up the equipment. Okay, I finally got the sonar equipment. Now we could get back to the salvage yard. And there you go, let's now get into the finale. Now this Robberies finale is actually a really cool one. We're gonna have to go over to Paleto Bay, get into the submersible, go find a submarine out here in the water, sneak onto the submarine, take the vehicle, and then get away. Okay, so we've now arrived here at Paleto Cove. We're gonna get into the submersible, and now as we drive the submersible into the water, we could use the sonar equipment. As you can see there, we're gonna press in on our right joystick, and there you go, it's now going to show us a location to the submarine that we have to get to. Okay, we've finally arrived at the submarine, and we're going to have to descend even further in order to get below it. This is such a cool mission, the fact that you go at a submarine while it's submerged. Just everything about this heist is incredible. Okay, we are now boarding the submarine. Okay, so the first guys to take out are going to be right here in the center. There may be a way to do this stealth, but I'm not going to bother. But first, we're going to have to go to the engine room, and in order to get there, we're going to have to take out quite a few guards. Yes. This is definitely how you open a sealed door. And now we got to go disable the navigation system. All we have to do is shoot them. There you go. Shoot number 2, shoot number 3, shoot number 4. Now we're up here at the next level. There's a guard. Yeah, okay. I was about to say. There's going to be a guard right there to your right. There's a couple more inside, but as you can see, the car that we... Oh, never mind. The car that we have to steal is the S2 Cabrio, which is right here. But first, I have to take out the head of security, which should be on the other side of the submarine here. There you go. He's a tank. Come on. Oh, man, we were so close. I'm actually going to use a different strat here. I'm just going to toss a grenade. That should bounce, ricochet. Will that take him out, though? No? Okay, never mind. There you go. Finally, we could take him out. We got to search the body for the control codes. Now we could insert the codes here at the bridge of the submarine, and we can finally now drive the submarine up onto shore. What an incredible cutscene this is. We're going to have tons of cops all over us. All we have to do is we're going to get the S2 Cabrio, we're going to lift it up above the submarine where the Sparrow helicopter would come out of, and then we're going to drive away. And overall, the getaway is not difficult whatsoever. So we first have to activate the landing pad here, and now we can get into the car, and we're going to be lifted up above the submarine. Now, as I said, we're going to have cops all over us. I just drive down here to the right. I'm going to drive right for the train tracks, which are up along the side of the mountain here. Here we are. We finally reached the train tracks. Now I'm just no shot. How? I swear I was not going to come in contact with that train. Well, I'll see you back at the same point. Okay, we are finally back at the train tracks. Now all we have to do is head toward Los Santos, and we'll hang out here in the tunnel for a while, lose the cops, and then we could get back to the salvage yard. And here we are back at the salvage yard. That is our first salvage yard robbery completed, the McTominay robbery. I believe that's the name. But it's also going to be the first time that we could claim a multi-million-dollar supercar for only a couple $1,000s. So the cutscene is over. We just got 50 grand for a first-time bonus, but we're also now going to check out the Cabrio. And as you can see, we could either sell it to the docks for max money, which is 400k. We could salvage parts, which would be letting our workers break down the car and give us money over roughly a 1.5 to 2 hour time span. It's pointless, but the third thing we could do is buy it for $20,000. Now, if we had a document forgery office, which is one of the MC businesses, we would then be able to buy it for $10,000, but you would have to buy like dozens and dozens of cars to make that worth it, to make it worth buying the forgery office. So instead, I'm just going to claim it here for 20 grand. There you go. And we are going to add it to our Del Perro Heights apartment. And here is our brand new car. That is incredible. I gotta say, I think this is one of the best features they've added into the game in a very long time. And the reason why is that it now, even though we can only do one of these a week, it now just saves people millions and millions of dollars. As you can see here, the car usually costs $1.7 million. Plus, to get all these upgrades and cool modifications, it definitely would have been closer to $1 million, maybe over, or closer to $2 million, maybe even over $2 million. But that is incredible. I love this new feature. I'm so excited that we were able to check off another business from the checklist. But with that being said, that is all for today. We got the salvage era done, we got one of the robberies done, and we got a new, or we used the new feature to get a brand new supercar. In today's episode, I'm going to be spending over $6 million on the best car in the entire game, and that is the Vigilante for $3.75 million, but we will have to spend a lot more to get it fully upgraded and ready to go. Now, as you can see, I have $7 million currently, which is enough to buy it all, but the way that I got that money is by doing multiple Cayo Perico heists over the past couple days. I did 5 in total, with the worst one paying out to just under 900 grand after the setup fee was considered, and the best one I made paid out almost 1.5 million. In that time, I also sold off my bunker stock for 220k and sold off a full acid lab in a full public lobby for $500,000. But now that we've gone over how I made my $7 million, let's now pick up the Vigilante. I'm really excited. This is a rocket-powered vehicle. It is insane. Of course, it is based off the Batmobile, and I'll show you guys how useful it could be for many missions in the game. But in order to make it really useful, we will also have to get to the Mobile Operations Center, which did become available to us once we bought the bunker, because we're going to have to get a vehicle workshop within it. So we got the weapon and vehicle workshop. That is going to be another $2.2 million. This will allow us to put missiles and whatnot on the Vigilante. And here is the new car, the beautiful Vigilante. It is a great looking car, but also a really cool car in game. So as you can see, it has decent traction, obviously, decent speed, but we have the rocket boost here if we press in on the left joystick, and you can see just how fast we could go. Now, the Vigilante would be great for something like the Cluckin farm raid, which you need an armored vehicle for, some of the setup missions, and it would help you get around the map a lot faster, but there are some other better applications for it once you have the missiles attached to it. So let's head over to the MLC and do that now. So here we are in the back of the MLC. As you can see, we could upgrade the armor of the vehicle, although not much because we are a low level. We could get higher brakes, a better engine, but the thing that matters the most is we head over here to weapons and we put on missiles only for $180,000. And this is going to make the vehicle the best vehicle in the game, at least in my opinion. And the main reason why is, 1, it's a very fun vehicle to use, to be completely honest, but 2, because of how good the homing missiles are on the Vigilante, and because it is a fast vehicle, mixed with the fact that it is fairly armored, or at least it's hard to be shot at. Overall, for missions where you can use personal vehicles, like some of the Dr. Dre missions, like some of the auto shop contracts, you're not supposed to be able to use them, but you can. Using a vehicle like this is by far your best option. So let's switch over to the missiles, and we will just take a shot here, and look at that. Easy as you like. Now, of course, we're not locking on to anybody because we don't have any enemies around us, but the missiles on this car is crazy. Take that guy out there. Good, now we have the cops on us. Now let's go find some cops, and I could show you guys how good the lock-on missiles are. There you go. Look how simple that was. Locked on right away, tracked them down, no problems at all. We have another cop coming up over here. Just missed him because there was someone in the way, but still, another one right there. Look, look how good those lock-on missiles are. It's actually unfair. I mean, look how, even from that far away, these missiles are insane. So we're going to use these for a couple different things today. The first one is going to be with the Dr. Dre contract. And the mission in the Dr. Dre contract that it is very useful for is the finale of the High Society leak. So I haven't started up the 2 setups. I'll go through them quickly. We'll get right to the finale and I'll show you exactly how you could use it because it makes the finale so easy. Okay, so I just completed the 2 setups. Now we're going to get into the finale. So for this finale, we're going to be crashing the party of a billionaire, and we're going to have to go in there and destroy as many things as possible in order to intimidate the billionaire to finally leave the party via a helicopter. Now, usually we would chase after him, shoot him down with a homing missile or with a sniper, and that would be good. But this time we're going to chase him down with the Vigilante and with our crazy homing missiles. Now, the way to get the Vigilante here is to head over to your contacts, call up the mechanic, and request the Vigilante ahead of time. Now, I could bring it into the party and use it to help destroy things, but instead what I prefer to do is I just leave the Vigilante here, which is going to be the escape point that I use to get out of the actual party itself, and then enter with the lawyer's car and do everything else the normal way. Well, somehow I already alerted all the guards, which is never a good thing, so I'm going to drop off the car here in the central part of the compound, or of the mansion here, and then get to the normal vantage point. So ideally you'd get to this vantage point here without alerting any of the guards, but because I did, we're just gonna have to start going at them from here. All we have to do is start tossing grenades out there, blow up as many cars as possible. We could also go here and detonate the bomb in the luxury car that we brought in. There you go. And the rest is pretty easy. Just destroy as many things as possible, but do leave one car free. So one of these supercars here, I'm going to try to leave undamaged. There you go. We've intimidated the billionaire enough for him to leave the mansion. Now we got our Vigilante and we're going to chase down the helicopter. And here we are with the helicopter. And as you can see, we auto-locked onto it. There is one. There is going to be number 2 as well. And that's it. That is all the damage we have to deal to the helicopter. And we are good to go. There's now going to be a checkpoint or a waypoint that we have to reach over here. So I'm going to drive over to it ahead of the helicopter so that we get there faster. And of course, having the rocket boost helps a lot, as it does make this trip a lot faster. There you go. The helicopter is going to crash. Now we head over to the crash site. Just give this guy here a little present. There you go. Good enough. We'll take the cell phone. And now from here, we could drive all the way back to the agency, but we will be chased down by some guards, I guess you could call them. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to jump Fort Zank. Okay, well, shit. As I was saying, I'm going to jump Fort Zancudo. I'm going to go at a pretty steep angle. Steep. I'm making up new words here. I'm going to go at a pretty steep angle because we don't want to jump over Fort Zancudo. And now we could head over and steal one of the fighter jets. We now have a fighter jet, and now we could fly back to the agency. Now, usually this mission is considered to be the hardest out of the entire Dr. Dre contract, which is why using the Vigilante is such a big deal and why it makes it 100% worth it. And there you go, that is the end of the mission. Now we could complete the rest of the Dr. Dre contract today, but we have seen that already in the series, so I'm going to complete the rest of it on one of my off days. It will pay us out $1.1 million in total, which is great money. But let's now move on to the other thing that the Vigilante is really useful for, and that is the Super Dollar Deal Auto Shop contract. Now, once again, I'm going to skip through the setups, and then we're going to get right into the finale, and I'll show you just how good the Vigilante is for this specific finale. Okay, so the 2 setups are done. We are now ready for the finale, but in order to use the Vigilante in the finale, I first have to take it over to this garage here, because you could only use personal vehicles from standalone garages during the finale. So you could use any of these personal vehicles. It could be an Oppressor Mark II, it could be a normal Oppressor, the Toreador, the Vigilante, it does not matter. Just make sure you have it in that garage. There you go, it's now inside here with the Duke of Death. Now we can start up the finale. Now during the finale, the personal garages will not show up on the map, so you're going to have to remember where it is. But luckily for me, mine is very close, so we'll drive over to it now. Pick up the Vigilante, and then head over to the transporter. Okay, so now that I have the Vigilante, I just set a waypoint to try to intercept the transporter way up on the highway. And of course, because we have the rocket boost, we should get there fairly quickly. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. How did that even happen? Okay, so we're coming up behind the transporter here. We have our missiles out. The first thing I'm going to take down is that helicopter there. Look how easy that was. We're now going to have to take out the convoy around the transporter. That is number 1. There you go. Take out convoy number 2. And they just, look how crazy that homing missile is. Now they're going to take a few more, but the transport itself also needs to take some missiles. So we're going to shoot it a couple more times here. I think it's going to take 1 or 2. Yep, there you go. That is it. Now all we have to do is take out the guards following us. They're going to take maybe 1 or 2 more. Okay, they're really tanking it. And we're done. Perfect. So look how easy that was. Probably in 30 seconds to a minute, we were able to take out everybody around the convoy and the transporter itself. Now we could get inside, take the printing plates, and get out of here. We have to take out the 2 guards that are here. Good. Guard number 2. Perfect. Now we could grab the printing plates. There you go. We got all 4. Now we have to bring them back to the client. And once again, to make things fast, I'm going to jump the fence here at Fort Zancudo, grab a helicopter, not a helicopter, grab a fighter jet and take off down to Los Santos. And there are no fighter jets in here. I really should have thought that through. Well, I just wasted time. How the fuck do I get out of here? I screwed myself, didn't I? Oh, saved. I thought I was stuck in... Oh no, we're gonna land in water, aren't we? I thought I was stuck in there, but I finally found a way out. Look at that, now we can get home. Or not home, to the client. Whatever, you know what I mean. This is actually just a shit show. I don't know what's going on here. Alright, we're gonna hit a sick jump here. And, okay, you know, I get the car to be efficient, and I'm doing everything not to be efficient. Or whatever. Alright, I don't know where this leads me, but I'm... Try that again. I don't know where this leads me, but I'm going for it. Okay. It's gonna lead me onto a roof. Sick. Landed it. Yes. And there you go, we finally reached the buyer. I'm super sick nasty with this car, man. There you go, $166,000. And of course, as I wanted to show in this video, the Vigilante made that mission a lot easier. But I think what I did today showed just how good the Vigilante is. It can be so useful for so many different missions. But on top of that, it is a very fun vehicle to drive. It has great homing missiles, and all around, I think it is one of, if not the best vehicle in the entire game. But with that being said, we have 40 minutes on the clock, and I have just over $1 million. Now, I do want to get some more money for the next business that I will be buying in the next episode, but there's only really one great way to make money right now with our confined time, and that is going to be the Cayo Perico heist. It does mean I'm going to end up going roughly 10 minutes over our time today, but as we know, we allowed that kind of extension, so let's head over to the Kosatka Submarine and get into a Cayo Perico heist. So here we are at the planning board, $100,000 to set it up. We are going to go through it very quickly. I will not show you all of these setups. I will show you the finale since we've done the setup so often. But the Cayo Perico heist, I think, is going to be it will make up like 80% of the money, maybe 70% of the money that we make in the entire series, because with the 2-hour time constraint, there's really not much you could do, or there aren't many options when it comes to making lots of money very quickly. So luckily, we're actually already at Grapeseed. Let's head over, get to Cayo Perico, and figure out what our primary and secondary targets are. Okay, so for secondary targets, we have the marijuana right there, and we got some of that good white powder there as well. So decent secondary targets. Let's now check the shed over here. We have some great sniffing powder there as well, so let's go and figure out the primary target. Okay, the moment of truth, pink diamond, no. The amount of times I've got the tequila, it's crazy. Okay, so we're probably gonna have or make around 900,000, maybe $1 million. And the final take is 1.05 million. I will say that they have ruined Cayo Perico with those payouts, but it does mean that after the setup cost is taken into account, we made $950,000 from that heist. But that is all we could do in today's episode. Today was a very productive episode though, because we got the Vigilante, so another thing checked off the GTA Online checklist, but we got it because it is, in my opinion, the best car in the entire game. I showed you many ways that we could use it, how it's very useful, and overall, I just really enjoy driving it in general. Great handling, rocket boost, all of that, and on top of that, we now have roughly $2 million, which should be enough to buy the next business in the next episode. In this episode today, I'm going to be buying one of the best businesses in the game, and it's going to cost me roughly $9 million. And that, of course, is a nightclub. Now, there are quite a few that we could choose from, but of course, I do believe going with one of the two at the top of the city is the best. And in this case, I'm going to go with the downtown Vinewood nightclub. So the light rig does not matter. Club name doesn't really matter either. Storage is going to be very important. I'm not going to worry about vehicle storage for now, but extra floors for the storage facility is very crucial, but I will do that later because I will tie that in to how we're going to make money with the business. As for dancers, we don't need them. Dry ice, we don't need that either. And we are going to buy the business for 1.67 million. Now, the reason why I'm buying the business is because there are multiple ways to make money with it in the background while we play the game or while we go AFK. It is the top 2 passive income business in the game, so that is why we are getting into it today. 1.67 million. There you go. Let's now head over to it, set it up, and then get into the money-making process. Okay, we've arrived at the business. We're going to head inside. There's going to be about a 4 to 5 minute cutscene, and then I'll show you exactly how to get things started with the business. Okay, so the cutscene is over. Now we're here in our office. We're going to access the computer here, and we're going to set the nightclub up. So we have 2 setup missions to do. We have to get the equipment in order to run the nightclub, and we have to get the staff, which is essentially the DJ and everything else. So we're going to get the equipment first. It's a very simple mission. Both of these are very easy, but they do take a decent amount of time. So for the equipment setup, all we have to do is head over to a festival here at the north part of the map, grab a big bus essentially that has equipment on it, drive it back, and that is it. Okay, we've arrived here at the festival. We're going to hop into the school bus, I guess, essentially. And there you go. We've now delivered the equipment back to the nightclub. And now let's set up the staff. So for this mission, all we have to do is go over and collect each member of staff from all these different locations. It doesn't take, or it's not too difficult, but it does take a decent amount of time. All right, we have our warehouse technician here. We have our head bouncer here. And finally, we have our bartender here. And we are back here at the nightclub, and that is the second setup mission done. Now we do have a few other things to do, but at this point here I can now explain to you how to make money with the business. Never mind, instead I'm gonna have to get the DJ first, and then we can talk about making money. But the DJ will be a part of making money with the nightclub. So when we finally get here to the Los Santos airport, Solomon is already going to be on the plane there, but eventually it will crash up here at the north part of the map. So I'm just going to start driving there and figure out where he crashes. I can't remember the exact area, but hopefully I'm close enough. Now, as I'm driving here, I completely forgot. I should mention how I made the $9 million. Over the past like 4 or 5 days, I did a handful of Cayo Perico heists. I also did an acid lab cell mission. I also did a couple bunker cell missions. And finally, I believe it was time trials and whatnot. So that is how in total I made around $9 million. It took quite a few days, but we got there eventually. Alright, so we've arrived here at the Sandy Shores airfield. This is where the plane landed. A bit of a crash, but we finally got to him. There is Solomon. He is going to be our first DJ for our nightclub. Okay, so everything is set up and we're now here at our office computer. And this is where we're going to set everything up in order to make the most amount of money possible. So if we head over to nightclub management, you can see here, we have a popularity bar. Depending on how full our popularity bar is, we're going to have a set amount of money deposited into our nightclub wall safe every in-game day or 48 minutes. So in this case, every 48 minutes, we're going to have $50,000 deposited. And that will happen just so long as we have our popularity bar full. Now, there are a handful of ways to increase your nightclub popularity in order to make sure it stays maxed out. You could do these promotion club missions, which are very simple, but they take a decent amount of time, so I wouldn't bother doing it. The other way is to book new DJs. As you can see here, because we just have our first DJ, we will have to book the other 3 for the first time, which will cost $100,000. But when we do so, it will completely fill up our nightclub popularity bar. But in the beginning, we're going to have to book them for the first time and do a mission that comes along with it. So those are 2 ways to increase your nightclub popularity. The third way is to toss out disturbances or handle VIPs in the nightclub. Now we have an example over here. It's going to be a blue person. If it's a blue person, it's going to be a VIP that you have to take back to their hotel or home or whatever it may be. Those missions aren't as good. Instead, you're going to want to look for the missions with a little blue dot on your minimap. Those are disturbances. When you toss them out, you'll get some money rather, and some popularity. So those are the main ways to increase or maintain your nightclub popularity. It will slowly go down over time, but that is a great way to make money, $50,000 every single 48 minutes. The other way is through the warehouse, and this is arguably going to be the best way to make money with the business. And what we're doing is we're essentially hiring technicians and assigning them to source a certain type of product. Now it works similar to how we would source crates for our CEO cargo crate warehouse, where we did source missions. We went out, picked up crates, brought them back, and then was able to sell them for a profit. Except in this case, we have technicians doing those source missions for us. So just so long as we hire a technician and assign them to a certain type of good, they will go out, source that product for us, and then in the future, we could sell that product for a profit. And essentially, the only work we're doing is selling the goods at the very end. The rest of it is passive and happens in the background. Now, there are 5 technicians in total that we could hire, with each of them costing a decent amount of money to get. We will buy all 5 of them today, or all 4, we get 1 for free. But there are, as you can see, 7 different products that you could assign them to source. And these have a caveat that comes with it. Plus, there are 5 that are the best to hire your technicians and assign them to. So luckily, we already have 2 of the best unlocked. We have cargo and shipments, which requires you to have a CEO cargo crate warehouse. And we have sporting goods, which requires you to own a bunker. So right away, I'm going to hire this technician, and assign them to cargo and shipments. Perfect. So now that I've done that, he's now going to go out and source us cargo and shipments product in the background. I'm now going to hire another technician and assign him to sporting goods, and now he's going to go out and source us sporting goods products. Now, as for the other 3 best products, we're going to have to purchase other businesses in the game in order to unlock them here. So the next thing we're going to do is South American imports, which is going to require us to have a Coke lockup, which is one of the MC businesses. Now, in order to purchase MC businesses, we do first have to have a MC clubhouse. So I'm going to go with the one that is in the city. Maybe I go with this one here. No, that's more expensive. We will go with the one that's right next to our nightclub, 472,000. There you go. Okay, here we are at our Vinewood clubhouse. As you can see, pretty dirty, pretty nasty, but in here, we're going to be able to access the MC Clubhouse computer. Now, on this computer, we're going to be able to buy every single MC business there is in the entire game. As you can see, all of them are here, but there are only 3 that we want to buy. So as I said, for the nightclub, the first one we're going to want to buy is a Coke lockup. All you have to do is go for the cheapest one. I don't think there's a point in buying the most expensive one, so there you go. That is the first business. The other business we'll have to buy for the nightclub is a meth lockup, or a meth lab rather. We're going to go with the cheapest one again, 910,000. And then the final one we need to get is a counterfeit cash factory. So we're going to go with the cheapest one there. Good. Now we will have to set up all 3 of these businesses, but these 3 are required in order to get everything going with the nightclub. Now the setup missions for each are really easy, so I'm going to skip through them, but luckily we do have all of them located in the same area, so it should not take too long. So here we are at our Coke lockup. We are going to set it up as we will with the other 2, but I do want to quickly say that the MC businesses run similar to the acid lab. You buy supplies. Over time, those supplies get turned into product, which you could later on sell for a profit. But they aren't as profitable as something like the acid lab or even the bunker, really. So they aren't the best businesses, but we will go over them in a later episode. I just need to have bought them and have them set up in order to use them properly for the nightclub. And this here is the end of the setup mission for the Coke lockup. I do also want to answer another question that I oftentimes get, is do we need the equipment and staff upgrade for these MC businesses in order to make more money with the nightclub? No, you do not. You just have to have the business set up. The supplies and the product in the MC businesses themselves is completely separate from the nightclub warehouse. So for each of the businesses that you assign a technician to, all you have to do is own that business and have it set up. So that is 1 of 3 done. Let's now do the other 2. And there you go. There is the equipment setup done for the meth lab. And here we are. That is the setup mission for the counterfeit cash factory complete. Now we can head back over to the nightclub and get everything sorted out there. Okay, so we are now back at the nightclub computer. And if we head over to warehouse management, you could see that South American imports, pharmaceutical research, and cash creation have all been unlocked. So I'm going to hire another technician for just under 200 grand, assign him to South American imports. Our 4th technician, assign him to pharmaceutical research, and our 5th technician here, they only cost a few hundred grand each, which isn't bad, assign him to cash creation. So now we have all 5 technicians assigned to these 5 products. They will source us these products in the background just so long as we're in an online session. But in order to maximize the amount of money we make with it, we do have to go over here to upgrades and buy the equipment upgrade for just under 1.5 million. And now with the equipment upgrade, we are going to generate $50,000 worth of stock in the nightclub every single real life hour, which is insane. So combining the nightclub wall safe and the nightclub warehouse, we're going to start making $100,000 in almost entirely passive income every single hour going forward, which is huge, especially considering we only have 2 hours a day to play and considering we only have 10 hours of AFK time a week in order to make money. So this is going to be a huge help. But now that we have that side of the business taken care of, we now actually have to go over here, back over to our nightclub and head over to storage. And I said earlier, we'll have to pick some up. Storage, we're going to have to get a full 5-level facility. And the reason why, actually we can't, I'm too broke. We're going to have to go 4 levels. And the reason why is the storage that we're buying here, is what stores all of the product that our technicians are going to source for us. So if we want them to source the max amount of product and we want to build up the max amount of product possible, we do have to buy storage space. Now, I think the most you could get or hold up in your nightclub is something like $2.5 million worth of product. I usually sell after $1 million, but of course, that does take 20 hours to accumulate, so we won't be doing that for quite some time. But I'm glad that I was fully able to set up the nightclub here in this episode. We still have 35 minutes to go though, and in order to get that last level of the nightclub, I'm actually going to go do the weekly time trials, which I don't know where they are. They're somewhere here. I'm going to do the HSW time trial and the regular time trial, and then if we have the time, I want to get in one auto shop contract that we haven't done yet, that the Vigilante that we bought in the last episode will really come in handy for. Actually, thinking about it now, instead of spending the money on the extra storage space, because I likely will never get the storage space to the level of 2.5 million, I'm instead going to upgrade our cell vehicle for the nightclub, and I'll run you through what we need to do for the cell missions and why upgrading your cell vehicle is so important for the nightclub specifically. So yeah, let's go do the time trial, which might be a bit scuffed with all this rain, and then get over and upgrade our cell vehicle. All right, we're here at the HSW time trial. If you guys don't know, the easiest way to complete time trials is to start it up, find where there you go, the endpoint is, set an actual waypoint for it, and double check that the route that you're taking or the route that it shows you to take is the right direction to go. So as you can see here, we could go to the right, but instead I'm actually just going to go from here, hop right onto the highway, which should be faster, and follow the highway all the way down until we get to our final destination. So we have just over 2.5 minutes to do it. All I have to do is hold down on triangle or whatever that would be on your console if you're not on PS5 to restart it. There you go. And now I'm going to start up the time trial. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to cut across. Hopefully I don't get hit by the train. Perfect. Hopefully I don't run into any rocks like I did on the way here. Good. And easy as you like. This is going to be a lot faster of a route than going the other direction. Okay, we're just about to do it. I'm going to cut through here. I believe I'm going in the right direction. Yes, I am. Okay. We got to make a beeline for it. We have about 30 seconds left. Hopefully we could get there in time. It's going to be just around the building here. This is where another location of the nightclub is, but it's going to be right around the corner. And good. Easy. We got that with like 20 seconds to spare. And as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, we just got our first batch, or patch, that doesn't make sense, our first $50,000 through the nightclub wall safe that we set up today. So there you go. While we're playing the game, while we're doing our everyday tasks, we are now making money. I'm now going to head over to the regular time trial, do that as well, and then we'll get back and upgrade the nightclub vehicles. And we got that one as well, $101,000. Very good. Okay, I was on a high, now I'm on a low. Okay, so we're back here at the nightclub, and I'm going to go downstairs to basement level 1. This is where we're going to be able to upgrade our cell vehicle. So we're given the first one right off the bat. There are 3 different cell vehicles that you could get, and they're each used for a certain level of stock in the nightclub. But because I'm only ever really going to be selling the nightclub stock at about $500,000, maybe $1 million max, I'm only going to use, for the most part, the first cell vehicle, which is, like I said, given to us for free. Okay, so here we are at I believe this is a Pounder Custom, if I remember correctly. Let's see the name. Speedo Custom. Never mind, got it wrong. So now we're here at the workshop. And the reason why upgrading this vehicle is so important is because we're going to be doing the cell missions in public lobbies, usually with 25 or more people, in order to get the 50% public lobby bonus or high demand bonus. So we want to maximize our money on each sale, and because of that, we're going to do it in lobbies with other people where we may get griefed. So it really is smart to add as much protection to this van as possible. So we're going to go with the armor plating or the heavy armor plating. We get a little bit of a phantom wedge there at the front as well. We're going to increase the brakes, increase the engine for sure. Now the weapons won't really help us. The proximity mine isn't going to help us. The weapons won't help us here either because we don't have anybody really helping us out here. So we're not going to bother with that. The only other thing is tires are, okay, they're already bulletproof. Good. I don't want some random guy blowing out the tires, but that is pretty much it. we have the vehicle fully set up. So now we're really ready for anything in a public lobby. But with that, the final thing I want to do in today's episode, we will end it a little bit early, is I'm going to collect the money here from the wall safe, and then I'm going to show you how the selling process works for the actual goods in the nightclub. So we're going to collect our first 50 grand from the nightclub. There you go, easy as that. We're getting that every single in-game day, just so long as our popularity is maxed out. Let's now head over here to the nightclub computer, and in it, we're going to be able to access the warehouse by going over to sell goods. And as you can see, when our warehouse technicians bring back goods for us, they will fill up here. And then whenever we are ready, we could sell all goods. Now you could sell them in different batches that give you a certain bonus, but I find it's not worth it whatsoever. Just wait to sell all goods altogether from, like I said, the $500,000 to $1 million range. Now, if you really want to maximize your money with the selling process, Tony does take a 10% cut for each sale up to $100,000, which means that any money you make after a $1 million sale or $1 million, he or his cut will be maxed out. So whether you sell the product for $1 million or whether you sell all $2 million worth of product, the cut will still be 100 grand. So if you really want to squeeze out extra money, you could wait until you have over $1 million worth of goods. But I find just a more efficient and easy way to go about it is to sell at about 500 to $1 million. So completely up to you, but that is how everything works. And the final thing I guess I'll mention is if you buy the staff upgrade, it decreases or it slows down the rate at which your nightclub popularity decreases. So it allows you to make more money with the nightclub wall safe in the end. But that is all. I think today was a great episode. We got multiple things checked off the GTA Online checklist. We got the nightclub checked off, which is good. We got the MC Clubhouse checked off and a couple of the MC businesses. And I think we are set up to make great money here in the future. Now, going forward, we may have only one episode a week or maybe 2 episodes a week here and there instead of 2 to 3. And that's just because it takes longer for me to build up enough money to buy the things we are buying because we are further progressed in the game. At the beginning, it was easy. Now it takes longer. So that is essentially the simple explanation. In today's episode, I'm going to be buying one of the best businesses in the entire game and one of the best vehicles in the entire game. And in order to do so, I made $8.7 million. Now, I made this money over the past couple days. I did a handful of Cayo Perico heists, I did a couple Acid Lab sell missions, and collected money from my nightclub wall safe. And now we're at the total of 8.7 million. So let's first go into the Maze Bank Foreclosures website, and we're going to pick up the business first, and that is going to be the Hangar. This is one of the only businesses that we have left. There are a couple locations down here at the LSIA airport, but they aren't great. Even though they are cheaper, they are not good, and I'll show you guys why in this video. The best are going to be one of the 3 locations here in Fort Zancudo, but I am going to go with the cheapest one as I don't have that much money. Now, for aesthetic, it doesn't matter. Lighting doesn't matter. Floor graphics, who cares? Office furniture does not matter. I am going to get living quarters, so I can set it as a spawn location. And I'm going to get the vehicle workshop, which might be a little bit of foreshadowing as to what vehicle I am purchasing today. There you go, 3.47 million. It's time to welcome the Hangar to our fleet of businesses. There you go, we're going to head over to it. I'm going to explain how the business works and start making some money with it today. And here we are at the Hangar. As you can see, it is massive, and this business provides 2 great things for us. First off, it's actually a great way to make money, which I'll show you how very quickly. But number 2 is you're able to store all of your planes and what other military vehicles you want in here. And so that means you're then able to add weapons to them. You're able to change the color, all the customizations of them. It is very handy for that. So we're going to first check out how to make money with the business, and then we're going to get into purchasing one of the best vehicles in the entire game. But first, I'm going to have to set up the business. So let's do this mission quickly, get back, and then we could talk about the money. Okay, all we have to do is bring this plane back to the Hangar, and we are good. The business is now set up. So the way this business works is very similar to special cargo. We have to do missions where we go out, steal cargo crates, bring them back, and then we could sell them for a profit. And as you can see, there are 8 different types of cargo that we could steal and sell. Now at base, we could sell them for $30,000 a piece, and because we pay nothing for the actual source mission, we are making $30,000 profit. but as you can see here, depending on the amount of each type of product we have, we can actually get a bonus on the sell mission. And that bonus could go all the way up to 70% for medical supplies, for chemicals, and for narcotics. So those are always going to be the best ones to source and to go for, but there is a very specific way to run the business because each source mission does have a cooldown, just like special cargo. So what you're going to want to do is pick 2 of the best goods and you're going to want to source them back to back to back. That way you skip the cooldown and you're going to get the max payout once you've filled up your hangar all the way. Now there is a capacity or a max capacity of 50 crates in the hangar, but the best way to run it is to source chemicals and narcotics back to back to back until you have 25 of each. You could then sell them with a 35% bonus and make many millions. But today, we do not have enough time for that. We're instead going to source counterfeit goods and tobacco. And the reason for that is we're only going to have enough time to do 10 source missions, which would leave us with 5 crates of each. And as you can see here on that screenshot, they're going to give a 5% bonus, whereas the other goods would give us nothing. Now, when it comes to doing the actual source mission itself, we have a choice between doing air missions and land missions. Land missions were added last year as an update, and they're by far the easiest way to complete these sourcing missions for the hangar, so I'd always suggest doing it. But in order to do the land source missions very efficiently, there is one vehicle that will really help us out, and that is the vehicle we are buying today, which is going to be on sale, and it is the F-160 Raiju. This is a crazy fighter jet. You could have missiles on it, machine guns. It is by far the fastest, or not by far, but it is the fastest vehicle in the entire game, hands down. There are so many cool features of it, and I'm going to buy it today for its discounted price of 4.798 million. This is one of the vehicles we need to buy in order to complete the GTA Online checklist, and currently we are buying it at about a $2.5–3 million discount. So there you go, it is bought, and it will of course be stored here in the hangar where we could customize it and get it ready for the source missions. Now, as I wait for the Raiju to be delivered, I want to show you guys over here, you could go up to Rooster McCraw and you could pay him to source you cargo for you. Now, he is going to source a random type of cargo, so it isn't great if you're trying to hit certain cargo bonuses, but it is an easy way to make some passive income. But as you can see over here, we have the Raiju. It has arrived. We'll hop into it and we will customize it here in the hangar. So as you can see, we could upgrade the armor here all the way up to 100% for 50 grand. We have the engine as well that will increase the speed, handling as well, which would be very helpful, the livery, the respray, and then we could sell. So the vehicle actually comes with machine guns and homing missiles, but we're going to want to get an engine upgrade for sure, and we're also going to want to get an armor upgrade and the handling upgrade. This will make this vehicle insane. And the final thing I'm going to do is make lava red the primary paint. There you go. Now let's hop out of here and I'm going to show you guys just how crazy this fighter jet is. So the first thing to point out is that the jet actually has 2 different flying modes. It has the VTOL mode, as you can see here, where the engine is pointed down. It allows us to do vertical takeoff and landing, which is very helpful for getting around the city or around the map and landing in awkward situations. And then if I hold in on my left joystick, it changes to a regular flying mode, and then we could just retract the wheels there. And now we have the fastest vehicle in the game. Now, it doesn't feel like it's going too fast, but if we were to go closer to the ground here, you will realize just how quick this plane is going. So you can see here, this thing is quick. And as you saw there, is extremely agile. We could make bank turns really easily. We could do full 360s if we want. I'm gonna make us a little bit nauseous there with that one, but this vehicle is crazy. The other cool thing about it is you could press right on the D-pad and it will turn it into stealth mode. You can see on the bottom left on the minimap that our player cursor is actually flashing. That shows that we are currently in stealth mode, and what that does is it takes us off the radar from other people, from other players, whatever it may be, while in a session, which is crazy. So you essentially can go stealth for as long as you want until you disable stealth mode, and then you'll be back on the map. The only slight downside of stealth mode is, as you can see, when we turn it on, you can't use weapons, so that is a slight downside, but regardless, if you're someone who's playing a lot in online sessions, this would be a great feature for you. Now, as for weapons, we have the base machine guns, we also have missiles, homing and non-homing, but the explosive MGs are crazy, and you're going to see the power here as we go down close to the highway. you could see just how, oh wow, that was brutal. We'll take the Raiju over here. Okay, well, shit. Anyways, I'm gonna show off the machine guns during the source missions, but as you can see, the missiles are fairly decent, and considering you could essentially hover around for as long as you want and then hop out of VTOL mode and fly away, just makes this vehicle one of the best in the entire game, at least in my opinion. So, we have crazy agility, crazy weapons. Let's now use it for our sourcing missions. So as I said before, we're only going to be sourcing tobacco and counterfeit goods for this episode, but in the future, if I want to make the most amount of money possible, I would source between narcotics and chemicals. So we're going to head over to tobacco, we're going to do a land source mission, and we're going to use our Raiju. Now when doing these missions, if you see go to El Burro Heights, go to Paleto Bay, or go to the Alamo Sea, load into a new invite-only session, skip that one. Those three are horrible to do, but if we can see go to Sandy Shores, that is a decent mission. So when we get to Sandy Shores, we're going to be redirected to a crash site, which can be in one of 3 different places, and luckily for us here, it's actually going to be at the Sandy Shores airfield. So there's going to be a crate or a package we have to pick up. It is shining. We could see it's right there in front of those 2 vehicles. We're going to have to find a way to sneak in here without getting noticed, pick up the crate, and then bring it back to the hangar. I think I'm just going to take out these guys here. That's going to be the fastest way to go about it. I have to try to find, there you go, got the crate. Now I got to hop back in the Raiju and get out of here. And there you go, that is the mission done. That is how easy these land missions are when you have something like the Raiju. Now you could use something like the Sparrow as well, but I find the Raiju, because it is so fast, will make the missions, especially when you have to go into the city, so much faster. And as you can see, there was a 1.5 minute cooldown, so to bypass the cooldown, we're going to go to counterfeit goods, do another land mission, and rinse and repeat until we have 5 of each. I also make sure to park my Raiju right next to the hangar when completing a mission. That way, when I start up the next one, I could just hop out the hangar, it's right there, and take off. So luckily, we got the exact same mission here, and it is in the exact same location as last time. So once again, I'm going to survey the area and see where the crate is. I could see it glowing in the field just over here, so I'm actually going to drop down the Raiju right next to it. I'm not going to worry about going in stealth. And that was it. Now all I have to do is lose the cops, bring it back to the hangar, and we're good to go. And that is mission number 2 done. It is simply that easy. Okay, so we once again got the mission where you have to go to Sandy Shores Airfield, but as you can see, the crash site is not here. So there's going to be one of 2 different locations that it can be at. Now, an easy way to pick out where it is going to be looking for a helicopter in the distance. Of course, we could sort of see the flashing lights there. That's where it is. So here is the second location. The third location is on the other side of the Alamo Sea, but we got lucky heading to the right location this time. So we're once again going to look for where the package is, pick it up, and then bring it back to the hangar. Now, sometimes I could just drop down and pick it up. There you go. We got it luckily this time. Oftentimes I find it's too hard to do that, but we got it. That's even easier than the last 2 times. Now we can bring it back to the hangar. And there you go, that is mission number 3 done. Okay, so we finally got a new mission. It's the one that says infiltrate the deal. We first have to head over to this location here, and there's going to be a red trailer somewhere there. So you can see that right down there. It's going to be surrounded by a bunch of enemies, of course, and I'm going to destroy it with the Raiju's explosive MGs. And when you destroy it, the goods will drop. We just pick them up there all in one motion or in one action, and we could now fly back to the hangar. That mission is simply that easy. Now, there are 3 different locations it could be at. One of the locations is down at the bottom of the map. That one is a little bit more tricky to navigate, but overall, it is the same process for each one. Fly there, destroy the red trailer, pick up the cargo, and then bring it back. Okay, so we once again got another type of mission. If you see go to Richmond or go to La Mesa, it's going to be the same kind of mission. So we're going to end up here at a location where there is a garage, and the crates are going to be inside the garage. So all we have to do is drop down here. I'm going to land the Raiju there. I don't want to be spotted by that security camera, but instead I'm going to run around to the side of the building. Somewhere around the building, you'll see this white box. All you have to do is shoot at it, destroy it. We could then enter the garage, take the goods, and then leave. Now, there will be a bunch of enemies chasing us, so be careful, but if we run in here, there you go. It is right there. Okay. Can we pick it up, please? There you go. Okay, we got it. Now we could hop back in and fly back to the hangar. And you could see using VTOL mode is such a game changer in situations like that. It makes things so much easier. Okay, so for this mission, I got the La Mesa location. And like I said, this is going to be just like the other mission that we just did, but this one's a little bit tricky. The white box that we have to shoot out will be right next to, or up there on top. So I just shot it out. It'll either be on the right side or the left side. Now that that has been shot, we can head inside, grab the cargo, and then bring it back to the hangar. Okay, so I finally have 5 of tobacco and 5 of counterfeit good crates. I didn't show the last couple source missions because they were the same as before, so they were nothing new. But as you can see, now that we have 5, we get a 5% sale bonus. Now, as I said earlier, each crate by itself with no bonus is $30,000. You can see that here with chemicals and here with animal materials. So with 5 crates, we should only be able to sell it for 150K. But as you can see with that bonus, we get 157.5 for each. But an important thing to note is that you can't get the bonus if you do sell all cargo. You have to sell these individually. So we have 2 different sell missions to do. I'm going to do them both in a private lobby, most likely. Maybe I'll do a public lobby for the second one. But as you can see, we have the choice of air or land. Once again, go with land. They are much easier. So we're going to get into it. These, of course, or this business, of course, is subject to the 50% high demand bonus if you do it in a public lobby with 25 or more people. So keep that in mind. If you want to make some extra money, you could do that. But for the first one here, we're going to do it in a private lobby. And we have one of the harder missions to complete, or it's not hard, but one of the more tedious ones. We have 5 different locations to drop off the goods at. Okay, we're here at the first drop off. There you go. Now we head over to the next one. There is delivery number 2. Here's drop off number 3. Here's the 4th drop off. And here is the final drop off. Now all we have to do is leave the area and we're going to get our money. And there you go, $153,000 after the cut. Not too bad. Now we're going to do the next sell mission, but I'm going to try it in a public lobby with 25 or more people. Hopefully we don't get griefed. Alright, so we're here in the public session, and once again we have the exact same mission, which is very interesting. Although hopefully, or yeah, it looks like it, all of our drop-offs are going to be up here at the north of the map, which is actually a good thing because almost everybody is down here at the city. Okay, this is delivery number 1 done. This here is delivery 2 complete. Here we have delivery 3. So far, so good. We don't have to worry too much, or we haven't had to worry too much about anybody, but we also have to worry about these choppers that are now on us. This is delivery 4, and here we are at the 5th and final drop-off. There you go. Now we're going to drive away, and our new total should be around the $200 and something thousand mark because we have the 50% high demand bonus. There you go, $230,000. That is amazing. So in the roughly hour and 15 minutes that it took for us to get all 10 of those crates and to sell both lots, we made, quick maths in my head, $385 roughly $1,000, which isn't bad whatsoever. It's nothing great, but you could see how with just the 2 worst goods out of all of them, we made decent money. And if you were to go and only source narcotics and I believe chemicals, which are the 2 highest paying, you get 25 of each and then sell them with the 35% sale bonus for each, you would be making a couple $1,000,000, and because it would only take you about 2.5 hours to source it all, you'd be making $700,000 to $750,000 roughly per hour as a solo player. So the business is incredible, but of course the other huge purchase from today's episode was the Raiju. Now I'm recording this Wednesday and it just came out on Twitter that the bunker will be double money next week. So I'm going to head over to it now. We're going to resupply the bunker, and then I'm going to show off a couple more things about the Raiju that I love before we end off the episode. Alright, I'm now here on the beach with the Raiju, and I just want to share with you a couple more things, or reiterate a couple more points as to why this is such a good vehicle in game. So first off, we just saw the vertical takeoff and landing is so good and so crucial for a vehicle like this, because I don't believe there's many other, if any other, fighter jets of this caliber in the game that have that VTOL vertical takeoff and landing. The only other vehicles that are going to be better or faster and better at maneuvering around the map are going to be things like the Oppressor Mark II or the original Oppressor, stuff like that. But when it comes to transportation, getting around, And for making money with the Hangar, this is by far the best vehicle to get. So the other thing I want to point out is just how good the reaction time is with this vehicle, how agile it actually is. You can see here, we're flying in and out of buildings. I'm going to make that turn, make a bank again. That might have been a headache to watch, but you could see just how good this vehicle really is. You can fly regularly, you could fly upside down really easily, go halfway, bank. It is just so responsive, and it's by far one of the best vehicles and most fun vehicles to have in the entire game. And then of course on top of that, the weapons as well are incredible. So overall, I'm very happy that I was able to pick up the Raiju for such a good discount. It was 30% off. At the time of this video being uploaded, the discount will be over, but if you guys are thinking about buying a fighter jet, I'd still buy it at the regular price. It is 100% worth it. And then of course, I'm glad that we picked up the Hangar, which if you run it the right way, is one of the best businesses in the entire game. Today is a very exciting episode because I'm going to be spending roughly $10 million on the best vehicle in the entire game and putting it to good use right away with the current double money business this week. And of course, the vehicle I'm talking about is the Oppressor MK II. Now we could try to get the trade price for $6 million, but I'm going to go right in with $8 million. It's one of the most expensive vehicles in the entire game. And really, once we get this, there's going to be no use of using any other vehicle in the entire game. It is that good. But in order to make it the best vehicle possible, I actually have to get a terabyte. Now this became available once we got the Nightclub, which was a few episodes ago. And I also am going to have to get the Specialized Vehicle Workshop for an extra 500k. This will allow me to customize the Oppressor MK II and make it an absolute beast. So 1.8 million, there you go. We just bought two very important vehicles and we're going to be using both to make tons of money today. And here is our Oppressor MK II. Unfortunately, it's not daytime, so you can't see it too well, but it is a flying bike. You are seeing this right. We have a rocket-powered bike that goes extremely fast, and as you can see, we also have a machine gun on the front. But like I said, we're gonna have to customize this to get some missiles on it and make it by far the best vehicle. So what we could do is go over here to service vehicles, go down to terabyte, we'll request our terabyte, head over to it and customize the Oppressor. Okay, so we are now here in the terabyte and there's a few different uses we have for it, but first we're gonna go here and we're going to customize the Oppressor MK II. So we got to increase the armor, of course. We also need to get the homing missiles for $180,000. We could go with the explosive MGs, but not going to worry about that. Homing missiles on this vehicle are actually pretty good. We'll upgrade the engine as well. I won't worry about the countermeasures for now since I won't be using this really in public sessions, but that is it. We got the weapons on it. Now we can take it out for a spin and I will show you guys just how good it really is. Okay, so like I said, unfortunately it is nighttime, but as you can see, the vehicle flies really well. It is extremely responsive, very quick. If I hold down on the right bumper, it allows it to go even faster. And overall, this thing just handles beautifully. But at the end of the day, the reason why it's so good is because it is so easy to maneuver around with it. Now, in the last episode, we got the Raiju, which is an incredible vehicle, but of course, because it is a fighter jet, it is hard to get into small spaces, whereas on the other hand, the Oppressor MK II can get into alleyways like this, get around the map really easily, make very sharp turns, as you can see there, and overall make transporting around the map so much easier. So it is well worth the $8 million investment, although technically 10 million or so, because you have to get the terabyte and the homing missiles. But I gotta say, I'm so glad I finally have this because it is very handy for so many different money methods in the game. And one of them we are going to do today. Now, as some of you may already know, special cargo is on double money this week, and it does make it very profitable. So today, we're going to do special cargo for about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, get as many crates as we possibly can, using the Oppressor MK II and the new terabyte, and then sell all the crates in a public lobby to get the max amount of money possible. So we got two different warehouses here. The best way to run this is to source crates for one warehouse, and then because there is a cooldown after completing each source mission, then go to your next warehouse and source crates there. And I will show you how using the terabyte makes it even faster. So we're going to source 3 crates here for $18,000. We might have to get some more money in order to complete more source missions, but here we go, collect the jewelry. Let's now get the Oppressor MK II and get things started. Now, I should mention this for those who haven't run this business before. You're going to first have to have a CEO office, which are currently on discount this week, and then get a CEO special cargo warehouse. Once you have 2, you could run the source missions, and all we're doing is going out sourcing crates, bringing them back, and selling them for a profit. So there's a ton of different source missions that you can get. This one is a fairly easy one. we have to go to multiple different vantage points here. We're going to have to take out a couple targets and then get the location of a van to bring back to the warehouse. So we are at the vantage point here. It does not matter. They're already locked onto who we need to take out. So that is 1. There is number 2. And you can see how easy things are made with the Oppressor MK II. We just took out everybody. We now have the location of the van we have to pick up, and that's pretty much the mission done. For these missions, you can call up Lester and remove your wanted levels, so keep that in mind. It does make it a lot easier. All right, here we are. We're collecting the jewelry. Now we got to drive it back to the warehouse, and that's the mission done. Here we are at the warehouse. That is going to be 3 crates delivered. And now I'm going to show you another way to source crates passively this time instead of actively for these warehouses. So at each of our warehouses, if we go over here to our assistant, who is that little person on the minimap, go up to them and pay them $7,500. They will source us anywhere between 1 to 3 different crates or potentially a special cargo, and that will be done for us while we are doing our other stuff. So it's just done in the background. It is a bit of a passive way to make some money with the business, and it can be done every 48 minutes. So that is the mission done. Now we could go back to the CEO office and restart the source mission from there, but an even faster way to do it is to go into here, go over to service vehicles, down to terabyte, and request our terabyte as well as our Oppressor MK II. And the reason for that is because the terabyte actually has a control center right here where we could start up our source mission. So there's actually quite a few different things we could do here. As you can see, we can do the bunker business, we could do the MC businesses, even vehicle cargo, which we don't have yet, the hangar business, and then client jobs. But the one we're going for is special cargo. We are going to source 3 crates, and it's going to be for our other warehouse. And as you can see, by doing this every single time, it's going to save us a ton of time and make the whole process way more efficient. Okay, it looks like this time around we have one of the easier missions where we have to go to a location. The van is sitting right there. We could pick it up and we can take off. We don't have to do anything else. It is simply that easy. And now we're here at the warehouse. And this is pretty much how the business is run. I'm going to do this for another hour to an hour and 15 minutes. And I'll show you guys every single time we get a new type of source mission to give you guys some tips on how to complete each. Okay, so here we have a different mission where we're going to have to pick up 3 separate crates. So they're going to be somewhere located in this yellow circle. And they're going to be like this here on the ground, just flashing. Pick it up. And now we could head back to our warehouse, and we're going to have to do this 2 more times in order to complete the mission. So sometimes we're going to have one vehicle that has all 3 crates in it, and other times we'll have to get all 3 crates individually. And it's landings like this that makes the Oppressor so good for special cargo. We could fly around the city so easily, get into tight spaces, and then get out quickly. So I'm going to use this as an example here. We're currently in a tight alleyway with a bunch of buildings around. We can just hit the rocket boost, fly out, and it is that easy. We can ascend here, and we could descend very quickly. As you can see, it's such a useful vehicle and so easy to get around. And another great example, I could just fly up here onto the deck. I'm gonna land, pick it up, and now we could just fly away. That simple. But I think you guys get the point by now. I'm gonna stop talking about how good the Oppressor MK II is. We'll just get into tips for each of these different source missions, because hopefully you guys are taking advantage of the double money bonus this week. And that's the end of the source mission. Let's now get into the next one. Okay, so we have a new source mission. This time it's going to be here locked up in a police station. Now all we have to do is I'm actually going to call up Lester right away here. I might have to use some snacks, but if I call up Lester and get rid of the cops, I should be good to go. So now that we are out of the station, lose the cops, and that's it. The mission is that easy. Okay, so we have a new type of mission, and the one this mission is there's going to be 4 different vehicles. Wait for the last one to pop up. So they're each going to pop up as a little green crates on your minimap. Wait for the last one to spawn. The last one that popped up on the map was this one here. For some reason, it's written that way, or it's coded that way, that this is always going to be the right vehicle. So if we get close enough to it, we head over here. It should say, yep, found it, time to bring it home. So we know they're going to be over here. I'm going to station up just ahead of them, whip out my special carbine, and take out the driver. Okay, they pulled the Yui on me. They're smarter than I am. I got to go the other way. I did not mean to do that. And they're going to run me over, aren't they? Okay. I'm going to have to chase in a car. I'm going to try to pit maneuver them here. How is their van that indestructible? Okay, I could probably take out the driver from here, right? There you go. Easy. Now I could bring it back to the warehouse, and that is the mission done. And this here is the mission done. Okay, so I finally got the mission where it says go out to the sea. This one is a complete waste of time. So what I do is I go over here to the location. I go to last location and just load into a new invite only session. and restart the source mission. I just realized we are way into this video and I didn't even talk about how I made the $10 million to get the Oppressor MK II and to get the terabyte. What I did over the past 5 days was I did a handful of different Cayo Perico heists. I also did a full bunker sell mission when it was double money, so I made just over $3 million for that. And I also completed a nightclub sell mission for $1 million. Okay, so we got one mission that was the same, but now we have a new one. We have our van right here, but this is going to be one where we get police ambushed. You can see them in the car. I'm just going to take them out early so that I can just go over here, and I'm going to call up Lester once again. We're going to get rid of the cops, but actually I'll hop in the van first to make this a bit easier. There you go. We called up Lester. There are the cops gone. Now we can bring it back to the warehouse. Okay, we once again have a new kind of mission. All we have to do is just take out most of these guys here. There's still a couple left, but for the most part, they're good to go. Wait, don't let the guy drive. There you go. Now all we have to do is take the truck and drive it back to the warehouse. I'm thinking about it now, and it's actually crazy how easy the missions become once you have the Oppressor MK II and also the terabyte. Like, I've been doing these at an average of 5 to 6 minutes. I've been filling up crates on my main account as well, and on there it's been about 5 to 6 minutes as well. And it's just so easy when you have a good vehicle to do missions with. Okay, so we finally have a new type of source mission. So this one, we're gonna have to use Trackify to find the vehicle. And something I've found is you're going to see there are 2 red dots and then 1 red dot by itself. I've always found that the 1 red dot by itself is the van with the goods. So I'm going to head towards that one first and we will see. It's actually right here, very close to us. So where is it? It is right below us here. And when we drive close to it, we could see they should say found it. Yep. Always, just like the other one where the last green box is always the right one, this one is always the right one too. So we took out the driver, now we could grab it and bring it back to the warehouse. So I was about to start up a new source mission and I just realized I'm actually out of money. So I'm going to do the 2 weekly time trials, get some extra cash, and then we'll move on to the rest of the source missions. And here we are. $253,000. Let's get into a couple more source missions and then we'll do the final sell missions. Okay, so this is probably going to be our last source mission and we do have a new one. For this one, we have 3 helicopters that we have to take out. This is where having the Oppressor MK II really comes in handy. That's going to be number 1, that's number 2, and that is number 3. And now all we have to do is go pick up 3 individual packages, bring them back to the warehouse, and that is a mission done. Holy shit, I don't even know how I managed to do that. Okay, so that was the end of the last source mission. I believe I sourced roughly 40 crates in about an hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and 25 minutes, so not too bad. A decent pace, but not the best pace possible. But we now have the 2 sell missions to do, and if I do them in a public lobby with 25 or more people, I will get a 50% high demand bonus, which would take up the sales to 750,000 on one of them and about 900 grand on another. But I think I'm going to do one in an invite-only session and one in a public session just to manage some risk. Because in a public session, we can get griefed and we can lose our crates. So here we have 21 crates. Because it is double money, we could sell it for 651,000. That is a ton of money. And let's get into the sell mission. So because we are selling less than 27 crates, we are guaranteed, or we can get up to 2 sell vehicles. But this time we only get 1, although we do get 10 deliveries, which isn't the best. If you're doing this yourself, just know if you sell 9 or less crates, you will have only 1 sell vehicle. If you sell 10 to 27, you'll have up to 2. And if you sell over 27, you could have up to 3 sell vehicles. So here we go. We got the Cuban 800. It is a relatively slow plane. This mission will take quite some time, but because we're doing it in an invite-only session, we don't have to worry about being griefed. So all the deliveries are literally everywhere. This is probably going to take about 10-15 minutes to complete. Okay, so all I have to do is fly the plane close to this red signal here, and when we get close enough, drop the cargo, and I have to do this 10 more times. 9 more times, actually. I can't do math. And here is the final drop-off. 650 grand, not too bad. Let's now go over to the other warehouse, and we'll sell it in a public lobby this time to hopefully make a $750,000. Okay, so we are now here in a public session, and before doing anything in a public session or doing any kind of sell mission, always make sure to check if the session is decently okay. So we don't have tons of oppressors flying around, tons of people killing each other. Everything looks fairly peaceful. Maybe we have to worry about these 2 guys, you never know. but I'm going to try to sell my warehouse here, and I will use Ghost Organization as a bit of a buffer to hopefully help myself out. Okay, so in this warehouse, we have 18 crates, 540,000. If we complete the sell mission, we should make roughly $750,000. Hopefully everything goes well. Okay, so we have 2 trucks and 10 deliveries, which is probably the worst sell mission we could get, so this is going to be a pain in the ass. I'm not going to use Ghost Organization right away, but I'm going to keep it handy just in case. Okay, here's our first delivery. We're literally right next to someone, just a block away. Hopefully they don't pay attention to us or they don't take us out, and we're still good to go. For this drop-off, all you have to do is drive up close to it. There you go. It's a bit of a drive-by, and I think there's 1 or 2 other drop-offs like that. Here's drop-off 3. We're here at drop-off number 4. Once again, a bit of a drive-by, drop off the cargo, and now we can head over to drop-off number 5. And finally, we've reached drop-off number 5 for truck 1. Now we gotta go get another truck and do all those 5 all over again. Okay, I think some guys are following me in Oppressors, so I'm gonna use my Ghost Organization. Hopefully, that keeps me safe. Okay, here we are at the final drop-off, and there you go, $810,000, so not too bad. So all in today, in roughly the 2 hours that we spent grinding, or about an hour and a half, we made, quick maths, $1.4 million. That was not quick maths. We made $1.4 million, which isn't bad. That essentially rivals a good Cayo Perico heist, so really this money method this week is definitely worth it, especially if you have larger warehouses. You do get more money for the more crates you have. Aside from that though, we did pick up the best vehicle in the game, at least in my opinion, the Oppressor MK II, and we got the Terabyte today. So 2 more things checked off the GTA Online checklist. In today's episode, I'm going to be buying something that is a game changer. It's really going to help with managing my businesses, and especially my passive money businesses, which is perfect because I'm going to use it with the current double money businesses this week, which are the MC businesses. But in order to buy it, I'm first going to have to buy this building right behind me, a arcade. I have 6.5 million. I got it from doing a bunch of Cayo Perico heists and doing 1 Acid Lab sell mission. But now that we have the money, let's head over to the Maze Bank Foreclosures website. In order to be able to buy an arcade, I first had to go over to this H on the map and then head over and meet Lester at Mirror Park. But once I had done both, I could now go here and buy an arcade. Now there are a couple, but I really don't think location matters much, and the other ones are about 2.5 million, so I'm going to go for the cheapest one, which is the one right behind me, for 1.87 million. I'm also going to get the personal quarters, and now we could buy it for $2,025,000. Here is the arcade. And here we are in the basement of our arcade. I just finished the setup mission, which was very easy. Just had to steal a flatbed and bring it back. But now we're here, and I'm going to take you through the 3 main benefits of the business. So the first thing is we could actually access the Diamond Casino heist from here. Now, I'm not going to do this for the next little bit, as it is a multiplayer heist, but this is a huge bonus of the business. The second benefit of the business is you're able to go here, purchase arcade machines, and they're going to make you passive income. So depending on the arcade machine and how long you have it running, they're going to give us a set amount of passive income every in-game day, I believe, and that money can be collected from the arcade wall safe. Now, I'm not going to put any money into the arcade machines now, but if I wanted to make some passive income with it, I definitely could. And this income is 100% passive because all we're doing is buying the machine, setting it up, and that's it. But the thing that really matters today is what this video is based on, and that is the Master Control Terminal. This is like a supercomputer. I'm going to be able to access a ton of my business computers from here, which will make making money so much easier. So we're going to buy it for 1.74, confirm, we now have it, and it's going to be right here in the basement of our arcade. So let's go down, let's sit into it, and I'm going to show you exactly how this thing works. So in the Master Control Terminal, we could see that we could access the Nightclub, the Bunker, all of our MC businesses, special cargo even, hangar cargo, and vehicle cargo when we eventually get it. And this is huge because it means that we don't have to go to each business to resupply, to increase our nightclub popularity. In this case, whatever it may be, we could do it all from one central location. So I'm going to go into this right now, and we're going to be here in our cocaine lockup. And as you can see, I could resupply from here. I could do I could start a steal supply mission. I could even start a sell mission if I want, although it's not a good idea because we're not even close to the business. But today I'm going to go through and I'm going to purchase the upgrades and make money with the MC businesses because they are currently paying out double money, which is huge. So with the double money bonus, the Coke lockup is paying out when fully filled up $1 million. The blue stuff lab is paying out about 900k, and the cash creation factory is about $750,000. So we can make tons of money this week, and I'm going to combine it with going AFK to maximize our returns. But in order to make the most amount of money possible with the MC businesses, I first have to buy both of these upgrades, simply because they're going to make more product faster and make more money. So as you can see, right away after buying both of the upgrades, the stock we could sell for went from $80,000 all the way up to $105,000. And that just shows the impact these upgrades have. And as you can see, we also got some extra supplies, and that is because with the upgrades, it uses supplies slower, which means we're maximizing our money. So I'm going to resupply here for $60,000, and let's now move on to the blue stuff lab. So over here, I'm going to buy the upgrades. I hopefully have enough money for all the upgrades. I think I'm pretty close already. We got both upgrades there, and then once again, I'm going to resupply for $75,000. And now we're here at the counterfeit cash factory, and unfortunately, I don't have enough money for the equipment upgrade. I don't know how I missed. And now we're here at the counterfeit cash factory, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money to buy both upgrades. I don't know how I missed this, so I'm gonna have to go make some money, some extra money, but the equipment upgrade is going to be the most important, and then buying staff upgrade after is going to be the best way to go. Something very important to remember though is every single time you're done doing something with the MC businesses, always make sure to disband as an MC, because while you are an MC, your businesses can be raided, and if they're raided, you could lose all of your stocks, so make sure to always disband. Okay, so we're back here at the arcade, and we could access a basement by going over here to the fortune teller, or whatever this thing is. I quickly did two things. I got some money from my wall safe, and I also did a quick nightclub sell mission. And now we're back at the counterfeit cash factory. We're going to purchase the equipment upgrade, and we're also going to purchase the staff upgrade, and left over we'll have enough money for supplies. Now, the reason why I buy supplies, for anybody wondering, is because buying supplies is way more efficient, and it's a huge time saver. The time that you could spend doing the steal supplies missions, you could spend on a Cayo Perico heist or something else, and make way more money. So buying supplies is always more efficient when you have the equipment and staff upgrade. If you don't have that, then you might as well steal supplies, because it will not be profitable. But now that we have everything resupplied and everything set up, all I'm going to do, and this is the best way to make money this week, at least in my opinion, is we're going to disband as an MC president. I'm going to wait for the text from LJT saying that we got all the supplies at all of our businesses, and then we're going to go AFK. Now, for those of you who may not know what going AFK means, it's essentially when you leave the game running while you're not actually playing it, but the game thinks you're playing it, which means that all the supplies in the MC businesses will be turned into product, which we could sell when we get back. And the way to do it is if you have an apartment building where you have multiple units, all you have to do is go up to the front door. And when we get into this screen here, we could leave it there for many hours. I've left it for 10, 12, 15 hours. And when I came back, everything had still been producing. Now, like I said, I first had to wait for the text from LJT to make sure that all the supplies have arrived. And I've made sure to disband as an MC and a CEO so that I'm not going to be raided while going AFK. But this is essentially the setup to make tons of money this week. I talked about it in my guide on Thursday, but this is a very easy money method. And you could even mix in stuff like the nightclub and the acid lab into this AFK method. Now, I could do this process for about 5 to 6 hours until my MC businesses are all the way filled up, but I'm only going to do it for one batch of supplies. So it's going to take 2 hours for the Coke lockup to fully turn supplies into product. It's going to take 2.5 for the blue stuff lab to do so, and it's going to take almost 3 hours for the cash creation factory to do that as well. So I'm going to go AFK for about 3 hours, and then when we get back, I'm going to sell all the product for a huge profit. Okay, so it has been about 3 hours, and we are back here at the master control terminal. I'm now going to check that all the supplies have been used up, and if they have, we'll go and do the sell mission. So yeah, all the supplies have been used up, everything here and everything at our counterfeit cash factory. Let's now head over and make probably $1 million, maybe $1.5 million. Okay, so we're here at the Coke lockup, and we're going to do the sell mission. We have $420,000 worth of product to sell. I'm actually very quickly going to resupply here because might as well. There you go. And then now we're going to get into our sell mission. I am selling in an invite-only session simply because I don't want the chance of getting griefed. And it is important to keep in mind, and I'll actually go back here, that you can get multiple sell vehicles for these sell missions. So if you have 1/3 of the stock filled up, you'll get only one sell vehicle. If you have 2/3, you could get up to 2, and if you have it fully filled up, you could get up to 3 to 4 vehicles, so keep that in mind. So we're doing this, it will likely be 2 to 3 vehicles. Hopefully we get one of the easier missions. By far the worst mission to get is the post-op vans, and we actually got the best mission, where you only have to deliver motorcycles. So this should not take long. Let's get into it. I guess it'll probably take about 10 minutes to do, but I definitely got very lucky with this being my first sell mission. Okay, we're here at the drop-off. This is going to be the first delivery, and the beauty of doing everything as an MC president is we could now go over here, go to our vehicles, and we can get the Oppressor Mark II right out from our interaction menu. Like I said in my last video, the Oppressor Mark II is going to end up being the vehicle that I pretty much use almost all the time now. It is so good, so efficient, and so I'd be sort of dumb to use anything aside from this. Okay, here we are at the second motorcycle. Like I was saying, this is by far the easiest sell mission. We're going to get it done in under 10 minutes. Now, something I do want to say, and I'm curious to hear you guys' opinions in the comments, but I have really enjoyed the past couple weeks where we've had double money on businesses again. For a long time, they didn't do it, and they finally brought it back. And it's just so good because it gives you an extra reason to come back and play the game each week. I believe the nightclubs are going to be double money next week, so that's going to be insane. That is a crazy good business to have for double money. But this week is incredible as well. Considering you could make many millions by just going AFK for the entire week, I think it's 100% worth it. And that's why today I wanted to get the Master Control Terminal so bad, because it really is a huge help. Going and resupplying every MC business, or just any business in general, can be very monotonous and annoying, so being able to go to one central location and do all of that stuff all at once is a huge help. And here we are coming up to the second and final drop-off, and there you go, 420,000, perfect for 420, which should be the day this video comes out. And just like before, I'm going to disband as an MC president so I don't get raided on my way to my next business. Okay, we are now here at the Blue Stuff Lab. We are going to buy supplies for 75k, and then we're going to sell stock. This time we have 535,000, not too bad. Let's see what sell mission we get. Every single time I'm crossing my fingers, no post-op vans. That's all we care about. You've got to be kidding me, man. This is by far the worst sell mission. These vans are extremely slow, and they're going to have you go and deliver packages all over the map. Now, we have 30 minutes to do it, and it is possible as a solo player, but honestly, it's just not even worth it. I'm going to load into a new invite-only session, and I'm going to show you just how much product you lose if you do decide to do this. I don't believe it's much. Okay, so it is way more than I thought I would lose. We lost almost 100k. But that's not the end of the world. Honestly, okay, I'll be fair. I regret that. I should have just sucked it up and did the post-op mission, but it is what it is. Let's hopefully get a better one. We do. We get the helicopters. Not bad. Okay, so we are here at the airfield, and as you can see, there are 2 buzzards. For this mission, all we have to do is deliver 5 packages in each buzzard, and that's going to be the end of it. You could get a mission where you have up to 3. That one is a little bit more time consuming, but 2 is not bad. And if we go here on the map, they're usually clumped together. So we got one here at the top of the map. And so I'm probably going to hit this one, go down, and then go across like that, making like an S. Okay, so I decided to take a different route, but here we are, the final drop off for this helicopter. Now we have to go get into the other buzzard and do the same. And here is the final drop off. There you go, 446,000. Let's now go sell the counterfeit cash factory, except this time I'm going to sell it in a public lobby to maybe make up for some of the money I lost avoiding the post-op van mission. Okay, so I'm here in a public session, and the first thing to do before selling in a public session, as always, is to check it and see what people are up to and if people are doing anything crazy. So everybody, for the most part, seems to be relatively passive, not too much going on. I don't see a bunch of people killing each other, so hopefully this mission can go fairly smoothly, but if not, it is what it is. So once again, I'm going to resupply for 75k, and then we have 551,000 available to sell. If we complete the sell mission, we should make around $800,000 with the 50% high demand bonus being in an online session with 20 or more people. So hopefully all works out. But what sell mission are we going to get? This is the moment of truth. We are getting... How many planes? We have 3 planes. Okay, you know what? Not the end of the world. It's not the best, but at least it's not the post-op mission or anything like that. Okay, so we're here at the plains, and it's going to be just like the last mission where we have 5 drop-offs per. The only downside of doing things as an MC president, obviously we have to do that for these cell missions, but the downside is we don't have the ability to use ghost organizations, so we're going to be on the radar the entire time. So from here, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight down here, make a right, and then spend the rest of the time out in the water, hopefully not running into these guys here, and then finish off that way so that I could return back to where we are here. Now for this mission, I'm also going to have to stay at a fairly low level. You could see fly as low as possible to avoid detection, so I'm going to probably have to take a few detours because I can't be flying low around the city where there's other people that might be looking to grief me. Okay, so I'm coming up here to the final drop off of the first plane, and I'm actually very lucky because I am... Wait, what? No. Someone destroyed my other 2 planes. You've got to be kidding me. I didn't even realize that. That is tough. Okay, well, we got 300,000. Lovely. Well, in the end, I probably made about 1.1, maybe 1.2 million, which isn't too bad considering I only put in maybe 30 to 45 minutes of effort when it comes to the cell missions and then also resupplying. So overall, it was fairly profitable, and I'm going to keep trying to make as much money with the MC businesses this week before we move on to likely a nightclub week next week. So I'm going to keep going AFK, keep resupplying them, and sell them as many times as possible. So hopefully I've made maybe 5 to 10 million by the end of the event week. But aside from that, we accomplished 2 more things today. We got the arcade, which is another business, checked off the GTA Online checklist, and we got the Master Control Terminal, which is another item. I'm very happy with both, and I'm glad that things are going to be more efficient using the Master Control Terminal moving forward. In today's episode, I'm going to be buying one of my favorite businesses in all of GTA Online, and I'm going to be making money with it. And the business is Vehicle Cargo. Now, in order to access Vehicle Cargo, you first have to have a CEO office, which we already have, and then we have to go and purchase a Vehicle Cargo warehouse. Now, there are quite a few. I don't necessarily think there is a best location. I'm just going to go with the cheapest one, which is right here for 1.5 million. I'm not going to worry about the aesthetic upgrades. We're just going to buy it flat out. There you go, 1.5 million. Now, as you can see, I do have around 5.5 million, or at least did. I got that from doing Cayo Perico Heists and doing a handful of MC Business Cell missions. I'm actually recording this on Wednesday right before the weekly update, but that is how I made all my money. So, we have purchased it, and now we can source a vehicle. Now, for those of you who may not know, the way Vehicle Cargo works is you go out, you steal vehicles, you bring them back to the warehouse, and then you could sell them for a profit. Now, there are 3 different ranges of vehicles or qualities of vehicles: standard, mid, and top range. And of course, top range will make you the most amount of money. Now, when sourcing a vehicle, it is going to be random. You can't decide which one you're going to get between standard, medium, and top range. But there is a trick to make sure you get top range every single time. But unfortunately, we have to do some things before that. So right now, we're just going to have to source the vehicles that we get. And as you can see, the first one we get is a standard range car. We're going to have to go pick up the Turismo R and then bring it to the vehicle warehouse. Now, for the most part, these source missions are very easy, but there is a trick we could use, which we will use later in this video, that makes it a lot easier. But for now, I'm just going to do this the normal way. So for this one, there's going to be, or one of these cars is the car we have to steal. It looks like it's going to be the blue one. I got to take out the drive. Okay. I failed that miserably. Okay, we finally got him. I don't know how that took so long, but we can now steal the Turismo R. And as you can see in the bottom right hand corner, the way these missions work is if you incur any damage on the car, it will be deducted from the amount of money that we make. So far I have incurred $3,800 worth of damage, which is actually brutal. So I'm going to try not to damage the car anymore on the way back to the warehouse. Now, the reason why I say this is one of my favorite businesses in the entire game is for a couple reasons. One, we are literally doing what the game is named after. We are committing Grand Theft Auto, but that's obviously not the main reason. The main reason is because we get to go out, steal really cool vehicles, drive them around, and make money off them. And so what that allows us to do is try out vehicles that we might want to buy without actually having to buy them. We just get to steal them and drive them around as much as we want. And because there is such a wide range of cars that we can get to steal, you actually get to experience quite a few different cars in the game that might broaden your horizons of what you like to buy and what you like to drive around. So here we are at the very end of the mission. We're going to drop it off at the warehouse. $38.70 is going to be deducted, or I'll have to pay that because of all the damages. And now we could go and sell the vehicle if we want. Now, in order to sell the vehicles, we're gonna have to go over here to the office, sit down at the computer, and when we go into the computer, we're gonna see the screen that allows us to sell every vehicle. So as you can see, we can click on it, click export, and sell if we would like. Now, there are a few different ways to export. You can export to a private seller, or a private buyer rather, to a showroom, or a specialist dealer. Specialist dealer will always pay out the most regardless of the car, but it will require you to put extra money into it in order to do so. Now, as you can see, the standard range cars do not sell for a lot, and every car of a certain range will sell for the same amount, so you're never going to want to sell standard range. The only car we are going for is top range. Now, like I said earlier, there is a way to guarantee that you will get top range, and the way to do that is to fill up your warehouse with 10 standard and 10 mid-range cars. And the reason for that is because you cannot get any duplicate source missions. So once you've sourced and stored every type of standard and mid-range car, the only source missions you can get are top range source missions. Now, of course, that does mean that you have to keep sourcing until you get 10 of each, which will take time. But once you do, you can then always source top range vehicles, and each top range vehicle will sell for a profit of $80,000 every time, or 130 in public sessions. So that's the goal for today. We're going to keep doing source missions and hopefully get a few top range vehicles to sell and make tons of money with. But as I said earlier, there is one trick we could use to make the source missions a lot easier, and that is going to be to buy a cargo bob. And the reason for that is the cargo bob will allow us to attach onto cars and fly them around, which will reduce the amount of damage we take and therefore increase the amount of money we are making per car. Because as I said and as I showed, if you take damage, it will come out of the profits, which means we make less money. So we got the cargo bob there. We're now going to head back to the Maze Bank office and start up another source mission. Okay, we are back here at the Maze Bank office. We're going to source a vehicle, and this time we get another standard range car. So in order to use the cargo bob, what I'm going to do is I'm going to request my Oppressor MK II, and then I'm going to call up Pegasus, and from Pegasus, I'm going to be able to request my cargo bob. If you have the Maze Bank West building like I do, it's always going to spawn here at the Vespucci helipad, and then from here we could fly over and pick up our car. Okay, so we've arrived here at the Jester. I'm going to deploy the latch there, good. And this is going to be a bit of a tight squeeze here. I'm going to see if I could do this. If not, I'm going to have to just pull the car out. But can we? Okay, we got the Jester. I'm destroying it that way, but only, as you can see, $720 in damage, not bad. And now if we fly it back and don't hit anything on the way, we are going to have only that much in damage, which is amazing. Now, doing this does take longer than going, picking up the car and driving it back to the warehouse, but it is a way to make some extra money. Okay, so here we are at the warehouse. All we have to do is lower down. There you go, that is the mission done. Also, I should mention that there is a short cooldown between source missions. In this time, you could do stuff like a payphone hit or something else like that, but I personally just wait it out and then do a source mission right after. Okay, source mission number 3. Can we please get a top range vehicle? Crossing our fingers here. What is it? They're not even telling us. Okay, well, the source mission bugged out and it restarted the cooldown, so I had to wait another 3 minutes, but let's get into another source mission. This time we did get a top range. We got the ETR-1. Okay, so for this mission, I first had to get a cargo bob from the Humane Laboratories. I probably could have used my own, but I'm just going to go with this one. And now we could go pick up the ETR-1. Okay, so we are out here in the middle of the water, and the ETR is going to be right there in the center, the pink one. So we are going to drop down here with the cargo bob. Not that low, didn't mean to get that low. Let's hook onto it. There you go, we've hooked onto it. And we currently have $0 for the repair cost. And if we could get all the way back to the warehouse this way, we will be making maximum profit. We do have 2 buzzers on us though, so this might get a bit interesting. And here we are back at the warehouse. I took $1,600 in damage from the buzzards, but that is it. Now we're going to get into our first sell mission of this top range vehicle. Now the reason why I'm selling it right away is because, as I said earlier, you can't get duplicates of a car, so if I want to be able to get the ETR-1 again in a source mission, I have to sell it and get it out of here. So as you can see, once again, we have 3 options for selling, and the biggest payout is going to be $100,000 for a specialist buyer, but you're going to have to spend $20,000 in order to modify it. So that's what we're going to do. The max profit we could make is 80 grand, but as we know, we already incurred $600 in damages, but that's fine. We're going to remove the tracker. We change the plate. We're going to change the primary color. Might as well make it chrome. It really does not matter what you do here. So we got the primary and secondary color changed, we got wheel type, high end, and now we are done. Okay, so for this mission, we have to drive about 5 miles. Now there will be some NPCs coming after us, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to call up my cargo bob and I'm going to fly to the destination to ensure I don't incur any more damages. Okay, here we are, just attached to the ETR-1. Now we could fly to the buyer. Now, as you can see, some NPCs have just spawned in, and that would be an issue if I was driving it, but because we have the cargo bob, we're going to avoid that entirely. Okay, here we are at the buyer. We're just going to drop it down. There you go. And that is the mission done. So $100,000 minus 20k for the modifications, which means 80k would have been our max amount of money we could make. But because we incurred a couple $1,000s in damages, we ended up making probably 77, maybe 78,000 in, what was that, maybe a total of 10 minutes of work. Not too bad at all. Now there is a 20-minute cooldown for selling vehicles, so what I'm going to do now is keep sourcing until we could sell another. Okay, so I'm currently sourcing a mid-range vehicle, and this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about when I say you get to see a ton of different vehicles, and you get to see different vehicles that are outside of what you would normally get. This car looks crazy with all the mods and everything. This is why this is by far one of the best businesses, at least in my opinion. Okay, it's been a while, but we finally have another top range vehicle. This time it's going to be the Reaper. Okay, so the car is right down here. I'm going to drop down. I'm probably going to be shot at, but I have my snacks open just in case. The Reaper is right there. It is the green car. Can I finally hook onto it? There you go. We got the Reaper. Now we could just fly back to the warehouse and we are done. Okay, the cargo bob is barely hanging on, but we did make it. There you go, and I believe we took 0 damage. Now, last time we did the sell mission, I did it in an invite-only session and only made about 80k, but this time I'm going to do it in a public lobby with multiple people. That way I could get the high demand bonus and make up to $130,000 profit. Actually, scratch that, I completely forgot we had a cooldown, so I'm going to go do more sell missions and then come back in 9 minutes. Okay, so it's been a little while, but I was doing a handful of source missions, as you could see, while waiting for the cooldown, the selling cooldown to end. We could now do another sell mission, and this time I'm doing it in a full public lobby. I'm once again going to sell to a specialist dealer, so we're going to pay 20k to modified, and now we're going to do the sell mission. Now, I didn't even realize I should have removed the underglow, but I tried to make the vehicle as hard to see as possible, although that doesn't really matter now that I have the underglow. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go over here to CEO abilities and use Ghost Organization, $12,000. It does eat into the profits, but it will take us off the radar for up to 3 minutes, which should be enough time to deliver the vehicle. Now, the best thing about selling in public lobbies is we aren't going to get any AI or any NPCs trying to shoot us and destroy the vehicle, so we're not going to have to worry about damage that way, but we do, of course, have to worry about other players in the session that might take us out, but for the most part we should be okay. Okay, there was an explosion right behind me. I guess somebody is onto me, so I'm gonna try to finish this mission quickly, but this might not end well. Okay, I could see somebody in the Oppressor right there. It looks like they're flying away, so hopefully we're good to go, but that bad turn that I just took did cause some damage. Okay, they're right there with the Oppressor. We are gonna have to go. I took the wrong turn. I'm screwed. They're definitely coming after us. I could just load into a new invite-only session, but I'm going to lose the vehicle anyway, so I'm going to try to lose them. Can we get... Okay, they're on our tail. This is intense. They're on our tail. Okay, can we do this? Can we do this? We only have a little bit further to go. They're still on us. They're still on us. Let's take a turn here. How are they missing us every single time? This is crazy. Okay, I don't need NPCs working against me here. Let's go. Okay, we're going to have to pass by another player in the session. Hopefully they don't realize us or notice us. Good. We only have a little bit further to go. We're taking a bunch of damage, but it is what it is. That is not the right home. And we have made it. Luckily, we only somehow took $1,000 worth of damage, but you will see here that we're going to be rewarded with 150k roughly for selling in a public lobby. And that was intense. We almost got taken out, but there you go. 148,000, and because I didn't incur any damages during the source mission, it means that was $148,000 profit. That is that simple. The source mission and sell mission combined took about 7 minutes or so. So when you get things going, you could really make a lot of money for your time. But of course, because of the cooldown and because it does take some time to set up in order to get the top range vehicles every single time, It is not the best way to make money, but it is a very fun way to make money. Anyways, we got 25 minutes left, so I'm going to go do some more source missions so that we could hopefully get a few more top range vehicles. Now, although I do have enough time to do one more source mission, I'm not going to be able to do another sell mission, so there's no real point in showing only source missions. So with that, let's go here and let's check out the computer and see how many of each vehicle we have sourced so far. So in total, we have 10 vehicles here, one of which is top range. So I've currently sourced 9 of the 20 vehicles I believe I need to source between standard and mid-range in order to get only top range vehicles after that. So last time, I'll reiterate it in case I didn't explain it well before, you have to get all of the standard range vehicles and all of the mid-range vehicles in your warehouse here and not sell any of them. And once you've done that, you'll then only source top range vehicles because you cannot source duplicate vehicles. So that's the way it works. Eventually I will work up to that. And when I do, I will be able to make roughly 80 to 130,000 per car. But with that, that is all for today's episode. We got another thing checked off the GTA Online checklist, and I hope you guys did enjoy. Today, I'm going to use the current double money business to make millions of dollars so that I could buy and use one of the coolest things in all of GTA Online. And that thing is the Deluxo. It is a flying car that has missiles. It is of course from Back to the Future based off the DeLorean. It is so cool, but it does cost 5.7 million and I'm not currently able to unlock the trade price, which means I'm going to have to do something to make a few $1,000,000. And to do it, I'm going to use the current double money business, which is the Nightclub. This week is an insane week. We have double money on the wall safe over here, which is why I have $190,000 in it. And we also have double money on Nightclub goods or the Nightclub sell missions. So I currently have roughly $1 million worth of goods in the Nightclub, but of course, because it is double money, it means we're going to be able to sell it for about 2 million. So as you can see, I have $1.9 million that I could sell, but not only am I going to sell it, I'm also going to risk it and sell it in a public lobby so that we can make roughly 2.5 million. Okay, so I finally found a public lobby. We got 29 people in here. I'm able to be a CEO. Very quickly before selling, I'm going to check it out and see what's going on. That's always a good thing to do before selling in public lobbies. Make sure people aren't running around with oppressors or killing each other. Overall, seems fairly peaceful. I hope that I'll have a sell mission here at the top of the map, but you never know. We got a lot of people here in the city. So we're going to head over here. I'm going to do the sell mission. I think I have the right vehicle for this sell mission. If not, this is going to set us back some money, but let's see. We got 1.9 million. Sell all goods, confirm, and we're good. So we're doing the sell mission. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm going to make sure I use Ghost Organization. Okay, so we have our mule here, and I'm going to go right away into Secure Serve, down to abilities, down to Ghost Organization. We have a drop off here, only 1.5 miles away, but I'm going to make sure to use Ghost Organization as it takes me and the product off the radar for up to 3 minutes. So hopefully everything goes well, but you never know. Okay, we are here at the drop off and there's no way. Okay, now we have to lose the cops. That is fine. I'm just gonna call Lester there. There you go. Now we have our new drop off location. Okay, we're finally here at the drop off and I gotta be honest, I was shitting bricks the entire time, but we did it. We completed the sell mission. Now keep in mind, in order to build up that much product, I had to be in the game, whether AFK or actually playing the game over the past couple weeks for a total of about 19-20 hours. So that is how long it took for me to build up that stock. But there you go. After everything is said and done, we just made 2.7 million. And that is why grinding out the Nightclub this week is so worth it, because you could essentially go AFK and make millions if you want. But now that we have enough money for it, we can now purchase the Deluxo for 5.75 million. And we're going to head back into our invite-only session. And here it is in all of its glory. We have the DeLorean or the Deluxo. And the best thing about it, if you guys don't know, is you're able to actually turn it into a flying car. You were seeing that right. We have essentially picked up a flying futuristic car. Now, it doesn't have weapons right now, but we can attach missiles to it. And the missiles on it are actually very good. But if we go down here and we hover, you can see just how quick this is. It's by far not the fastest vehicle in the game, but I think the feature of being able to fly and then return back to a normal car in an instant is really cool. A great example of the use case is, let's say you're here and you need to go quickly up to fly onto the highway here. You could just go into your hover mode, hop up onto the highway, drop down, and there you go. We've just got wherever we need to, whenever we need to. Now, while the hover and flying feature is pretty cool, what makes this car lethal is when you add weapons to it. So 200 grand, there you go. I'm now also going to upgrade the engine as much as I can, the brakes as much as I can as well, the armor as much as I can, same with the transmission, and of course I'm going to add the bulletproof tires. Now that we have all of that, this is now going to be an insane vehicle. Now, all of these features are great and all, but it doesn't mean anything if we can't use it or apply it to anything, which is why today I'm going to show you exactly how you could apply all of the uses of this car. So we are going to park it here in this garage, and that's because we could actually access this garage here during some of the auto shop contracts, stuff like the Super Dollar Deal, the ECU job, the Lost MC contract, I believe, and maybe one or two others. We don't quite know why, it's a glitch, but you're able to access this garage during the finales, which allows you to do the finales in a short period of time and make things so much easier. So today I'm going to do an auto shop contract that I haven't done before, which is the ECU job. Okay, so it took a couple board refreshes, but we finally have the ECU job there. 100 is 72k is what we're going to be paid out, although we're likely only going to make about 150 to 160. But regardless, we have two setups and one finale. The finale is where we're going to use the Deluxo. So let's get through these setups and get to the finale. Okay, so for the first setup mission, we're here at a listing island and we have to search the rear of the ship for the container manifest. To make things easier, I'm going to pick up the dock worker outfit here. Good. I'm now going to fly over there, look around the ship, get the stuff that we need, and then get back to the auto shop. Okay, so it took a little bit, but I finally found the stuff we were looking for. We're going to take a picture here of the manifest. That should be good enough there. I hope it is. Yep. Santa Santa. And now we're just going to wait for her to contact us. Okay, now we have to search the front of the ship for an industrial cutting saw. Okay, I found the cutting saw here. We're going to pick it up. And hopefully I don't get alerted. It's crazy how he's just sitting right there. It doesn't even do anything. Now we could finally leave back in our Deluxo and get to the auto shop. All right, we are back here at the auto shop and this is the end of the first setup. Okay, so for the second setup mission, we first have to go over here to the Palmer Taylor power station. And I honestly don't even remember what we got to do. I haven't done this contract in forever, but we have to search the area for the freight train that Merryweather used to transport their shipments. Okay, we got the freight train right there. Merryweather, okay, well, I blew my cover. That did not work out well. I'm just going to take out these guys here with the Deluxo. How did I miss them? I missed them too. Okay, that is crazy tracking. Let's just take a quick pic. Okay, and now I have to take a picture of the brake cylinders. Okay, we got the picture. That took forever. And now hopefully we could take off back to the auto shop. I don't quite remember. Unfortunately, that's not it. We actually have to go here to the control tower and I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm just going to take out everybody in sight with these missiles. That tracking is outrageous. Okay, we have the train schedule here. We're just going to pick it up and now we could deliver everything back to the auto shop. And here we are. That is the end of the second setup. Now we could get into the finale. So as I said earlier, we're going to be using the Deluxo here in the finale, and the way to do it is you're going to have a standalone garage, have the Deluxo or the Oppressor MK II or Vigilante, whatever it may be, in that garage ahead of time. And then remember exactly where that garage is. In my case, it's a unit 124 Poplar or something like that. This unit right here. And inside, we're going to have the Deluxo, and now we could drive it out and finish off. Oh no. Okay, so we're back. All I had to do was quit the finale, go back, drive the Deluxo back into the garage, and now we finally have it. I was worried for a second that we wouldn't be able to use it, but we have it. So now we could drive it out. And we could use it here in the finale. Although for some reason now I can't use the flying feature. Okay, this is the most janky shit I've ever done. Unfortunately, we won't be able to fly, but at least we'll have the missiles, which is the main benefit of the car when completing this mission. Okay, so we've now reached the train interception point, and the Merryweather train is going to be coming any second now. I don't remember which direction it's coming from, but we're going to have to blow out the brakes on the train, and we're going to use the homing missiles for that. There's also a Valkyrie here. We're going to take it out in one shot. Okay, okay, perfect. 2 shots, that works. We're now going to take out the brakes right there. That should do it. There you go, and we'll do one more. I just don't want to blow up the Deluxo. Now we've stopped the train and we could search the different crates. Okay, we got the first ECU there, and we have the second one here. Now we could head back to the auto shop. Eat that too. The homing missiles on the Deluxo are crazy, man. That's by far, in my opinion, aside from the ability to fly, that is by far the best part of the Deluxo. I mean, look at that. That tracked down that vehicle from so far away. The next one, it's like, it's too easy. These homing missiles might even be the best in the game, to be honest. They just keep coming, and I keep taking them out. These guys want some smoke too. I'll give you some smoke. No chance. No chance. Oh my, that wrapped around the car. That is great. That is crazy, dude. I forgot how good these are, man. Okay, I almost killed myself there. I forgot how good these homing missiles are. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, we're out of homing missiles. So this might be my demise. Snacks. Don't get drunk. Never mind. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. And here we are at the final drop off. That is the end of the contract, and I'm really glad we got to use the Deluxo for it because it did make a big help. Now, I really did think that I was going to be able to use a flying feature. I'm not quite sure why I was not. I'm fairly certain we always have been able to, but regardless, the homing missiles really did help out by taking out the train and taking out all of the enemies on the way back to the buy. Now, of course, you could do the same thing with the Oppressor Mark II, the Vigilante, and a couple other cars. The Oppressor Mark II is probably the best vehicle to do the auto shop contracts with, but regardless, the Deluxo is a ton of fun. Now, there are tons of other uses for the Deluxo, like the Cayo Perico heist or completing payphone hits, but today I'm going to keep using it to complete some other auto shop contracts that I haven't done yet, and one of them is the agency deal. So let's get into the first setup. Okay, so for the first mission, we're going to have to sneak into this area here, and I'm actually going to drop down the Deluxo right there. We should be good. Perfect. And now I'm going to sneak inside and get pictures of the stuff that we need to. Well, I broke my cover. That didn't work. We're just got to take them out and do this the hard way. Okay, we're going to take a photo here of the blueprints. There you go. Send that to Sasanta, and I believe we are all good from there. Okay, so we're all done there, and now we have to head over to the subway and take a picture of the entrance of the IAA building. Okay, so we're here in front of the IAA entrance. We're going to take a picture of it right there. That should be good enough. Send to Sasanta, and that should be the end of the mission. There you go, mission complete. We'll now head back to the auto shop. Okay, so for the second setup mission, we're here at Mackenzie Airfield, and I'm gonna have to interrupt the deal rather, and I'm just gonna start spamming missiles at them, to be honest. That should be good enough. Take out every single person here. We just have one or two more to go. I believe we got one more there. The agent took him out, and now we have to steal his pass, and we could get out of here. There's way more guys here than I thought. Whoops. That's not gonna... It's not gonna end well. Not gonna end well. I don't have snacks. I forgot about that. Okay, we got the pass. Now we could head back to the auto shop. And here we are. That's the end of the second setup. Now we could get into the finale. Okay, so for this finale, we're not gonna be able to use Rude. We're not going to be able to use a Deluxo because we're not able to enter the apartment, but that is fine. This one isn't too difficult. Okay, so we've reached the underground entrance here. We're now going to use the keypad to unlock the door, and that is going to be a huge firefight. All right, so the first thing we got to do, take out this guy here. I'm going to hide behind this tool bench and then take out every single guard that I can from here. For this finale, having the Hustler loadout and full snacks is definitely a must. Okay, we're pretty much through the first... Okay. We almost didn't make it through the first room. Now we have made it, and we're gonna have to work our way upstairs. Oh, I just got decimated. Holy. Okay, we should have everybody. Now we're gonna have a little cutscene. Okay, now we have to exit the IA building. There you go. That should be the last one. Now let's get out of here. Okay, so we are out of the tunnels, and what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to use support crew here and try to create a diversion so that I could get to the recipe location. Although I think I screwed up that diversion because I drove right past them. Okay, so we're now here at the location of the recipe, and usually it takes longer, but I've actually found the mound there. It's going to be just a pile of dirt, and in it, there you go, we have the recipe. Now I believe all we have to do is bring it to the buyer, and we are done. Okay, here we are at the buyer, and that is it. We are going to make about 170, 180k all in with the setups and the finale, and another 75k as a first time bonus. Okay, so we only have about 15 to 16 minutes left, which means we won't be able to do another auto shop contract or a heist. So I'm just going to end off the video here, but first I want to say this vehicle, the Deluxo, is an incredible vehicle to have. I mean, think about it. It is a flying car. It makes it really easy to get around the map and has a ton of different uses like the auto shop contracts and different heists in general. It will come in handy when we eventually do the Doomsday heist, which will be happening at some point, but by far the biggest reason why this car is so good in game is because of the homing missiles. I mean, on multiple occasions in this episode, you would have seen just how good the tracking missiles are and how powerful they are. They might be the best tracking missiles in the entire game. I don't know, let me know in the comment section down below if you agree, but incredible car to have, and I'm very glad that we picked it up and have been able to check it off the GTA Online checklist. Today, I'm going to be buying one of the coolest cars in all of GTA Online, and I'm going to be putting it to the test. And that car is the Benefactor BR8. Now, of course, the other three F1 cars or open wheel cars are currently on discount, but this week I'm buying the Benefactor BR8 because it is the best F1 car in the entire game. It has the fastest top speed and it has the fastest lap time. Now, the reason why I'm buying it is because one of the things on the GTA Online checklist is to buy the best vehicle from every vehicle class. So, this is going to be the best of the open wheel class, and we have purchased it there for 3.4 million, which is a ton of money. And not only that, I'm also going to upgrade it today, and I'm going to take it into some open wheel races as they are currently paying out triple money. And we're going to see just how much money you could make in roughly 2 hours of playing open wheel races. And here we are in the shop. We're going to go and upgrade the brakes all the way. I might have to do, we're running low on money, but we'll see. I had the engine level 4, transmission. Of course, we got to get turbo. I'm going to go Torino red as the primary, and I'm going to do carbon black as the secondary. So here is our car. I literally can't do any other customizations because I don't have enough money, but let's take it out for a quick spin and then get into some open wheel races. So the thing that's really fun about the F1 cars or the open wheel cars is because they are based off of Formula 1 cars, they have insane traction, they have decent top speeds, but they stick to the ground, and you can see the handling is next level. And where you're really going to see these cars shine is on these hills here where you have tons of turns, and you really need that good traction and good handling to get around them. Plus, in the open wheel races, of course. I mean, watch this as we take this corner here. Boom, cuts around again. Look how smooth the car is. It is incredible. I'm going to drive up here just to show you. We're going to take a left turn, make the right turn. Look at that. And the thing is that we're keeping our top speed the entire... Okay, well, that's unfortunate. We were keeping our top speed the entire time, which is nuts. And it's why these cars are so much fun to drive. I've always had these on my main account, and I'm glad I finally have one here on the Rags to Riches account. But now that we've showed off the capabilities of the car a bit, let's head into an open wheel race and see if we could win one. If you win 3 this week, you do get a $100,000 bonus. So to be honest, I'm not likely going to win anything, but I'm down to try. Okay, so it took forever, but I finally got a session. We're going to go with our custom BR8. We only have 6 racers, I think, in this one, so not going to be crazy. We shouldn't make, or we won't be making too much money, I don't believe. But I should also mention, I forgot to before, the reason why I had 3.5 million to begin with is I did 2 Cayo Perico heists. I finally got the pink diamond after so many times of not getting it, and I also did a nightclub sell mission when it was currently double money. So that is it. Let's now get into our first open wheel race. We are doing It's a Sign. I honestly have never even done this track, so hopefully we could do something here. Okay, not the best start. We're already in last place. Okay, decent turn. We're crashing into everybody. That's fine. Okay, don't do that to me. No, you gotta be kidding me. That is so unlucky. I'm currently in 5th place and 5 out of 5, and I'm 24 seconds behind the next person. I don't think I'm ever catching up. And that is it. I DNF. That's a brutal first race. But we did make 9 grand, not too bad. Hopefully I could get a better start in the next one and then continue that progress all the way through. Now, of course, not winning races isn't much fun, but I have gotten a little bit tired of doing the same heists and everything all over again. So I am glad that we're actually trying out something new this week. I think it's good to do now and then. Okay, here we are in race number 2. Can we maybe get a better start here? Let's see, get the tires going. Okay, a little bit of a better start. Hopefully we could actually place top 3 this time. No, I don't want any crashes. Come on, man. That just, get out of the way. Get out of the way. No, don't do this to me. I've already destroyed the front end of my car. And I'm not going to be able to turn like this. Oh, man, I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. The front end is what allows you to have good traction and allow you to turn. I'm so done for. Holy, those turns are bad. Okay, there you go. Now we got a fresh car. Hopefully this makes a difference, but it probably won't. We're 21 seconds behind the guy in 4th place. Oh man, this is brutal. How do I manage? I'm the boogeyman, buddy. Oh, buddy. We finally passed somebody. That took so long. We're halfway through the race, though. Clean. Look at that. Cooking. Don't slipstream me, buddy. Don't slipstream me. I screwed myself. No! Not again. Not again, bro. The whole front of my car came off. And we got DNF'd again. Well, let's see how much money we made. This time we made 16 grand. Wow, we're getting rich. Well, the first 2 races didn't go well, but I'm really determined that I'm going to get at least a top 2 or top 3 placement in the next couple races. I just got to keep trying. Okay, here we are for race number 3. We're back on the original circuit. Hopefully we could do better than last place this time. Okay, I don't want to crash into... Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't want to crash. So I'm trying to stay out of those big groups, but that was unfortunate. Get the turn here. Good. Get the turn there. Good. Okay. Let me cook. Let me cook. I'm still 17 seconds behind 3rd place, but let me cook. Okay. That's just not cool, bro. That's not cool. You've got to be kidding me. And we got DNF'd for a 3rd time. 3 for 3, baby. But we got 16.5k again. Okay, so we're in another race, and I'm going to go with soft tires here. This is something I learned. I looked up some stuff in the meantime. I'm going to go with soft tires, and I got the medium front wing, which should help getting around corners, because apparently the BR8 isn't the best around the tracks or around tight corners. The PR4 is, so we're going to see how things go, but luckily I'm actually here at the front, and this time in this race we have about 15 people, which is way better. I have not done this course before though, so just as always, so let's see how things go, but I'm just hoping top 3 to 5. That's my goal here. Okay, poor turn there. Poor turn from me. We're still holding 1st place though, which I'm surprised about. Decent turn, decent turn. This one's going to be interesting. Come around the corner. Oh no, I just destroyed my car. And I can't make turns. I fumbled the bag. No, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I literally can't even turn. I literally can't even turn. I need a pit stop. I'm getting just wrecked. Okay, this race is a shit show. Okay, we got the new car. I went from 1st place to 13th off of 1 corner. That is brutal. Hopefully we could get back here. Okay, what's going on here? Get out of the way, please. How did that spin me out? No, don't. Oh my god, it's always people ruining. Now I'm spinning out. Now I'm spinning out. No, I just lost 2 places. Come on. Oh, my tires are done. My tires are toast. I was doing so well, and my tires are toast. There's literally nothing I could do here. That guy's just driving backwards. No, I'm so close. I'm so close to the pit stop. Come on, get me there. Get me there. Get me there. It's the last lap. How did I fumble the bag this bad? Maybe driving backwards is just the way to go, I guess. Yeah. What a dumb, what dumb logic. And we got DNF'd again. I can't believe I was in 4th place at once. I was in 3rd place at once. I was in 1st at once. And I ended off DNFing. Okay, I'm learning a lot of lessons though. Getting around the corners is getting a lot easier, especially if you could predict them. But really, this is my first time doing open wheel races. I am having a lot of fun, but I have learned quite a bit. I got to manage my tires better. I got to manage a lot more things better. But hopefully we could do that track again, because that one was actually a lot of fun. Okay, we're getting ready for the next race. This time I'm doing medium tires because I'm not interested in going to more pit stops. So hopefully that works. Okay, this guy's coming into first here. Good turn. Leave me alone. Why does everybody just love knocking you around? Just leave me alone, brother. Good. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. Okay, just be nice. Play nice, people, for once. How? I'm glad you guys have your pieces flying everywhere. See you later, bud. Goodbye. Ooh, took that corner so well. Yeah, don't try me. Oh, you're gonna slipstream. You're gonna slipstream. Cool. Yeah, keep bumping me, bro. Keep bumping me. Go home. Cooked. Cooked. Oh, he's gonna try to finesse me. Ooh, that's a sharp corner. I'm gonna slipstream you now. How do you like that? How do you like that? Yep. Get out of here. Okay, these races are getting... Dude, that is so dirty. I know I just did that a couple minutes ago, but that is so dirty. Let me cook. This is my opportunity. Past 1. Don't mess it up. Past 1. Okay, we're in 4th out of 8th. I don't think I'm going to make it in time. Okay, so I finished 4th. I was hoping to finish 3rd or 2nd, but 4th, I will take it middle of the pack. And this time we made 32,000, which is actually very good. Wow. And as you can see, the 1st place made 87,000. So if you're actually good at these open wheel races, you can make a decent amount of cash this week in a fairly fun way. Because you could do these in about 10 minutes or so and make 80-90k. But even with triple money, oftentimes people fall off after the 1st or 2nd race. And what we could see here is we've been with this group for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 races now. We started with 15, now we're down to 4, which is crazy. Okay, this time we're starting at the back of the pack. I'm going to take it slow a bit. I don't want to get... Yeah, someone just got yeeted. That is brutal. Why? I just narrowly survived that. Oh no. No, I'm starting to spin out. I'm starting to spin out. I should have hit a pit stop. Should have hit a pit stop. I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed. Please tires last a little bit longer. I've been in first for a very long time now, and I feel like it's gonna end very quickly. There's 3 people right behind me. Okay, I gotta hit the pit stop here. I have finished in 4th. I was really hoping to finish in 1st, but finished in 4th. Now, I didn't know the track was so short. If I knew that, I would have went with hard tires, and they would have broken down very slowly, and therefore I wouldn't have to do a pit stop. If I had hard tires and didn't have to do a pit stop, I think I would have finished first. But lesson learned. Like I said, this is my first time doing these, but I am having a lot of fun. Let's see how much money we make now. 4th, 442, and 24k, so we made less. Not too bad though. Okay, we are now back here at the track that I initially had my first success. Initially had that. The English is so bad there. Whatever. That guy destroyed my car. How am I supposed to drive? Okay, I've finally caught up to these deviants. I'm gonna get past all of them in this one. Look at that. Overtake. Oh, baby. I'm cooking. Let me cook. Let me cook. Where'd that guy come from? He's gonna run himself off the course. Nope. Ah, I saw that coming. I saw that coming. Moving into 6th place. I'm gonna hopefully end up in like 4th or 5th. Get past him. Perfect. All right, I'm catching up to this guy here. I'm on you. I'm on him. I am on him. Come here. Come here, bud. I'm slipstreaming. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I did not mean to do that. I didn't realize it would just throw me forward. Whoops. Okay, this is my last shot. I'm coming up on the people in 3rd and 4th place. I don't think I'm going to hit 3rd, though. But you can see I'm taking these turns well. I'm really learning here. Okay, these 2 guys are ahead of me. I really hope I could catch up to them. Come on. I'm in 5th place. I could see them. I could see them. No, no, no. I ruined it. I cannot take turns now. I just ruined my chances. And unfortunately, that is it. 5th place. All right. Okay, let's see this time how much money I made in 9 minutes. 30k. Not too bad. Technically, if we were able to do a race every single 10 minutes and make about 30k, you're making 160 an hour. Wait, no. 180. That was bad math. 180 an hour, which actually isn't too bad. Unfortunately, though, we only have 7 minutes left, so I'm going to do one more race and leave it at that. Unfortunately, this time we only have 5 people. Just got a good start there, but which means we're going to make less money, but it is going to be a fun race. Oh man, everybody just, all they do is wreck people's cars. Holy. I don't think there's any way I recover from this, honestly. Lovely. We love that shit. I do feel like in the 2 hours that I've been playing these open wheel races for the very first time, I feel like I've really got the hang of how to actually drive these cars well. Although I haven't placed first once, I have had a ton of fun playing these races, and if you guys have the ability to do so, whether with a custom car or without, I think you should definitely do it. It's a great way to make some extra cash while enjoying yourself. Turn, turn, cut inside here, good, get around that corner there, good. I just feel like smooth with it. And that's the end of the final race, literally right on time for the end of the 2 hours. So what did we make there? Not going to be a lot, 11 grand. So that is all the racing for today. In total, we made roughly $150,000 in those 2 hours, which of course isn't tons of money, but it was a lot of fun. It was my first time playing those races and I did really enjoy it. If, like I said, if you guys do have the opportunity to, or want to try out and buy some of those cars on discount, I highly suggest doing so as it is a massive discount this week. But with that being said, we've worked towards completing one more thing on the GTA Online checklist. We bought the best open wheel vehicle, and in the future, we're going to get the best super, sport, and everything else. Today, I'm going to be doing 2 of the easiest heists in all of GTA Online, and the first one is one that we have not done in the series before. And the heist is the Fleeca Job. Now, in order to start it, we had to first have a high-end apartment, which we already do at Del Perro, and then we have to head over to this L for Leicester here on the map. We're going to head inside the building here and start up the cutscene. Now, the Fleeca Job is one of the original heists, and I'm going to have to complete each original heist in the series, but the Fleeca Job is by far the easiest one to do. It takes about 30 minutes to complete and will pay out a couple 100k. The only catch is that we're going to have to find one other player to help us do it. So now that the cutscene is over, we're going to have to wait for a call from Leicester, and then we'll be able to start up the heist at our high-end apartment over here at Del Perro. Okay, here's the call from Lester, and now our apartment's going to turn green. That means we could do the heist. Okay, so here we are in the heist room in the high-end apartment, and I'm going to start this up as a leader, and now all I have to do is invite people, and hopefully someone will join us. We got someone joining. Oh, they left. Okay, we finally got someone to join. Let's get it started. Okay, so for this first mission, we're going to have to go out and scope a Fleeca bank, and the reason why is because this heist has us actually robbing that bank at the very end. Now, there are two very easy setups we're going to have to complete first, but then we have to do the finale, and the finale is very straightforward. As I said, this is by far one of the easiest heists in the entire game. Okay, we've arrived here at the Fleeca bank. Now we have to do the scope out. Okay, that's the scope out done. Now we got to drive back to Lester's factory, and that's the end of the mission. I actually forgot we have to take this over to the garage first. And there you go. That should be the mission done. Okay, we can now get into the second setup where we have to steal an armored Kuruma. Okay, so ideally you'd actually go into this mission using an armored car like the Duke of Death, but I didn't have it saved as my personal vehicle, so we can't use it. Instead, we're going to use the supercar, and luckily we won't be able to be shot out of the back from it, but it still won't provide the same protection as an armored vehicle. So I'm going to make the executive decision to just get out here, and I'm going right at them. Okay, we took out those guys pretty quickly. Now we could pick up the armored Kuruma and get away. And here we are back at Lester's factory. Gotta say, our partner here is doing a really good job. And that is the mission done. Let's now move on to the finale. Okay, so it's taken forever, but we finally have everybody ready to go for the finale. I was trying to get the person who did the setups with us to join, but they weren't, so we're just gonna do this with a level 10. Okay, so we're ready to go. I'm gonna be the driller, they're gonna be the driver, and I'm gonna do a 30% split for me and then 70% for them so that they get more money. I believe we're gonna get a $100,000 first time bonus as well, but we should be good. Okay, so we first have to go to Lester's factory to pick up the Kuruma, and then we can head over to the Fleeca bank. Okay, here we are at the factory. I'm not gonna hop in the Kuruma, and as I said, I'm the driller, which means I'm gonna have to do a hack on the way to the bank. Okay, this hack is really simple. All we have to do is use the D-pad to move around this line, and all you gotta do is just stay away from the lighter green areas and get yourself all the way to the very end of the circuit board. There you go. We're gonna have to do this 3 times, and then we should be done. And there you go. That should be the end of it. That is the circuit board complete. Okay, I'm unlocking the vault right now, and now we could go inside, and I'm going to steal the safety deposit box. The key with the drill is to just go very slowly. There you go. We are good. Now we could take the safety deposit box and get out of here. Okay, we've reached the pickup point, and we are right under the cargo bob, and there you go. That is the heist done. It is that simple. Now, it did take longer than I expected simply because I had a couple times where I loaded into the mission, and then the person that I was doing the mission with left, so it took probably an extra 10-15 minutes than it should have, but all in, this is usually about a 30 to 35 minute heist. And here we are, we have passed. Let's check out the payouts. So the total take or potential take was 201,000. We took a 30% cut. They took 70, which left us with 60. We did not complete the elite challenge, but we did get a first time bonus of 100k, so we just made 160,000. So there you go. That is a Fleeca job completed. We can now check it off the GTA Online checklist, but now we're going to go into one other heist for today's episode, and it's also one of the easiest heists in the entire game, and that is the Cluckin farm raid. Now, in order to do this heist, you first have to get a call from Vincent, and then you can head over to this yellow V on the map. This is where we started up. We've done this once in this series so far, but we're going to do it once again, except this time we're going to use a Vigilante with it, which makes the setups so much easier. So let's get into Slush Fund, the first setup. So for this setup, we're going to have to go to 2 different laundromats and steal some money from it. There will be enemies at both, but they shouldn't be too hard to get rid of. Okay, so we're here at location number 1, and because we have the lock-on missiles with the Vigilante, we could just fire them here and take out everybody in sight, and that is that. That was simple. We got one more there, perfect, and now we can head inside. Now, there will be some enemies when we get in there. There's one right there. There's number 2, but now that we've taken them out, we could steal the cash. Okay, we got all the cash, so let's now head to the next location. Now, what makes the Cluckin farm raid so good is the fact that you don't have to have any business or any kind of prior investment in order to start it up. All you have to do is head over to the yellow V on the map and start up the heist, which I think is really useful, especially for new players that don't have money to start out. The other good thing about it is none of the setups are hard, and if you follow an exact route for the finale, it is extremely easy as well. I just cleared out location number 2, now we can head over to Vincent's lockup. Here we are back at the lockup, and that is the first setup mission done. Okay, we just got the call from Vincent, now we can head back to the yellow V and start up the second setup. So for this mission, we're gonna have to first steal a laptop from here, then head over to the Terabyte and take, I believe it's a USB drive, and then we're gonna have to go and steal a train. Now, you could do it in whatever order you'd like, but doing the laptop first makes more sense, as the train is closer to the terabyte. Now, when you get to the location of the laptop, you're going to have to go around and find a hacker with the laptop in this yellow area here. Now, if you're doing it without the Vigilante, you'll just have to walk around until it pops up on your map. But if you have the Vigilante, change the weapons to the homing missiles, and what's going to happen is when you pass by the hacker, it will actually lock onto them. So you won't actually have to find them yourself, you just got to use the lock on. And as you can see, it's locking onto the hacker there, which means that the laptop is right next to him. Here it is right there. We could pick it up, head back into the Vigilante, and go over to the terabyte. Now, similar to the laptop, when you get to the location of the terabyte, you're going to have to look around in this yellow circle, but it's a pretty big vehicle, so it's easy to find. And usually in this location here, it's going to be right here. So we got it. Now we're going to have to take out, okay, well, they got me already. But we're going to have to take out, I believe it's 4 waves of drones before we could get inside the terabyte. So, all right, that is the final wave of drones. Now we get head inside. The hacking device is right here. Pick it up, and now we gotta head over to the train. Okay, once we arrive at the location of the train, all we have to do is take out all of the security that are here, and one of them is going to drop a key to the train. Once we get the key, we can then take it. Yeah, one of them dropped it already. Now that we have that, we could just take the key and drive the train. There you go, I'll pick it up really quickly. We are now hopping into the train, and now all we have to do is drive it to a destination. Now on the way, we're gonna have to hack a couple streetlights, but it's not gonna be too difficult. So once we get into this red circle here, we're gonna use right on the D-pad to hack it, and we've changed the light green. Now we could keep going forward. Now there will be a handful of enemies that come at us that try to take us out. I just keep driving through them because they can't do anything to you. These guys are bozos. We got another signal to hack there. Perfect. We're going to drive right through that helicopter there. We have to hack once again. Going to hack for the 4th time there. And now that we're in this tunnel here, that's going to be the mission done. We're going to get a cutscene here in a second. There you go. This is the mission complete. Okay, so we're back here at the police station, and the next 2 setup missions are going to determine our weapons loadout and then our getaway vehicle for the finale. Now for each one of the setup missions, there's going to be 3 options to choose from, but the best one to go with is A, as it's the easiest for both. Okay, so I'm just going to take out everybody here with the Vigilante because I can, but you're not going to want to destroy those blue cars there, as one of them will have some gear that you need. Okay, so I took everybody out. Now we're just going to check each trunk until I find the gear. Oh, we got it first try. Now I'm going to take the weapons from over here, and the other reason why I like going with this loadout is because it does give you a crowbar, which will be needed in the finale. And now that I have everything, I can head back to Vincent's lockup, and that's going to be the setup mission done. But when we get to the lockup, make sure you go over to text messages and text Vincent, and make sure you confirm that that's going to be the weapons, and that is going to be the gear. And now we can confirm both. And that is the mission done. All right, we are back here. Now we're going to get our getaway vehicle. And once again, I'm going to go for option A, as it is the easiest one to complete. It will not give us the best vehicle, but that's okay. Okay, when you get here, the car is always going to be located in this gas station here. I just take out all of the enemies from the Vigilante. We got one more enemy there. Take him out. And then all I have to do is shoot this little signal box there. Good, and now we have our getaway vehicle. And from here, now we have to go store it in a garage next to the Cluckin factory up in Paleto Bay. Okay, so I ran into a slight problem here. I tried to take a bit of a detour, and now I guess I destroyed the Vapid Click. So I'm just gonna restart the mission. Okay, so it took a little bit, but we're finally here. We could park it into the garage, and then we're gonna have to confirm it as our getaway vehicle. So once again, we're gonna text, go to the Classy Moonbeam Custom, confirm, and that is the setup mission done. Okay, it is now time to do the final setup mission, and this one is probably the most important out of all of them because it's going to determine whether you do the finale in stealth or aggressive. So I'm going to show you how to do it in stealth because stealth is easier, but just know this mission does decide that. So we first have to head over to the Cluckin outlet. When we get here, there's going to be 2 vans that we have to drive up next to and hack. So we're going to hack this first van here. So that van has been hacked, and now we're going to head over to the next one. Okay, we've hacked both vans, and now we're going to get a new location. Okay, here we are at the cartel's garage, and I'm going to go into it with a weapon that has a suppressor on it, and I'll explain why when we get in there, but that will be very important. So in here, we're going to have to take out all these guards, sabotage the trucks, wipe some CCTV footage, and get a key. So we're going to take out this first guard here with the suppressor. That should not have alerted anybody. Good. We're going to take out the second guard right here with the suppressor, and then we're going to take out one of the guys working on this truck here. Now that we have all of those guys taken out, I'm now just going to go on a rampage and take out everybody as fast as I can. So we take out these guys, take out this guy there, and actually usually you'll get spotted, but in this case we haven't, so we could just go in here, take out 1, take out 2, Good. And then we have 2 more guys in here, and now they've been alerted, which is perfect because if they weren't, we wouldn't have these guys come out, but they have. So we got 1 guy there, and then we got the 2nd guy there. And just so long, I did this very quickly, but just so long as I had taken out everybody in that timer, that bar that popped up in the bottom right-hand corner for a very short period of time, I'll actually put a freeze frame of it right now. Just so long as you take out every single guard in that time frame, you will be okay. But now that we've taken out everybody, I'm going to head over here to the office, and I am going to wipe the CCTV footage. If you don't wipe the footage, you will have the aggressive approach for the finale, but if you do wipe the footage, you will have the stealth approach. So now that we've done that, I'm going to pick up a drill from here to drill into the lockers to get the key in a second, but first I'm going to go over and sabotage each one of these trucks. Alright, now that we've sabotaged all the trucks, I'm going to head inside here, use the drill, and open up all the lockers. We are looking for a key card, so as soon as we find it, we're going to take it and leave. You can get cash if you keep going through each locker, but it's not worth it. It's only a couple $1,000s at the end of the day. Okay, we got the key card on our second one. We got very lucky. Now we can leave. And the final thing to do for the setup mission is to steal the flatbed here and take it over to Vincent's lockup. You will know if you did everything stealth if you get this flatbed. If you don't, if you're doing the aggressive approach, you won't have to bother doing this. And here we are. That is the end of the final setup mission. Now we could get into the finale. Okay, so here we are back at the police station, and now we could do the finale. Now, like I said, we are doing the stealth approach, which is way easier. We're going to get heavy armor, and let's get into it. So for the stealth approach, we are sneaking inside of this Cluckin Bell crate. So we're going to pop out here in a second. Just like that. Perfect. So for the entirety of the finale, you're only going to want to use guns that have suppressors on it to keep it quiet. So we're going to take out that guy there. I'm now going to take out guy number 2 here. And you want it all to be headshots. Guy number 3, I missed it. We'll go again. There you go. Now that we've taken out all 3, we could shoot this box there, and now it's going to open up these shuttered doors. Now all we have to do is wait for this guard to look away. Perfect. And now we could run in here. And I'm going to take out this guard here, then the guard in the middle. Then I'm going to take out these 2 guards on the right. So I got to do them in succession. Perfect. Got those 2. Now I'm going to take out this guard here. I'm going to run forward just a little bit, take out this guard here. And then I'm going to try to, I couldn't. If I could, I was going to try to take out the 2 guards at the end, but that is fine. They're now in the next room. So now we're going to go inside here and take some of the coke. Now inside here, there are 3 guards. So the first one we're going to want to take out is the guy right here. Take out buddy number 2 right there. And then buddy number 3 right to the left. Now we could take all the cocaine. Perfect. We got all the coke. Now we could head back upstairs. So this next part is a bit tricky, but we're going to have to pop in here. We're going to take out this guard there. Oh, I missed. Okay, we're still okay somehow, so we're going to take out that guard there. And then there will be 1 more guard that will walk in here in a second. Where is he? So this guard here, he's going to walk back. We're going to wait for him to walk back and then take him out in this area here. Okay, he's on his way. There you go. We can now loot this coke storage. Inside of here, we're going to have 2 more guards, so we're going to take them out right to left. So that's guard number 1, guard number 2 there. And because we have the crowbar in our weapons loadout, we could just start opening up all these crates and find the last bit of coke. Okay, so now that we have all the coke, we're now gonna have to go take out some more guards and head over to the office, but on the way, make sure to check these tables here because the office keys might be there. In this case, they aren't, so we are good. I'm gonna take out this guard here, and then there's going to be 1 other guard at the end of the hallway there. Take them out as well, perfect. And then I'm gonna run over here. I'm gonna take out this guard in this doorway here. There's going to be 2 more guards over here. Take this guy out first, and then take out that guy, reload. Perfect. Okay. So now we've taken out all of the guards. We have the keys right here. And now we can head over to the office. All right. In the office, we're going to have to hack the office computer so that we could activate our hacking device. Sweet. So now we have the hacking device. And what we're going to want to do is go over towards the computers in this central part of the compound here. So there you go, we have 1 computer hacked, and we're going to know if we're heading in the right direction or heading towards the right computer, depending on how many blue bars are showing up. So there's 4 different computer locations. You can see the blue bars are increasing until we hit green. That is computer number 2. And then I'm going to try this computer over here. It is this computer here, perfect. So now we have all 3 computers hacked, and now we have a code to the safe inside the office. There you go. We can now take the contents from here. And now we have to escape. We could just shoot the door there. The shutter doors will open. And now we're gonna have to get all the way over to the garage and our getaway vehicle completely stealth. So the best thing to do is right out of here, make a right-hand turn, hug, okay, don't run into the post, hug the wall all the way, and there's going to be a guard right here. Don't worry about that guard, we're gonna make a right, we're gonna take out this guard here, good. We're then gonna take out this guard there, good. And we're gonna take out this guard next to the trash can over there. Oh, I missed him. Okay. Well, that sort of blew my cover. No, it didn't actually. We actually got very lucky. Okay, we could take out this guard there, take out this guard there, and now we could run into the garage and get our getaway vehicle. So from here, the best thing to do is to head left along the tracks. Some people like to go right, I prefer to go left. So we're gonna drive past these cops here, and when you drive far enough away from the factory, your personal vehicle will actually spawn in, and then you can just drive away this way. So what I do is I'm gonna take the Vigilante here, and I'm going to drive along the tracks all the way until we get to the windmill farm. So from here, we could just hop down to the bottom tracks here. And from here, we're just gonna keep following until we get to the windmill farm. I find this is the best area to lose the cops. Okay, we've lost the cops. Now we can head over to Vincent's lockup. Here we are, and that is the end of the Cluckin farm raid. So you could see how easy it is. Of course, having the Vigilante does help. But if you have something like the Duke of Death, that will help as well. And aside from that, the only real things you need is snacks and then also a weapon with suppressors on it. Besides that, overall, it's very easy. And as always, we're going to make $500,000, which is great money if you're a new player or a veteran. That is why the Cluckin farm raid is such an incredible heist. But that is all for today's video. I wanted to show you guys two very good and very easy heists to complete. The first one was one that we needed to check off the GTA Online checklist, which we can now do, and the other one, I just wanted to add some more tips that I didn't show in other videos. Today is a very exciting episode because we're going to be hitting a huge milestone in the series, and that is making $100 million. Now, over the past few days, I've done tons of Cayo Perico heists, a bunch of Acid Lab cell missions, and Nightclub cell missions, and I've made a total of 14 million, and now we only have 2 more million to go in order to hit the $100 million mark. So to celebrate, I'm going to do all three in today's video. I'm going to do a Cayo Perico heist to start, then do an Acid Lab cell mission, and then a Nightclub cell mission, and to end off, I'm going to buy a couple things on the GTA Online checklist to progress further in the series. So we're here in our Kosatka Submarine, and we're going to start up a Cayo Perico heist. Now, to be honest, this is probably the thing that has made me the most amount of money in the entire series so far. Just the other day, I actually completed the task in the career section where you have to steal $50 million worth of primary and secondary targets. So I have done a lot of Cayo Perico heist, and it's probably made me well over $60+ million, which is crazy. Now, it feels like forever ago, but I first got the Kosatka Submarine, and I think episode 4 or 5 of the series. I made sure it was the first business we got because it is such a good moneymaker. I mean, you're making on average 1 to maybe 1.2 million every single time you do the heist. Now, there is a 2.5 hour cooldown, which is tough, but usually what I've been doing on the off days of the series is I do 1 in the morning, then 1 at night, and in between I go AFK or do stuff with the Acid Lab in the Nightclub, which is how we've built up so much money with all three. And the best part about it is it's one of the easiest heists to do once you get the hang of it. I mean, I haven't changed my entry point, my entry vehicle, anything like that in the past, I don't know, year or so. I've been doing the exact same method every single time, and it's never failed me once. And that's pretty much why I'm going to skip through most of it today. I've already showed it here in the series. The only things I'm going to show is checking out the primary target and then also doing the finale. So with that, I'll see you on Cayo Perico. Okay, so we've hacked the signal box. Here we are at the security cameras, and can we get a pink diamond, please? No way. That is so lucky. We got the pink diamond. The reason why I'm excited is because, as you probably know, as I've said many times already in this video, I've done the Cayo Perico heist so many times over the past couple months, and I've maybe only got the pink diamond 5 times. So getting it now is a huge dub, and we're now going to make roughly 1.5, maybe 1.6 million from the heist as a whole. Okay, so I just wrapped up doing all of these setup missions. I completed them in roughly 35 minutes, as you could see, and if you're curious as to how I've done these setup missions so quick, make sure to watch my Cayo Perico heist video linked in the description down below if you need some help with it. But with that out of the way, let's now get into the setup for the finale. So the approach vehicle is always going to be the long fin. It is just the easiest for my route. The infiltration point is going to be the main dock. We're then going to enter the compound through the drainage tunnel. We are going to escape. It doesn't actually matter, so I just put airstrip, time of day, so it's easier to see. And then I always put suppressors on my weapons. So this is my setup for the Cayo Perico heist. Let's now get into it, and I'm going to take you through how I complete it really quickly. So So I first enter here at the main dock because it is the closest to the airstrip, which I'm going to head for right now. Okay, here we are at the airstrip. I just parked the longfin right here. Make sure you do not park it up onto the beach as it will despawn, so leave it in the water. And now I'm going to head straight for the hangar. Now I used to check out the loot during the gather intel mission, but I find that just takes too long. So what I do is I run here, I take out that first guard there, and then I'm going to run over to this loot location here, check it out, and if there's anything good in here, I'll take it, but if not, I'll head over to the hangar. That way I just don't do this process during the setup mission. So take out that guard there. I'm then going to take out the security camera here, and having the suppressors really helps out in this situation. And in this case, we have coke right there. So I'm going to take the coke that's here, and then I'm going to head over to the hangar and see what we have in there. And for those of you who may not be aware, the best secondary loots to get as a solo player is going to be coke. The second best is grass, and the third best is cash. So here we have 2 stacks of cash. Hopefully we have something better up top. So I'm going to use the forklift here. I'm going to pick up this crate here, lift it up, spin around. I'm going to lift the crate all the way up and drive right into the wall. And this is how we get up to the second level. I'm going to climb up here onto the forklift, climb up onto the box. Okay, well, we're going to try that again. Climb up here, climb up onto the box, climb over. And here we are at the other loot location up top. And this time we have coke again. So we actually have the best Cayo Perico heist setup you can possibly get. 2 coke stashes and the pink diamond, which is crazy. The only thing that would make it better is doing it on hard mode, but I'm not complaining. We're likely going to make 1.6 million. So there's our loot bag full. Let's now head over to the main compound. I'm back in the longfin. Now I'm going to take off for the drainage tunnel. Okay, so we're here at the drainage tunnel. I'm going to swim below now, put on my rebreathers, and some people have asked me about how this works. So if you are doing this method, you've unlocked or you got the cutting torch during the setups, and then also you scouted out the drainage tunnel as a compound entry point during the gather intel mission, your very first time through. You don't have to do that every single time, just the first time. You'll then be able to come down here and cut through the grates to get into the main compound. So it's really easy. Go over the green parts 3 times. There you go. And we have to do it for all the bars, and now we could get into the main compound. So we are now here in the compound, and we're going to have to take a very specific route. I'm going to run up this way here. I'm going to make a left. I'm going to try to go as fast as I possibly can, run through this corridor here. Then I'm going to make a left. We're going to run up a little bit further, and then another right here. I'm going to hop over this railing, and I'm going to wait now for the guard outside of El Rubio's office to look to the left. Okay, so now that the guard has looked to the left, we are going to run up here, and we're going to run around the building all the way up to one of the higher flights of stairs. Okay, now that we're here at the right level, we're going to wait for this guard to walk right past us there. Perfect. Now we could run past him and up into El Rubio's office. We're going to take the cash from there and then do the fingerprint hack to get to the basement. Now we could get, I believe, between $20,000 and $100,000, and we've got a decent amount. Not too bad. Okay, so we now have to do this fingerprint hack, and we're going to have to line up the panels to match what is on the right of our screen. And that is the final one. We could now get into the basement. All right, now we have to use a plasma cutter. All I do is go until it's just about to overheat, let it cool off, do that 4 times, and that should be good. So that was our second. That's enough. Now we have the pink diamond. Our total loot bag is 1.75 million. So yeah, I believe with the Elite Challenge, we're going to get roughly 1.6. Okay, so now when we exit the office, we're going to run down here, and this is a very, very important part. So all we have to do is watch the mini-map, and what we are waiting for is there's going to be a guard that will come right below us here and look that way. So this guy that's looking right ahead, you can see the arrow pointing at him. We're going to wait for that guard to turn left, and then we're going to jump off the balcony here and get away to the gates of the compound. So as soon as he turns left right there, we're going to jump down here. There's going to be no guards, nobody's walking our way, we got plenty of time, and now we're going to run straight for the compound doors. We just got to wait a second here. There you go, he's looked away, and now we are home, well, almost home free. Okay, so now that we are out, I'm going to run straight forward. I'm going to whip out my shotgun, take out this guard here. Good, I thought I missed for a second. We're going to steal this motorbike, and we're not going to go to the airstrip. We're going to turn around here, and we're going to jump off the edge of the island, going off this ramp, or not ramp, but part of the edge. So if we follow this exact route, we go all the way down. We're going to go right past the left side of that tree, and then we're going to jump off, try to hold the jump as long as possible. We actually got pretty good airtime on that one. Okay, we're swimming in the wrong direction, but now from here, I'm going to put on my rebreathers so that I do not drown. And I'm going to swim out to the third mine here in the water. There's 1, 2 that we just passed. The third one is right ahead of us. And just to the right of it, there's going to be some whale bones. Once we get to the whale bones, that is the end of the mission. So we're here in 2 seconds. There you go. We have just completed the Cayo Perico heist. Okay, so our take without the elite challenge was 1.54, and with it, we have in total made 1.6 million in just under an hour, which is why the Cayo Perico heist is by far the best money method in the entire game, whether you're doing it solo or with other people. And now we are only $410,000 away from hitting 100 million made so far. And to make that 400,000, we're here at the Acid Lab, and we're going to sell off all of our Acid Lab stock, which should be at 100%. Now for the Acid Lab, we unlocked it early in the series, I think in episode 3. We might have bought it in episode 5 or 6 or something like that. And it's really the easiest business to run. All you have to do is purchase supplies from Mutt for $60,000. And every 2.5 hours resupply until you get a full Acid Lab, and then you could sell it in a public lobby. If you do it with 20 or more people, you can make up to $500,000, but today I'm going to sell it in a public lobby with only 13 people, although we should be able to make 400k. Now, if you want to make an extra 5% on every sale, make sure to go down to Service Vehicles, go over to Acid Lab, down to Acid or product name rather, and then choose a random product name. I usually do Ever Sleep. There you go. And now because of that, we're going to get an extra 5% on every single sale. Now, selling in a public lobby can seem a bit daunting, but what I personally do is I make sure to use CEO abilities over here and go down to Ghost Organization. And I use Ghost Organization whenever I feel like I'm being threatened or I'm in a compromised position. I have people following me, or there's tons of people in a certain area that I'm heading to. All you have to do is use Ghost Organization. It will take you and the product off the radar for up to 3 minutes, and it just gives you some peace of mind. Now, of course, you can still be griefed that way, but it is a lot harder, and usually if you do it at the beginning of the mission, most people forget that you're even doing the mission and don't bother bothering you. But because in this case we actually have our drop-offs all the way up at the north of the map, I don't think there's many people up there. I'll double check really quickly, but yeah, there's nobody around. I don't have to worry about getting griefed unless people start heading towards me. Okay, so unfortunately for this mission, I did get the worst one where you have 10 deliveries, but all you have to do is go and toss newspapers into these buckets. It's very straightforward and easy to do, but it does take some time. From downtown. Okay. From downtown. From downtown. From downtown. From downtown. Yes. First try. All right, we should get the notification any moment now. Yes. 527,000. So we had a lobby in that time. We had a lobby grow to 30 people. So there you go. Max lobby, and we made 530k. Well, okay. Shit. But that means that we have finally hit $100 million made so far in the series, which is another thing checked off the GTA Online checklist, and that is a crazy milestone. We've done that in about 105 hours time, although keep in mind probably 30 to 40 hours of that is AFK time, so it's not active grinding. We would have a lot more if that was all active grinding, but I gotta say, $100 million on, I think this is episode 25 or 26, is pretty crazy. And now that we have $15.5 million, which is crazy, let's spend some of it today. I'm not going to spend the whole 2 hours on today's episode, but let's go in and we're going to buy something that's currently on discount, which is crazy, and that is the super yachts. This is another thing on the GTA Online checklist that we have to buy. As you can see, it is on a crazy sale. If my maths are mathing, that is 35% off roughly. I just did the math on the calculator. It's actually 30%, my bad. But we're going to go with the Big Daddy. We're going to go with the Aquarius, which is 5.6 this week, usually 8 million. We're going to go all out on this one. We're going to go with the gold fittings there. We're going to do the yellow as well. Look at that. That is presidential right there. We might as well go with the channel colors, white and red. And I believe that's it. If you guys don't know, I am from Canada. There you go. And for the name, we're doing LKG Inc. And that's going to be it. Buy it for 6.7 million, which is actually a huge discount considering how much it usually is. We'll check out the yachts in a minute, but we have a few other things we need to buy. Another thing on the GTA Online checklist is buying a low, medium, and high-end property. We already have a low end, The medium end, we will buy the Eclipse Garage, which might be another thing on the checklist. I don't actually remember. There you go, 2.7, almost 2.8 million. And then we already have a high-end apartment, but we're going to buy one more at the Eclipse Towers here, as I do prefer it as a building. So there you go. And now we have 5.7 million left. So the next thing we're going to buy is a penthouse at the casino, which is another thing on the GTA Online checklist. Now we could go with the highest and most expensive, but obviously we're now a brokey, so we can't do that. So instead, I'm going to build my own. So first, I'm going to get the lounge. We might as well get the movie theater. It's sort of ballin'. We do not need the spa. We will get the bar and party hub. I'll for sure get the private dealer because then we could do some blackjack and stuff there. I'll get the office because we are a CEO, and I'm also going to get the bedroom as well as the garage simply because we can. I'm going to go with this darker theme as our colors, and then patterns. I'm just going to leave it because I don't think we have enough money. Can we buy it? Yes, we can. So all we have now left is 80 grand, which is crazy, but we did check some huge things off the GTA Online checklist. We got a mega yacht, a penthouse at the casino, and a couple more properties. So let's now go check them all out. So here we are at our private yacht, and you gotta say, it is pretty cool. It is a major flexing game. Of course, it's not the best purchase money-wise because you're not gonna make much money from it, but I mean, overall, pretty cool. The helicopter I'm flying in right now actually does come with the yacht. The full bottom floor is a bunch of rooms. The second floor has the bar and everything. And then the top floor here is where the captain's cabin is. Now in here, we could do two things. We could actually technically fast travel with the yacht if we wanted to go to different locations, similar to the Kosatka Submarine. And the other thing is we could start up the super yacht life missions. Now they're currently actually on double money, but the money, or maybe triple money, I can't remember. But I've seen a video of Lankman Dan doing all the missions, and they didn't look too interesting. If you want to see me do it at some point in the series, let me know in the comment section down below, but for today, we're just going to skip it. Aside from that, there's really not much else to say about it, but it is a pretty cool purchase to have in-game. Anyways, let's now head over to the casino penthouse. Okay, here we are in the casino penthouse, and similar to the super yacht, there are missions you could do with it, but I'm not going to do them unless you guys want to see me do them. Just let me know in the comment section down below. Here is our personal quarters, beautiful bathroom and everything. Of course, it doesn't mean much though. Over here is where the office is, right there. We have, of course, the movie theater over here. And if you guys have done the Dre Contract or even the Cayo Perico Heist, you should know the casino penthouse fairly well. But the main, or the cool part about it, is that we do have our own personal blackjack table here. So that is pretty much it for today's video. I know it is a short one, but today is going to be added onto a large video that I'm going to drop tomorrow, and that is a accumulation of all the episodes up until now, from episode 1 all the way up to today, and it's going to show the entire journey of how we've gone from a broke level 1 player, starting out new on a brand new account, and how we've hit $100 million and have all the things that we have already. We already have the Kosatka Submarine, we got the agency, we have, of course, the acid lab, the nightclub, the Oppressor MK II, we have some cars, we have so many things already in the game, and I gotta say, it's been an incredible journey, and I really do appreciate all of you supporting the channel and supporting this series so far. I've had a ton of fun making it, and I hope you guys have really enjoyed watching it. Today, we made a ton of progress. We just knocked off, I think, 4 or 5 things off the GTA Online checklist. We are getting close to finishing off the series, but we still have a ways to go because we do have to do a ton of different heists, as well as buy a couple more things and make money with all of the different businesses we already have and the businesses that we still need to buy. But with that, that is all for today. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, push up a like. If you're new, subscribe. I will see you in the next one. Peace.